Hello and welcome to Gold Grand Prix Halle an der Saale here in Germany. Today we are 96 players, meaning we have 3 invites for the Gold World Championship, and we are playing 7 rounds cut to top 16, and we will feature every single round. And with we, I mean myself. I am Philip, aka Return Winner, and I am joined by...
My name is Simon, and I'm here to support our dear Return Winner as best as I can.
Yeah, you bring the best in me to the surface every time we talk. Every time.
For round 1 we have a prominent face in the scene.
I would say, or a prominent screen name.
A screen name. We got JCVD.
Jean-Claude Van Damme himself for round 1. What more can you ask for?
Yes, exactly. And we got his opponent.
Is Dennis?
Dennis, yes.
Dennis is a name I am myself not familiar with yet.
But after this game we sure will know what he's up to.
Yeah, this might change real quick. So we don't see the field right now, so maybe... It's round 1, we still have to figure out. And they're already going! Oh my god, we are in the middle of the game, and we see scapegoats being activated by Jean-Claude, and why is he not owning tokens?
That's a good question. We also saw like the Mystical Swordsman level 2 clear out his Magical Merchant, probably in the first 2 rounds. And Dennis got a back row there. Oh, and now we got the tokens.
So it's most likely Warrior versus Gold Control, which is a matchup which is very much in favor of JCVD. And we now see Metamorphosis being activated, and there is 1000 Ice Restrict hitting the board since 2005, and now 19 years later, can you believe it?
And with priority we are getting rid of the level 2 and now got ourselves not so beefy 1000 Ice Restrict that swings in for 900 damage there.
First blood now for JCVD. If the attack connects, we don't see it yet. But maybe it connected already?
Yeah, I think we are in the main phase 2, and there was the hand sign that it's now Dennis' turn.
Yeah, so life points will be updated shortly. Life points may have a bit delay here, we excuse that. Also, it's still round 1, we are still figuring things out, but we will be experts when it's finished. Exile Force being summoned, getting rid of 1000 Ice here. Do you have... Yeah, it's getting dealt with. But what do you think? Who's in favor now of this position?
Yeah, I think with attack and back row, it should be pretty even with cards in hand. Oh, there's this third back row. And we'll just... Was that? No. I think definitely the control player is in a very comfortable spot behind his 3 tokens and has all the time to draw all the control tools he needs to slowly but surely grind the game against the warrior player, who needs a little bit of pressure with his normal summons, and so far Exiled Force and the level 2 are not the monsters that deal the most pressure against the tokens. And there we got a little set monster.
Just a quick reminder, Dennis' life points are indeed on 7100. They will be updated shortly. As you just said, JCVD just setting a monster here, passing back to Dennis. Are you excited as I am? Like first round of a tournament.
And there's a tribe infecting virus, and that gets rid of all the tokens you were so comfortably sitting behind. That's a really good. And now the level 2 gets back with the premature burial, and that also gets rid of the Spirit Reaper that was face down. Oh man.
JCVD main decking Spirit Reaper. It's not something you see every day here, and it's a very, very good card against Warrior, but not if level 2 is able to clear it out. And that tribe really put in work here, was able to discard a useless Storm and dealing first blood to JCVD, who's now on 6-4. yeah, we will have that.
Yeah, and all these flip monsters in the hand are now not that useful, because the level 2 really puts on a lot of pressure, especially if there are two back rows that are supposedly protecting the level 2.
Tsukuyomi is a very interesting card here, because JCVD can clear both monsters potentially if he can go through the back row, but he needs to decide which monster to prioritize here. But he can't with Solemn Judgment! Oh, that was pretty offensive. And now JCVD has Light, Dark, and Grave, so a BLS could be devastating here, but he's just passing turn. So maybe we see another offensive play by Dennis, who is kind of getting away with it here. Rhoda! Wow.
Rota is like possibly one of the best cards he could have had here, because it's every card he owns.
Yeah, and he wants to summon Donza Look here to increase the pressure and also get rid of one more card in JCVD's hand. And there is an upset potentially in the making. Who would expect JCVD to go down this early in this tournament?
I mean, he's known for dropping early rounds, but also it's kinda fair. Sometimes you just draw the out, and Tribe is the out to scapegoats that we are all.
But that could have been worse for JCVD, because Don only got rid of Nobleman, which is a dead card anyway in this matchup. Maybe Dennis is maining one or two flip monsters, but we didn't see it yet. So JCVD only needs to find one real answer to the board. So it's looking kind of bleak for him on the first side, but it's not that much pressure that Dennis has. Strongest monster has 1/6, so there are a lot of cards, and Tribe is a good card here. You can get rid of two warriors at once.
Yeah, and also the spy in hand of JCVD that I spotted
Second
earlier.
Solemn Judgment and the immediate scoop by JCVD.
Yeah.
Dennis going up 1-0, double judgment. That explains the judgment on Tsukuyomi, because I was kind of curious. It seemed a bit rushed, but it was definitely the correct play with the second Solemn face down.
Yeah, definitely. Like two Solemns and the Tribe. Sometimes you can't deal with that, and that's okay. I also think that JCVD drew a lot of monsters that were not that good in the matchup against the level 2. Like I said, he had spies in hand that usually are very good against Warrior, because 2000 defense is that line that Warrior can't that easily check. But the level 2 just clears out the set monster, so yeah.
JCVD just had a very passive hand, and Dennis had all the answers. He had an out to the Thousand Eyes, which could have brought him a lot of time. He had the Tribe, which was very important to clear out goats, because goats are a big hindrance for Warrior, because you need to apply pressure by dealing damage. And also like being able to summon level 2 back. There was a lot going right for Dennis, but we have to say really, really well played.
Yeah, of course. He could have played his hand that was an advantage in other sequences, and possibly could have not won the game. Like you can always. He seemed very practiced with this deck, and yeah.
He definitely knew what he was doing, and he knew what to do in this matchup. And this was like clear out the goals, and also. He had a very good awareness of the situation, like discarding Storm for Tribe, which you normally think like, why are you discarding Storm here? But Storm was completely useless in this situation. He had a lot of back row. It's generally not that good card against Ghost Control. So Dennis also, we didn't know him yet. He wants to be put on the map. This was a big step
definitely.
towards.
We are seeing that on our second monitor we see that the siding is still in progress, and what are possible answers that JCVD could now put into his deck to maybe...
The interesting stuff is I don't think he sides too much against Warrior in particular, because the matchup is really good. We didn't saw it in game 1, but matchup is in his favor definitely. And I didn't study his list. I should have maybe to prepare for that, but I think you don't know, but JCVD is hot upcoming Patreon qualifier win just 2 weeks ago.
Oh,
so
yeah,
and he already secured 2 invites this year. So he's in fact the only player who's here out of 96 players who already secured his invite. So he has less pressure than everyone else.
And maybe that's a good thing. Maybe you need the pressure to perform your best. We will see about that. So it seems like he, the players are now finalizing their decks.
Let's talk about a bit about the tournament in general. As I said, we have 96 players in total, which is really good because we can grant free invites. There is 1 invite per 32 entrants. We had a little bit over 100 people pre-registered, so we were hoping for 100 plus players, but it didn't quite work out. But it's an amazing attendance. Like the room is packed, and you can feel the excitement in the air. It's really crazy here in.
Before the tournament, talking with the players, they all are very excited to be here today, and you have to say it's very well organized, and we had like no delay starting from check-in to start of the tournament. It was all running smoothly.
It all worked out well, and we have a really good blend of players. Like we have a few online players here like JCVD, we have a few offline players who practice Goat, and we have like completely Goat newbies. We have players who like to play Advanced or other formats and are trying out Goat. We even have one player from Peru here.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he lives in Germany, but he's from Peru. So but
you shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, but I mean, he's not just like living his whole life like here. Like he's only speaking English, but it's very cool to see. Maybe we see him later. And we have some really creative, interesting decks, which we definitely want to show you later if they do good. Yeah. One quick, because you're all interested in the metagame, Chaos Turbo is the overwhelming most played deck. We have 27 Chaos Turbos here, and the second most played deck is God Control or Chaos Control with 15.
So JCVD goes second in this. Goes first in this second game.
I hope he goes first.
And,
he is good, but he's not that good. And we see a graze on the corner of the screen, so he's in fact that good.
Sometimes you just have to draw. Like we did not saw any Trinity pieces in game 1.
No, on both players. And JCVD decides to keep his grace, which is a very good decision, I think, if you. Okay. We got a quick note from our operator that we have to be a bit quieter because we can be heard in the other room. Again, we need to figure out some stuff. So if we are talking louder, like and a bit more hype, then we shouldn't tell.
Yeah.
So
definitely.
So what we will do going forward is not talking about cards that are not confirmed, basically.
Yeah.
So then we can talk loud. And we see a nobleman getting rid of Spy.
Ooh, and Spy is a good hit. Like I said before, Spy is a very decent card against Warrior because of his 2000 defense deadline, and also he floats into another card that's hard to get rid of.
Probably the best card against Warrior, I would argue. And Spy is just not getting anything going this game. But let's see if Dennis has any follow-up. Best possible follow-up would be something like... But he only sets to back row, and I believe he passed already, right?
Yes.
Looking like it. So not that much pressure. Maybe no monster being picked up. Just a pass, and that's good for JCVD, who can now try to get some momentum, but Trap does shoot, getting flipped. And now we can talk about the hand because we see it.
Yes, so we got is it Exchange, Scapegoats, Graceful Charity?
There's no Exchange, this is a Heavy Storm, I believe. That's a Heavy Storm. That's definitely a Heavy Storm.
It looked like Exchange from our perspective.
We get the right decks now as well. Great. Yeah, that's great. Shout out to our operator who's doing a great job here behind the scenes. Really interesting here is the Mystic Tomato. That's possibly a card which is coming out of the side deck. Because it's
Maybe,
not
yes.
not that good against Turbo and Control, but very good against Warrior, because it again is a card which can float, and we see it getting shuffled back here. And now there's a very interesting decision for JCVD to make. You don't have any real discard fall in hand. Do you Grace now, or do you keep it?
I think, depending on his back row, that Grace is a possibility, because you could discard one of your scapegoats, and then you have to just get rid of another card. But you can also just wait around, because you are in no pressure situation at the moment.
The argument being made for activating Grace is that you then can draw some new cards that your opponent does not know. Because right now Dennis has almost complete knowledge about the hand of JCVD, which is a big advantage, of course. But I agree with you, I think I would have kept Grace. But you could at least argue to potentially activate it to conceal some more information.
Yes.
But the other thing is, like, JCVD is in no rush at all, because Dennis is not applying pressure.
Yes, exactly. Now JCVD set another back row, which keeps him with 3 cards in hand. So if Dennis is drawing another Trap Dust Shot, he has a possibility to get Trap Dust Shotted again in the next in the next round. But now there is a DD Warrior Lady who is trying to apply a little bit of pressure, and it gets Mirror Force out of JCVD's back row.
That was the only card we didn't knew about, so
Yes.
now Dennis has in fact full knowledge about JCVD's hand, and very curious that JCVD wants to activate Mirror Force here. I believe it is to potentially bait out a Solemn Judgment, and we can't see the screen anymore. Yes, we can now. Potentially bait out a Solemn Judgment so that his goats can go through, because my first impression would have been to just flip goats and soak up some damage this way.
Yeah, maybe he also gets rid of his Warrior Lady now to possibly like get his Spirit Reaper going, or other cards that get easily outed by the DD Warrior Lady.
That's a good point. Like, it's we are here to analyze and kind of explain to you the plays the players make. It's hard with JCVD because he's so much better than we are, so that he definitely knows better than we do.
Also, if he plays multiple Mystic Tomatoes, Mystic Tomato has a very bad matchup into DD Warrior Lady.
Yeah, you're correct with that. And so that's possibly the point. And everything that Tomato can search, like Sangans, like Reapers, as you talked about. And now we see the Grace being activated by Dennis, who gets 3 fresh cards and is in desperate need of some monsters, I believe, to apply some pressure. We talked about what JCVD could side deck. We didn't talk about Dennis. It's very likely that Dennis brought in some King Tiger Wangus, if he bought them. And they would be an excellent out against scapegoats right now.
Yes, Wangu is in general a very good card against like the more control heavy decks, because a lot of the control monsters have very little attack points.
Let's talk about the discards, because Snatch and Call being discarded both very. There is the Wangu. We call it very first call of the day. Pat myself on the back here.
And like I said, Snatch is a card that you don't need in a situation where your opponent can't summon his monsters. Wangu also applies a lot of pressure on like cards like Mystic Tomato. You can't normal the Mystic Tomato now, and every card that's coming from Tomato. And
we see another dust shoot in the draw phase. So Wangu attack.
Yeah, like I called before, he has a lot of cards in hand, so he's very vulnerable to another dust shot.
Okay. So what I find very interesting is that Dennis elected to discard Call, because Call is a very good way to keep your Wangu, like to resurrect your Wangu, because it's like an auto win against control. But he figured out that his other cards were just better.
Yeah,
so we still have the Grace and JCVD's hand.
I believe his Dennis thought process was, if I have cards that protect my Wangu, I don't need it back. Because if it never leaves the field, it does not have to return. So I think there might be some Solemns there, or like battle traps, like maybe a Sakuretsu.
Reaper getting shuffled back. What is the card next to Heavy Storm? I can't quite make it out. It's a bit too shiny.
Yeah, it could be an Exiled Force.
Kind of looks like a reflector lamp, but I don't think JCV is playing that.
Yeah.
I think you're correct. It should be Exiled Force. Looks good. So I think now you try to Storm, maybe lure the Solemn, and then you go into Grace?
Yeah.
Or
I
you
think,
Grace
I think Storm Grace should be the play.
Yeah. I mean, Storm has some drawbacks here because you lose your... Okay, he elects to Grace first. But
yeah, it's also a good play. Like, both options are fine. He thinks like getting new cards is a good play that might get met with one judgment. If he has two judgments, it's like irrelevant. But
okay, and we see one Solemn, so the second is very likely because now you like. This is why I would have stormed first. If there's only one Solemn, you need the new resources.
Yeah,
and I think it's better.
But if he stormed first, he would have solemned anyway, and I think he has two Solemns, and now it's a question: do I solemn the normal summon of Tribe, or do I solemn the Heavy Storm?
Yeah, no, no. JCVD has to Storm.
Yeah,
and then Solemn is gone either way, and then you have Tribe to clear the Wango.
I mean, he could have had the third.
He could have free. That's completely right. I mean, we saw also the very beautiful Ghost Wrath Solemn Judgment.
Yes,
it's
a looker.
It's a beauty, and it's doing really good here.
For our camera perspective, it's not that good that he plays Ghost Wrath because it could be another trap, and we wouldn't know.
Yeah, but
like from context, we know it's solemn, and to own one and to play one must feel very nice because it's very beautiful.
Okay, and now we see the Heavy Storm. Do we see the second Solemn? We only see a jar and a set Heavy Storm.
Heavy Storm.
Yeah, and goats also go away now. Now we see that Dennis is playing Jar, which is not... you can play it in Warrior. It is to reduce variance and now trap attacks. And this is a very exciting spot now because Dennis should be on only two cards. The card he has in hand and the card he's about to draw.
Yeah.
Dennis...
he changed the Jar, right? So
yeah, he changed the Jar.
Yeah.
And there's a Blade Knight. JCVD is all out of cards. This is looking like an early upset in the making. Blade Knight attacking the Tribe here, and JCVD still has a bit of life left, but needs to find an answer here quick. I mean, we saw Tomato and Weaver being shuffled back into decks. It would be great top decks here.
Both of them are good top decks, and the cards he does not want to draw are like his flip monsters. A Magician of Faith would be a very bad draw here.
And I hate to point it out, but I think JCVD made a bit of a misplay by like as soon as Dennis graced, he should have at least thought about like chaining goats to grace, because it is very likely that Dennis can draw into a Wangu if he has 3 draws, and this put JCVD in the very awkward spot to need to storm away his own scapegoat just to out Wangu, which then didn't quite work out. So this is kind of unfortunate. JCVD draws into a back row and just set it face down. This could be a battle trap. Sakuritsu armors might found their way into the main deck.
It could be a battle trap, but just for us in the stream, that he doesn't hear it, I think it's a green card.
Just don't talk about cards we may see. Let's just only speculate. I think this is better.
I speculate. Then that's my speculation. We still stare at the very beefy Blade Knight on the side of Dennis.
Which should be on 1/6 right now, because I believe Dennis has 2 cards in hand.
But he drew one of them for turn, so it could be beefy again in the next turn.
I mean, if you're Dennis, you know I have to think, and this is Ghost Rare Typhoon getting rid of Creature Swap. That was completely dead. Blade Knight taking another 2,000 out of JCVD's life points, which I don't know if they are correct. I think they should be lower, but we trust the table judgment operator here that they know what they're doing. So JCVD should be at 3-9. Has another top deck here. Needs to find. Looks into his grave. I don't believe he has Light Dark available, so Chaos Monster is not useful here.
There should be a water and an aqua. Water. Aqua is the type. Water is the.
What water monsters in his grave?
The Tribe.
Yes, Tribe. You're correct. JCVD just passes, so another blend and it's just game here. Dennis as the field open to him. Only
But
set the
there
monster.
is a set monster, no normal summon, so maybe with 2 cards in hand we could actually do something.
Yeah, let's see. This is probably a Magician or Spy. There's no other thing you would you would not set here. And now Bladney will punch in for another 1000, and this would put JCVD on a 1-turn clock.
But if it is a weak flip monster, another creature swap would be a great top deck.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what flying face down. JCVD definitely needs to drop something. He's really on the brink of defeat here.
What card would you set in this spot?
It has to be a flip.
Yeah, it has to be a flip.
Yes.
So
Definitely has to. Okay, JCVD has found a breaker, which is not quite strong enough. Attacks over Magician, and now Dennis has Grace in the graveyard, which you can put into his hand. I believe our beloved JCVD is going down here. I didn't expect it, but we're looking at it. So
yeah, and it's like a strong performance for this warrior deck. Despite the bad matchup, he had all the cards and played them all in the right sequence.
He did what he had to do, and he did it really, really well.
Without hesitation, used the Solemn on the Grace, and there's a Snatch Steal that came back.
Okay, this also makes sense because Breakout still has a token, so especially you can get rid of the back row. So that was a very good play here from Dennis. Snatch we saw discarded earlier by Grace, and now making a comeback. So JCVD's back row has, I don't know what it can be. It can only be Goats. I believe Goats is the only thing which saves him here. Maybe a Typhoon, but this would only buy him 1 more turn. Book could also buy him 1 more turn. But if it's a trap which can be sniped away by Breaker, then it's game over.
Yes, so if we want to see a continuation of this game, it has to be Goats.
Yes, it definitely has to be Goats. Maybe Rageki Break wouldn't do anything here because JCVD has no card in hand. And he puts his hand on the table like, yeah, I'm done. I think that's it.
But maybe he is luring him in a false sense of security. Hand gestures are a little bit of something that you have to be aware of in like paper play instead of online tournaments.
I hate the word paper play. Like I know it's used, but there's a Snatch. I know the game will be decided probably. Let's see. What is the face down card? Breaker will use his token now. Dennis is very careful here. He don't want to make a misplay this close before winning, and he just attacks. And it's a ring, and that's it.
Ring is not enough.
Dennis with the upset, winning 2-0 against Jean-Claude Van Damme with his warrior deck, which really did amazing here. And yeah, we saw the strength of one of my favorite cards in Gold format, Wangu.
Yes, Wangu is an amazing card. Especially against the format-defining goat scapegoats, it's phenomenal.
Yes, but I think the real game winner here was Dennis was able to find 2 solemn judgments in both games.
Yes,
and they were essential to basically limit JCVD's option to that extent that he just didn't find a way out of it. So I leave you alone for 2 minutes because I want to ask our winner if he would like to do an interview.
Yes.
So you maybe ramble a bit for yourself. You can talk about the metagame or about the weather, like you want to do.
Yeah. So the weather is good today. Here in Halle we have. No, I'm kidding. But I have the metagame breakdown in a very handy chart right in front of me. And we saw one of 15 control decks and one of 9 warriors in this game. So there are more of that to come. But yeah, we have a lot of cool decks that we can feature in later rounds if they make it that far. That's the problem with cool decks. They often fall off quite easily. But maybe, I'm hoping that we are getting some good decks in the next few rounds, and yeah, we will be here with the interview shortly. But until then, this is a Grand Prix in Halle, and I think after round 1 I could do a cool Halle fact. And my first Halle fact is that I found out yesterday that the instant cake powder that is like
Backpulver.
No, it's not backpulver.
It's not backpulver?
Like the whole thing. Like you have everything and just add milk and you get a cake. That was invented here in Halle.
So the Fertigmischung.
The Fertigmischung.
The Kuchen-Fertigmischung.
I'm not sure if it has an English term, but like the instant cake powder, I'm calling it that now, was invented here in Halle. So that's my first Halle fact of the day. Yeah, and now we are cutting away, and we'll see you again with the interview very shortly.
No, we won't, because we won't have an interview for round 1.
Okay.
That's why you listen to me before.
Okay.
No, it's all good. We don't have an interview for round 1. We will have for later rounds. But if you want to learn more about Halle facts and also want to see some more exciting action, stay tuned. We will be back shortly with the round 2 feature match.
and welcome back to our second round here in Halle. And now we got the finalists from the spontaneous locals yesterday that were held to prepare for today's tournament. And we got the winner from yesterday.
Not only the finalists, but the winner.
Yeah, the winner from yesterday for our second round feature match. That's pretty exciting, if you ask me. I played the locals yesterday, and it was fun. And I also played against the winner from yesterday.
Yeah,
and,
we are talking about Patrick, by the way, who is on the right. He's playing against Jannis on the left, and I would say the players
they don't see that.
We see sure. Yeah. But I would say the players may start, and we go to the match. So no doors are closed, and now we can talk about why we featured Patrick, because we didn't only feature him because he won yesterday, but he's playing Zombie.
Yeah, and that's a pretty cool deck.
And he did so yesterday as well, right?
He played Zombie yesterday, that's why I remembered him, because my flip monsters did stand no chance against his zombie monsters.
Yeah, we don't know what Jans is playing yet, so it's we leave that blank for now. But we will see very shortly. And round 2 is underway. Both players were able to win their respective round 1.
We get a zombie mirror match.
This
would be hilarious.
There are actually 5 zombies here today, so it's very possible. Pot of Greed is a good card in every deck, if you ask me.
Yes.
And we see a...
Oh my god. That's hype.
And then we have it, because Jannis is also on zombies. We have a zombie mirror match here. This is very exciting. I didn't expect that at all.
Me neither. I just had.
This will be amazing. Okay, so Sangan is being normal summoned on Patrick's board side here, setting 2, passing back to Jannis. Not quite in the mood to crash today. Just want to keep it there and let Jannis attack for it to get a search.
Yes.
So Jannis right now does not know what Patrick's playing. I hope it's a zombie mirror and we didn't just switch player sides.
That would also be hilarious, but for other reasons.
Yeah. And it would be completely my fault, because I taught our operator who is on which side. So maybe I just taught them the wrong sides.
Yeah, and we can't look into the hands quite yet.
Okay, so Turtle attacks over Sanger. Let's see what hopefully Patrick gets here.
Yes.
If it's a zombie card, we know we are right.
But it's a serpent.
It's a serpent.
That's also a good card in every deck.
Yes, it for sure is.
Because you can, for those who are not that familiar with Goat format, you have a lot of cards that require to discard, and the Sinister Serpent has not received his errata yet, so you can add it back in standby phase multiple times.
I saw a mummy in Patrick's hand, so we are indeed correct here. It is a zombie mirror.
Shh, we don't talk about cards in hand. And there we got the discard for our Tribe Infecting Virus, and it is indeed the Sinister Serpent that gets back to Patrick's hand next turn. And he saves...
He was able to destroy the Pyramid Turtle on Jannis' side of the field.
And now we get a Heavy Storm that gets rid of both back rows on Patrick's side, but also Jannis' other back row gets removed. But
we saw that a lot today already. Solemn Judgment being activated and saying no.
Solemn Judgment is a card. It definitely is a card. One of the cards of all time, I would say.
The old wise man stretching his hand out in the open and says, "Objection!" Rageki Break is the answer of Jannis. And we see a Rikoki being discarded, popping that Mirror Force. Now he's able to crash a Recruiter into Tribe to potentially get another Rikoki. And that is exactly what we are about to see. Turtle. Oh, that's even better. Oh, this is so good.
Yeah, that creature swap just maybe sealed the deal, because 3,900 life points are not that many.
Yeah, it's not gained quite yet, but it's a lot of damage, which will be dealt right now.
Yes.
Cocky will be summoned probably. Maybe you go into another Recruiter, but I doubt it. Maybe Vampire Lord.
Maybe Vampire Lord. I don't think Vampire Lord does anything, but
It is Vampire
it
Lord.
is Vampire Lord. That's crazy.
Okay, so maybe Jan is only playing one cocky, or he just values Vampire Lord more. And let's see what Janus calls here. He calls traps, and we see Skill Drain being dropped to the from the deck by Patrick.
Skill Drain in the matchup where your opponent also don't need his effects on field is not that good of a card. So maybe get rid of a dead draw is a good strategy, especially the dead draws in the zombie deck. And yeah. Now
Very unfortunate for Patrick that he has a mirror match. And we see card of safe return by Janus.
Card of safe return. Now I know why he's playing the Vampire Lord.
Yeah, this does make a lot of sense.
So now
Serpent
in
goes
the
back to
standard
hand.
phase we add the Serpent back, and now we'll have to see how we get rid of these two very oppressive monsters on Janus' side of the field.
And that's not an easy task for Patrick at all. Also, an interesting thing to consider here. This is why it's also interesting that Patrick sent Skill Drain from his deck. He might lose this game. So how much information do you try to conceal here? Oh, we see a snatch. It could be a very good way back, touching that Vampire Lord. So maybe you don't need to conceal anything, because there is the mummy, and now we have it officially. Zombie mirror match in round 2 of God Group Prix Halle. This is just exciting.
Yeah, and what did the zombie say to the tribe infecting virus? Nice to eat, yeah, and that's what he does. And
and now we see the Vampire Lord effect kicking in for Patrick, so Janus can spin out his deck. Let's see what Patrick called. Maybe spell, maybe trap. Hopefully not monsters.
yeah, monster. He gets rid of a spell card, and there are a lot of good spell cards in GOAT format, so spell is definitely a good option. And maybe getting rid of the skill drain the turn before, that was I wanted to say before the snatch steal was activated,
Yeah.
is informing him that he plays skill drain might be to lure him into boarding more back row removal and then boarding yourself out of it. So that's also an information game you could play.
Yeah, but getting rid of Nobleman on Janus' side definitely is the correct play. It's pretty dead in this matchup. This is the drawback of Vampire Lord, to being able to give your opponent the opportunity to thin out the deck. And now Tribe is being summoned. And I believe if you destroy Vampire Lord here, it will not come back, because it wasn't destroyed by an opponent's card effect, but your own.
Ooh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so Vampire Lord should not return next turn, but Tribe, this is just game. Yeah, it is! Attack with Tribe for game! And Zombie wins this one. Who would have expected it?
Yeah, it's a dead serious allegation that a zombie won against a zombie. Would you say this is cannibalism?
I don't know. I mean, maybe it's more like necro. Let's not dive into that one, because zombies are already dead.
Stop it, he's already dead. Okay, yeah.
We are having way too much fun here. Quickly reminder for you, because it was asked in the previous round. Yeah, I can look at the chat. Maybe I pull it up sometimes. We won't focus on that much. But if you have a burning question in your heart, in your mind, then please ask it. We try to respond to it. And
or if you have a very good zombie joke, we also maybe read it out.
yeah, we appreciate that even more than a good question, because good zombie jokes are a rare thing. Even
Yes.
rarer than fresh meat, which they really want to eat.
Yeah. That's that's the thing. Okay, now we are looking at both of our players siding, and what do you side in a zombie mirror match?
I have no earthly idea.
Do you think one of them prepared for the situation?
I don't think one of them prepared for a mirror match, entering a gold tournament with zombie. And again, we have 5 zombies here today, so not that of a rare side, but definitely surprising. And Jan is going for the rare changing sleeves strategy, definitely something we don't see every day.
Yeah, I mean, times are rough. And, maybe he does not want to. He wants to save the ocean, so that we get no zombie fishes in the future.
Probably, but let's on a serious note. I don't really know how you side in this match. You probably like they are beat-down decks, so we probably want to side in cards like Zakuritsu armor or stuff. But it's a very, very interesting matchup because both players rely on recruiters probably and on swaps. We didn't see any recruiter on Patrick's side, but for sure he's playing them.
Yeah, I don't want to take that one away, but
Yeah.
I saw one yesterday for sure.
Yeah, playing zombies without recruiter is just madness.
I mean, the thing that makes zombie that good is that you got recruiters, you can search with your recruiters. And you have
Yeah.
other recruiters that search your recruiters, and you get actually decent monsters out of your pyramid turtles.
Yeah, that is a very big point because getting a monster with 2400 attack is no easy feat in Goat format, and just getting it from one recruiter is really, really clutch. And that's why Zombie actually is a pretty viable deck. Patrick had the disadvantage in game 1, I would say, simply because he played cards like Skill Drain, which are completely dead, pun intended, in this matchup.
Yeah, I believe the skill drains went out for sure this time, and maybe I don't want to get in cards I saw from his sideboard yesterday, but there are some interesting cards in there for sure, and maybe we'll see them now in game 2, and I'll point it out if I see them.
Yeah, do that for sure. You played Goat Control yesterday,
I played Goat Control yesterday, and I lost in game 3 timeout by 200 life points difference against Patrick, so it was very close.
Just a quick reminder, if you just tuned in, Patrick actually won the local, which we had yesterday, to prepare for the event. So he is a winner already in this venue on this weekend. So maybe he can take the momentum all the way, but he has to come back from a defeat in game 1 here in round 2 against a deck he should be very familiar with.
Yes, I'm still flabbergasted by the fact that we are seeing a zombie mirror.
It's actually pretty funny because we wanted to feature Patrick in round 1, but his opponent declined to be on stream, and this was a grace in disguise because now we have a zombie mirror, which we didn't expect at all.
And a grace in disguise is this graceful charity that is activated by Patrick now, and the good thing about Grace is that you can easily discard your Ryokoki that was it's glued to Patrick's starting hand. He had it like yesterday in every game I watched him, he had Ryokoki on his start hand, and you can get easily rid of it with your Graceful Charity, and you may have a lot of other cards that are good in your graveyard.
It definitely enables my opinion, that we see a recruiter, most important card in that matchup, this is Book of Life. Like, Book of Life is such a good card in the mirror match especially, because not only you get your own zombie back, you also deny your opponent a valuable resource from their grave.
Yes.
And this is a
we saw a card of Safe Return. And
for Giannis.
Giannis, and if he loses his zombies in grave, there is the Exiled Force that get rid of the Giant Rat.
Swords! That's a good card out of the side deck.
That must have come from the side deck. And we got another back row. And maybe we see pros.
Typhoon, but not electing to destroy swords, but rather the set Call of the Haunted.
That's also that saves the next recruiter that maybe hits the board.
Yeah, would have also been able to, as you said, would have been able to this is why he didn't elect to destroy swords, because now there is Book of Life.
Yeah, and that's a huge push.
This is half damage. This is exactly 4k life right now being reduced.
And that's why zombies are dangerous. Stay away from the graveyard, my friends, because there might be a zombie inside.
And if you are catching yourself digging up a grave, stop doing it immediately, because there might be zombies in there.
Yes, but you just have to shove them back in. It's that easy.
You can do it like Goofy.
But you have to see if Giannis is able to shove the zombie right back into the graveyard, or if he has to deal with it otherwise.
Yeah,
there's just a set monster.
Jan's definitely in a rough spot right now.
And what would you set there? It must be a recruiter, right?
It's probably a recruiter in game. Oh, there's a nobleman. He kept in. I was just talking about the fact that you.
should seal the deal, and maybe
That's just game!
That's just game. It's that easy. Just draw the out.
And I was just talking about setting a recruiter as a smart play here, because you normally would side out noblemen for this matchup, but maybe Patrick was anticipating that and kept them in for full success here.
Just maybe like I think flip monsters are too good to not play them, especially in game 2, where you would expect your opponent to board out of your noblemans because they might seem dead in a matchup. They get even better because you are more likely to set your monsters, and then nobleman gets better in situations where it shouldn't be.
Yeah, but I don't think you have room for flips in Zombie. Like, we know for sure Patrick will not play it because he made skill drain. And I don't think you will have any flips, maybe one random magician, but I doubt it. So keeping Nobleman in is really just to target this set recruiters. Also maybe to snipe a Reaper, which can potentially be set if it's not being searched out by a recruiter.
Also a zombie. I hadn't made that connection.
Yeah, you can special Reaper with Turtle, which is really good, and you can reborn it with Book of Life and stuff. So we saw that both players are able to use their zombies to full effect in games. They both were pretty one-sided, so we are yet to see an exciting and back to forth match. And I believe we will see it in game 3.
Yeah, and we saw Janus swapping his sleeves again, and also Patrick shuffling it up. And we are heading straight into game 3 with the fist bump, and
both players really gracious with their fist bumps.
Yeah.
I think I can imagine it's just a very friendly atmosphere. They're both our zombie brothers in mind and spirit, so it's like they have to respect the situation, which is just hilarious.
They brain rot together,
and
there's a delinquent duo. And it snipes the center card.
It's a turtle.
Always the center card.
So
you draw your good card with the third draw.
Duo is even better in zombies than in other decks because your opponent now has a monster in grave. So Book of Life is potentially live just now.
But there's just the set.
Oh, no offensive play.
No offensive play, yes.
And we also see creature swap in Patrick's list, so he's also on the swap recruiter package, like he should be, because it's really, really good.
Yes. And there's a regenerating mummy. It's like the coolest zombie that's legal in Goat format.
To explain what it does, if it gets discarded by an opponent's card effect from hand, it is a serpent basically. It just gets back to the hand. So mummy had to be the top deck, because otherwise you would have discarded with duo. Yeah. Because it is the counter duo.
Yeah, it's and like it has also a decent stat line.
Oh, and now Janus has Tri plus Serpent. This is really, really good. And Decree on Janus' side. And we see that.
The Ring of Destruction is a good chain to the Decree.
So this probably was a bit of a misplay by Janus not decreeing in the end phase of Patrick, because this would shut down the ring for good. And now Patrick was able to chain it here. And Janus has lost quite a bit of life, but there's the Book of Life, and as mentioned, it is live here, but there's no zombie in Janus' grave, right?
Yeah.
No, there is no zombie.
Just be a tribe infecting virus.
And a serpent, but no zombie.
And a zombie, and they both could be zombies, but there are no.
And I hear them laughing and shouting, so they're aware of the situation. Janus is on 3/6 life points with no protection.
And
so this is dangerous. Another mummy hitting the board.
Mummy.
Attacking Janus is one mummy attack away from just losing it here. Maybe we see another quick one.
With one mummy, there are many, so maybe.
Yeah, Patrick with a back row, probably not a trap, otherwise he wouldn't have said it. And there is Sword. This is a good card to buy Janus some time. If there is not a Typhoon or something under there for Patrick. And Exiled Force getting rid of the mummy on Patrick's board. So Patrick now has to clear Swords and find a monster to find a game shot here, and he's not able to. He just passes play, Swords tick to 1, and Janus enters his turn.
Yeah, and
just passes back.
Just passes back, and Patrick is in a situation where he's like very comfortable with his 6,000 life points, and he is not under that much of pressure.
I don't want to interrupt you, but there's some exciting gameplay happening, because guess what? Patrick passed right back.
Yes, but Janus did a very interesting play by getting his serpent out of the graveyard.
Yeah, he forgot
like
it.
a real zombie card, and then set a mysterious card on the board. I wonder what it could be.
Probably
and,
some
there's
heavy
a
storm. So if there's so we don't see Ragigi Break chained. So maybe there's a nobleman in hand. There's a tribe. Do we see? So Ragigi Break wasn't chained, and it's
just
a
attacked into the serpent. Who would have known? And there's the back row.
Back row for putting Giannis again in desperate need to do something here. But one recruiter can be all he needs to come back, just crash into the tribe. He is not protected by Decree anymore. That's a Grace.
And Grace could be a possible recruiter.
With Serpent in hand, this is an insane pickup. I assume it was the top deck. This can get Giannis all he needs to mount a comeback here.
So what are the cards you want to draw now? You want a monster?
Yeah.
But you also want to get rid of...
Book of Life, also very good pickup. Now that Cocky hits the graveyard.
I mean,
we know
he has the Book of Life.
Card of Safe Return! This is so much
and
advantage.
Card of Safe Return and now he gets probably rid of the turtle.
Gets rid of the turtle, and now he also discards the Reaper. But he gets back Cocky and he gets another card.
Cocky is stronger than the Tribe Infecting Virus, in fact, so Reaper wouldn't have done anything.
No, I just wanted to point out that it was in there, because we didn't see it that clearly with the Grace discard. So now the question is Patrick's Backroll Life? Another Book of Life!
Second Book of Life, and now it gets crazy.
Wow, another card!
And another card drawn by the Card of Safe Return, and the second zombie from Patrick's graveyard got removed, so he's just one more regenerating mummy in there.
Yeah, and also if the back row on Patrick's side is not live, this is devastating because he's going to lose his tribe and also his card in hand. But what do we see here?
Summon
for a Vampire Lord.
That's crazy.
This is good with Card of Safe Return on the board.
Yes.
So and there's a Mirror
Force, and that's not that bad because
it is horrible because Giannis is now in one monster summon away from just losing. Look at his life points.
Yeah, of course he's one monster summon away, but he has a back row and he possibly gets back his Vampire Lord if there's
for
no
another
Book
draw.
Of Life.
Yes, of course, but
there is a third Book of Life. And now there are no more mummy in Patrick's graveyard, so
it's a circle of life just with books. This is crazy.
The Reaper has a very bad matchup into the Tribe Infecting Virus. If
Not
there's
anymore.
No Snatch Steal, because if there is no Tribe Infecting Virus.
Wow. Okay, so Patrick's
matchup gets a lot better.
Patrick gets some life points back here, but summoning the Reaper back was also okay because Patrick had to use one resource in hand to clear it, so this makes it more unlikely that he is able to game shot. But yeah, these 3 Book of Lives with Card of Safe Return on board, and now Vampire Lord indeed returns. This is so good for
Vampire
Giannis.
Lord gets for another draw.
Vampire Lord should be returned here right now. So there's a decree.
No Vampire Lords.
Maybe Vampire Lord is mandatory, right?
I'm not sure.
I need to stop them there.
Yeah, we just get the notified that Vampire Lord might be mandatory, and in fact would be bad if it gets forgotten there in the graveyard, because every zombie should resurrect once in their lifespan.
Yeah.
And there he is. He returned, and he brought with him another draw.
Yeah, game state is easy fixable now because I believe Patrick would have torrential anyway, and then we would have seen the decree flip. So it should be all good here. I don't know why Patrick is now searching his... because of Vampire Lord attacked, so this is why Patrick is going into the deck. So yeah, easy fix here for us. Nothing happened.
And it's not quite game yet, right? I'm not... No, the numbers don't.
And I want to reply to a comment from Jake who's saying Vampire Lord sucks, and I would say, yeah, he's sucking blood and he's sucking life points because
and he's sucking traps out of Patrick's deck.
Yeah, I mean, this was really good Vampire Lord here, getting value out of the Mirror Force, getting another card.
Why would you call for traps in this situation where you have Decree up?
I don't know, but it doesn't matter because Patrick was down on resources and just loses here, and this was a really, really cool game and an amazing comeback by Giannis, who looked like a certain loser in Game 3, but then Card of Safe Return and triple Book of Life brought him everything back he needs. And I think if you're doubting the strength of Zombie in Gold format, just watch this feature image back and you see how good and explosive this deck can be.
Yeah, because in every single of the 3 games we saw Zombie putting up a stellar performance.
Yeah, because we saw 3 dominating games, and also game 3 was the back and forth we were wishing for, because Patrick looked like a sure winner at first.
Yes, it was a very close game, and Patrick was 1 bite away from winning this, but then Jannis clawed himself back out of the grave, and...
Okay, I leave you alone for like 30 more seconds because I want to ask Jannis if he wants to do an interview. And then
I'm always getting left alone here. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. But yeah. So while they are talking in the background without closing the door, like they were told to do, I got another Halle fact, and the Halle fact of this round 2 is that Halle in fact has the most number of known musicians from the 1500s to this day. Like the most known musicians from the year 1500 were from Halle.
I need to interrupt you for a very important question by Wes Fowler. Is that a wig?
No, I do not wear wigs.
It is indeed his natural hair. I can confirm that.
Yes, that's definitely my real hair and no wig.
Okay, so I have the confirmation we will have a winner interview with Jannis. So we will be on a break for just a few minutes there, and then we will back with Jannis at any moment. Anything you want to say to the conclusion for the match?
No, I think it was very exciting to see this, and yeah.
Okay.
I hope there will be no grave turner by this Zombie performance.
We will see you in 1 or 2 minutes. We are back with the winner of an exciting round 2 feature match, the Zombie Master himself, Jannis. Jannis, how do you feel after that match?
I feel quite nervous because I've not recovered quite well from the misplay in the second duel. where I throw out my serpent and not my cookie to make my graveyard life for Book of Life.
Okay, so you made a we didn't even catch that. So you discarded the wrong card for.
Yes.
For here we saw you looking into your grave and realizing you don't have a zombie there, right?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
In that moment, I've thought like, it's done, it's over, I can't win this. But Graceful Charity
You recovered.
got me real good.
Yeah, let's talk about that Book of Life with Card of Safe Return. How many Book of Life did you have in hand, or did they come all with Card of Safe Return draws?
One came from Card of Safe Return, the others I've already had in hand.
Okay, so this card really sealed the deal for you in Game 3. How many copies are you playing?
I played 3 Book of Life and 3 Card of Safe Return.
3 Card of Safe Return. Do they feel kind of bricky for you? Or?
Sometimes. There's sometimes these duels where I like draw only cards that I can't use in the moment, and it's quite tilting, but sometimes I got very good hands, like in the duel you just saw.
Yeah, let's talk about your round 1. What did you play against, and what did you win against?
I played against a standard Chaos Turbolist, I would
Okay.
say. And the duel was quite crazy because the first duel he won, then we played till deck out.
Wow, till deck out.
Till deck
This
out.
is crazy.
Till deck out, and I won. And then the third match was time rulings, and both of us just had 2 turns.
Yeah.
And he has just a set card. He had 2 upstart goblin in hand.
Oh, this is really bad. This is not a good spot at all.
And I had, in my last turn, he started. In my last turn, I had Pyramid Turtle and Exiled Force. Popped his face down with the Exiled, attack for game, and won.
This has to be such a beautiful feeling to win such a close game.
Yes.
So
It is.
you are definitely confident now in your deck choice. But what made you go with zombies for such an important and big tournament today?
It was when I came back to goats. It was my first deck that I've built, like, because I have all the cards at home, and I stick with it. I've grinded on the ladder and made it better and better and better. And I just like the spice. I just like the spicy decks. I don't like this like generic regular deck list. It's like my project, my baby, and I grinded it.
I understand.
Good
This.
feeling for me.
Yeah, it's working out quite well. And what was your internal reaction when you saw Patrick normal summoning a mummy in late in game 1 and you saw it was a mirror match?
It was a cool feeling having a zombie mirror match in the feature match. I like it because I just want to see the gold world that there's more decks than just Chaos Turbo and Warrior out there.
Yeah, and we talked about it on stream. We have 5 zombies here
Nice.
today, so it's a good representation. And did you prepare for the mirror match? Did you know what to side or no at all? Huh?
I just saw the skill drain and then I thought I would maybe go with Decree, and I think it just worked out well for me.
Okay, obviously you're now a big contender for this tournament. What's your goal for today? Like, where did you? How far can you go?
I don't know. I would really enjoy to win a playmat.
Okay, so top 8 then.
Yes. But yeah, I have no real plans. I go with the flow and hope to make it far.
Just take it one match at a time. This is a very, very good approach. Yannis, congratulations again to a great victory. Do you have any shoutouts for anyone?
Shout out to Finn and Niels, my friends already playing out there in this tournament. My friend Salim, who just couldn't make it this time, and all the goat world out there.
Okay, Yannis, we will watch your progression closely. Maybe we see each other on Top Cut again. And thank you very much for the interview.
Bye.
GOAT format really is a blast from the past. Welcome back to GGP Halle an der Saale. We are in round 3. We are 96 players today playing 7 rounds of Swiss, and we have another blast from the past at our table because we have Christian Böttcher, who is a real old school player. He played way longer than I did and topped German nationals back in the day and Shonen Jumps. They were called Shonen Jumps, not YCS in the day. So he's a very experienced player. Never touched a card online, I believe. So he probably is not known for you online guys, but at the Germany tournament circuit, he is really, really known. So I'm excited to see him. And I believe they are starting shortly. So just let's switch up to the table. Simon, what are you expecting in this round 3 match?
So we haven't seen our most represented deck, which is Chaos Turbo. I hope we'll see one of these because it's the most prominent deck and we haven't seen it. But you said that Christian is more of a
back in the day, Christian
player, not the combo guy.
Back in the day, Christian loved to play stun decks, so I assume he's on kind of a beatdown strategy. Let's see. I don't know anything about Giacomo. Both players are 2-0, so they had a great start to the day already. Both players know what they're doing, and I agree. We don't saw Chaos Turbo yet, but we will see it plenty later today. So I don't mind if you don't see it.
Yeah. No. Other decks we haven't seen till now are the Panda strategy.
Yeah, but
is also not there yet.
We only have 2 Panda burns in the tournament, so it's we have 3 burns total. 1 is a stall burn and 2 are Panda burns. Christian proving me wrong. I was assuming he maybe plays a stun deck, but he sets a monster. And we see Nobleman by Giacomo. Christian is contemplating a response. What possible response could you have here? Maybe a jar?
Magic Jammer.
Oh, we see the Held Shoot. And we see Control on Giacomo's side. What do we have here? Tsukuyomi, Morphing Jar, Double Goats, and Torrential. Do you like that hand in Giacomo's?
I think it lacks a little bit of aggression. You got your Nobleman, but you have no follow-up, and that's not a hand where you want to set Morphing Jar immediately. So I'm not the biggest fan of the hand, but it's not bad by any means. Torrential, when you don't know it there, is very good. Torrential, if you know it's there, maybe just trades 1 for 1.
It also depends a lot on the matchup we have here. If Giacomo would play against an aggro deck right now, Double Goats would be amazing.
Yes.
If it's a slower strategy like Controller Turbo, it may be not as good, but let's see what Christian elects to shuffle back here. So I assume Christian has a flip monster face down, so he changed Shoot to have the possibility to... Yeah, it's a Deco. Shuffle Deco back, banishes them all for good. And Giacomo is not playing Deco, so Giacomo should be on a classic control strategy.
Yeah, it looks like... it looks like it, but Deco Ichi is also a card that's not... that isn't in all of the control decks. It's the Dark Flip Draw 1 that's... exchangeable with the Dark Mimic.
Yeah, some play, some not. And Christian seems to be on Chaos Turbo, so maybe you get your wish. See your first Turbo today.
Turbo is a great deck, and all the flip monsters in the world are seen here today.
To help our operator, I think he can put Chaos Turbo to above Christian's name. It's pretty safe to assume that he plays that. And Giacomo is playing some time of control, maybe Chaos, maybe Gold. So Dust Shoot, it's a control mirror. There is a meta.
Yeah, that looks like Chaos control on Christian's side then.
Yeah, and there's now a bit of a debate. Christian shows the monster real quick and does not want to show the rest of his hand, but he has to, so that Giacomo can at least identify all cards. But I think our judge will clear that up real quick, and we see Nobleman, meta, and creature swap.
And no taking is allowed, if I am correct, right?
No taking is absolutely allowed, like it was back in the day. It is also in this Gold Grand Prix. So better write down the cards you see with Shoot. Christian did the same.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a control mirror. This could be a very slow matchup, but also it's probably the most skilled matchup you can have in this format.
Yeah, it's like the goat decks you played like back in 2015, 16, where everyone just brought the same goat list to every tournament, and you just played for the fun of it between rounds.
This is kind of how this was the inception of the modern goat format. It was like people getting tired of advance and just brought some goat decks, which were very cheap back then, to tournaments to play in between rounds, and it were usually just was control mirrors.
Yes.
Okay, so Yakmur passes, like we saw 2 passes there, I think. So a lot pass back here. Yeah, and just another pass back. This is I think control, another pass back. I think control is the most difficult deck to play because it's a very slow deck, but you also need to time your aggression pretty well. What would you say? What is, in your opinion, important as a control mirror?
I'm always the most afraid to lose my monsters that are able to hit. Like my Warrior Lady, my Blade Knight, my Breaker, my Tribe, because you have so few of these monsters that are actually able to deal damage. And if you lose them too early to the back row of the opponent, you are in a very bad spot later on. And that's why I think that's the most important part, is to preserve your good attacking monsters. That's why losing Dequichi so early is also a very huge hit to Christian, because 1400 is like the best stat you can have on a flip summon monster.
Yeah, so Thunder Dragon in Christian's hand confirms that Christian is on a chaos control strategy here, which is getting more and more popular lately than the gold control, because it gives you options to play multiple copies of Chaos Sorcerer, which is ultimately just a bit more gas than a conventional god control has.
Yes. And these Chaos Sorcerer are in fact also a good attacking monster that you can just throw in without losing precious normal summon monsters. And 2300 are also a very big stat line that you cannot easy check.
So we have a lot of time to yap here because not much is happening, but that's the exciting thing in gold control mirrors. There's not much happening until everything is happening. Because if both players have as many resources as they have, and we see Christian discarding a certain for end of turn here because of hand limit, then the very explosive plays are possible. And no player hiding behind Tear right now, which is usually the most stall factor. And Christian now with 8 cards in hand. So many options.
Yeah, they are all waiting for the one card that breaks the opponent's stalemate. No one wants to commit into the back row of the other.
It's kind of a game of reverse chicken right now. No one wants to do anything, and both players are waiting for the other one to act first so that they can react to it.
Yeah, as soon as you pull the trigger, you might be in trouble yourself. And there is now the next set monster from Yakmur, which might now be a flip monster, because one of the noblemans already was used.
Yeah, one nobleman is gone.
And now there's the Magician of Faith that could get the nobleman back, and there he was lured in a false sense of security.
Do we hit a real flip now is the question, which would be amazing.
I would assume now it's the time that you set your real flip after you used your Tsukuyomi to bait out one of the noblemans. That's usually the point where you set your flip monster to get... and we knew about the Morphing Jar.
It was the Morphing Jar, we forgot, but Christian certainly did not.
Yeah.
So it was the calculated Morphing Jar hit. We don't see Christian access in his deck, so he is not playing Morphing Jar. Interesting, because it doesn't make any sense, and we see mighty attacks going in, 600 damage. How do you recover from that?
Yeah, that's a spot where you can actually attack, because these monsters are too weak to actually be a threat for any back row. You do not want to book your opponent's Magician of Faith, and using a Mirror Force for a monster that just comes back from the grave the next turn is also not the best way to save 300 life points.
Yeah, so Yakmo is now on like a 20-turn clock, which is kind of scary if you're Yakmo.
Yeah, like they passed already like 5 turns each, so if that would have happened earlier, the clock would have advanced much more.
And this is why I think this matchup is like the most skill-based in Hall of Goldschmidt, because both players have infinite resources now, and game is not decided by who draws like his stronger cards earlier. It's like who grinds better with his resources, who uses them more effectively.
Yeah, and now that there are so many like back row cards, the Heavy Storm is more unlikely to come. Now they are like in the situation where they have to look out for how do I respond with my back row to the opponent's back row.
Here's also some speculation going in because Yakmo was thinking a bit on Christian's Nobleman, so there is the assumption that he maybe has a Solemn face down.
Yeah.
Because playing Solemn is kind of common nowadays in Gold Control. So it very well might be. We see a meta. This is the first metamorphosis of the tournament. No, not the tournament, but this match for us.
Yes.
And it's countered by a Ring of Destruction, getting rid of it. But yeah, no, the monster is not going to go away. This is an interesting ruling, in fact, so I can talk about a bit about that. Because back in the day, and I think Christian played back in the day, so this is why in Europe it was ruled that if you target a set monster and then in Resolve your Thousand Eyes gets destroyed. So we have a Head Judge appeal, I think.
Head Judge, also Ring of Dings. Er meinte Head Judge hätte geholt, das weggeht.
Wenn soll ein Head Judge holen?
Ja. Ich kenne die Regel nicht.
Okay. Yeah, we have a Head Judge call. I'm going to get it.
Exactly. So the American ruling for this should be that the monster fails to equip the set card, so that it should stay on the field because it can't be equipped. And the old European ruling was that the card will in fact be equipped and then goes to the grave because it can't be equipped. And now is the discussion like they had a head judge ruling earlier today, I assume. That's why we are in this situation now, and yeah, so we'll have to check how that gets resolved. And I think we will go into the pause screen until we get this situation resolved, and I'll inform you after what what was happening there. So, and now we are back. The situation has been resolved, and yeah, it was like I said before, the 1000 Ice Restrict got sent to the graveyard. Stays on board.
Yeah, it's
on
actually,
the board.
if you look in the chat, it's Minus Müller also posted something there, which is the correct ruling. So yeah, we are playing it the way that if a 1000 Eyes targets a monster and is destroyed in the resolve, the monster stays. And we see a Spell Shield type 8 being sniped, and now we know why Jagmur was thinking on Nobleman.
Yes.
Because he could have negated it, but he decided not to.
Now we are in the picture. Maybe he didn't want to activate his morphing charm.
Shout out to our judge team here, who just did an excellent job to solve this whole situation, which is not an easy task, especially like players are committed, players are passionate, and we have some deck types now. This is not a big deal. We have like double god control on board, one is the chaos control, but it's not that big of a deal. Like the difference between these decks is really, really small.
Yeah, they could be goats that are the difference, but
both are on control basically. So this is what is important here.
Exactly. Now we still have. We got a breaker. That sniped the. I was a little bit out of it for a second.
We need to get back into the game set because it was complicated enough already, and now we got interrupted and completely soaked out of it. But we are back in there, and there's a Kaiku. This is the very first aggressive play Jagmur did make all game.
Yes, and Breaker did use his token, so. We in fact have a strong Kaiku on board.
Yeah, but strong Kaiku wants to get rid of Magician, but it's not allowed to. There's a Mirror Force which is allowed to connect, and Kaiku hits the graveyard.
And using the Mirror Force here is good for two reasons. You can recycle your Magician of Faith if you got a Tsukuyomi on Christian's part, and you also get your potential Chaos monsters live again, because for those who are not aware, Kaiku has sort of a floodgate effect that prevents you from banishing cards from the graveyard. So all the possible big monsters we were talking about that the Chaos control strategy likes are not live if there is the scary monk on field.
Yeah. I got a question here. How is Alimoto? I don't know how he is, but he's definitely not here right now. He's not playing. Alimoto, of course, the second place of GGP Osnabrück, is not attending exactly like the winner of GGP Osnabrück, Svenny Boy, also not attending today, otherwise we would have had featured him already. In fact, we have, this is the fourth Gold Grand Prix we ever held in Germany, and all three previous winners are not here today, so we will have a new German GGP winner.
And that's exciting. Equally as exciting as these monsters from Christian staring down Jagmur's back row, and we are now really checking all possibilities, because maybe Christian is now ready to push. This intense resource checking hasn't been. Oh no, he's just attacking. So he just fast forwards his clock. And maybe we don't need a big push. Maybe these little pushes are just enough.
Yeah, just enough, and the game is still going on, so I have time to answer some questions. Because Milos is asking where we can track upcoming GGPs in Europe. You can always look at godformat.com, where there are all GGPs announced. We have one more GGP in Germany coming up the 7th of September in Munich, and we also have a Gold Grand Prix in Cardiff left, and in Milan also one in September, I believe. But take a look there. And there's Tsukuyomi, the second one, because one is already banished.
Yes, one is banished. The second one, and Tsukuyomi, also a great card, because the 100 more attack points than most of the common And yeah, I elaborate further on Tsukuyomi after this creature swap gets resolved, because creature swap is a very good card if you give your opponent a spirit monster, because it gets back to your hand in the end phase, not the opponent's. But what I wanted to say is like Tsukuyomi has 1100 attack, and all the staple good stuff monsters that are in
like which are present in Gold format, like Blade Knight, like Kaiko, they have less than 1/1 def.
Yeah.
But let's point out that play here, because it was really interesting. Creature swapping a Tsukuyomi for a Magician would have been an excellent play for Yakumo, because Tsukuyomi would have been returned to his hand.
And then he could have locked.
He could have recycled Christian's Magician against him, but Christian changed scapegoats, so he was able to trade in a scapegoat token instead of his Magician, which is a way better trade for him. So very smart use of goats here. And now we go into the end phase and Tsukuyomi goes back to Yakumo's hand, and Christian once again has the opportunity to do something.
And I really like 3 scapegoat tokens. I like them better than 4, because now his field is not clocked, and he can actually continue playing because he has 1 monster zone left.
Yeah, and imagine Christian would have a Tsukuyomi of his own now, which would be devastating. It's just a servant. We are continuing to pushing a bit damage here, running over sheep tokens and dealing some small bites out of Yakumo's life force. Torrential is very interesting here, because you're basically just torrentialing, removing the Magician and 6 tokens.
And I mean, getting rid of the tokens is like a very good thing, because now both players are not on 4 back row cards anymore and just have 1. And playing through 1 or 2 back rows makes cards like Heavy Storm even better. But we are not seeing these cards.
Yeah, we see another passive play by Yakumo.
They are not real.
Now I think Christian has the matchup advantage, because both players burn through a lot of resource, and Christian, playing the Chaos Control variation, still has potentially 3, maybe 2 Chaos monsters left, while Yakumo only has 1. So there's a bit more pressure Christian can apply. But and also I think Christian has a significant card advantage. At the moment, there's Break with the just added servant, I presume insistent buy phase, and then we see chain scapegoats by Yakumo. Okay, we see the Treeborn Frog tokens. I have to laugh here, because Yakumo asked me earlier, or me and the judges when we were signing decklist, if he was able to use these Treeborn Frogs as tokens, and we said yes, but you have to mark them as tokens, what he did.
But we have to say that Treeborn Frog is like, how many months is it till Treeborn Frog would have come out in Goat format?
I don't know, to be honest.
It's like 2 or 3 months till Treeborn Frog would have been legal. It's like 2 sets after the end of Goat format is Treeborn Frog, and Treeborn Frog is such a cool card that had nothing to do with Goat format. So.
Yeah, it's like, this is why I don't know much about it, because I'm really deep into Goat format and not really deep into other formats, at least currently. So yeah, okay. Yakumo still has a set monster which we don't know anything about. Christian already used his normal summon this turn, so there will probably be just a pass back. I doubt that you want to commit a BLS now. Maybe you want to, but I think Christian is contemplating another card, which I'm curious about why he is contemplating it. But let's not spoil it too much. We see a bit of intense graveyard checking here, and this is such a long game one. We already had Judge Call. Players got extra time for that, but we have to consider that timeout very, very, very might not. And there's the Pot of Greed. Why do you think, did he think about Pot of Greed here?
I mean, he has a lot of cards in hand, and my problem with Goat Control, and maybe his problem with Goat Control as well, is that all of your cards are so good. Like, you have no bad cards in this deck, so getting rid of cards from your hand is very difficult, and he has like maximum hand size, and if he draws 1 more he has to discard 2 cards and not just the serpent.
But he found his second nobleman, and both players played spies, and Yakumo actually on triple spies. It's difficult to find space in your deck for triple spy, and Tizo is pointing out in chat that he thinks that he, shout out to Tizo by the way, this is my captain in Warwick, that he held it for a few turns, so maybe just because he thought like he couldn't commit any cards.
Yes.
So if you just Pot of Greed now, you need to discard for handless limit or commit into the field, which he didn't want to do. And also something which was pointed out to me in the chat is that both players are Berlin regulars.
Oh,
so they maybe know each other.
That's funny.
This could be another factor that they maybe know each other quite well and know what to expect against each other.
So Berlin regular means they go to the same place that holds GOAT locals, or are there different places that host GOAT locals? Because Berlin is kind of a big city
So
with
let's
multiple locals.
I don't know, but I was wondering
that's
why.
game.
No, it's not game. It's not game.
No.
It's not much, but maybe Christian can find it because I was curious.
There he got rid of a BLS on
And the
Magnus
Mirror
as well.
Force. This was an excellent card discussion. I think the game is swinging in Christian's favor. I was curious why he committed that BLS that early, but Azura explains that main deck Azura Priest is a good meta call today because we have a lot of control here. And
Now we got the Grace.
and I have the confirmation to your question. Yamidarius said they are playing against each other since over 3 years.
Yeah, that's hype.
They both go to Heaven's Door GOAT locals, so yeah, we have two regulars from the same local playing each other. They probably drove here together. So this is crazy that they get to play against here at such a big stage. Probably not what they wanted to, but
Yeah.
that's a random door. It happens sometimes. So Christian Grace is here because he's trying to find the Chaos Sorcerer.
Yeah,
As soon as he finds Chaos Sorcerer, he has game. Ring is another card which is just instantly game here for him because we have 3k damage on board already. Azura will be able to take over all goats at once. And so another big monster to clear. But wait a second, are they still in the same turn in which Torrential was used? Because then he just double normal summoned.
I'm not sure about that.
Oh,
there are so many turn skips. Maybe someone in chat noticed that I didn't.
So like he summoned Serpent, then he got Torrential, and then he potted, but was it another turn?
I think it was another turn because there were scapegoats in between.
Yes, scapegoats
Scapegoats of
were
Yakmo
chained
were-
to what again?
I'm not quite sure, but there was a set spy and into nobleman.
Yeah,
so
but
there was another turn.
That was a
between,
result
yeah.
of pot. Yeah, you're completely right. Yeah, you're right.
There were
right.
turns between.
Yeah, you were turns between. I'm tripping. It's too much god control action here. I can't follow it.
There are too many goats to be controlled.
Yeah.
And we get rid of our Magician of Faith with the Graceful Charity to possibly get another light monster in grave.
But there is just big damage happening. Yakmo now on 2,200 life points. There should be plenty light in Christian's grave because he has Thunder Dragon dropped and probably discarded by Grace or something. So now...
Main phase 2 duel.
Oh, this is so many cards. Christian went through everything to get what he needed. Did he
And
already?
the Warrior Lady is an out to every single card in the game.
Yeah.
I firmly believe that.
Another Magician getting dropped. So Ring is basically just game here, but let's see if Christian found it. There's a Heavy Storm. Do we see the Ring? No, it's a creature swap. So Yakmo's still in it, and now has the Mounted Comeback. I believe Snatch is still not being used. And do we really see Yakmo is also on Azura, and this is so much damage on board. This is 4,200 damage already on board.
Do they maybe play the same list?
I was wondering, like maybe similar list. There's a Dust Shoot getting rid. There's a Snatch. Okay, a lot is happening here.
But Snatch still seals the deal.
Snatch seals the deal. Christian wins game number 1. If you didn't follow what happened there, it's like Yakmo dealt a lot of damage to Christian. Was in a commanding position, sitting on the BLS he stole, and then he shooted in the draw phase and saw that Christian held Snatch Steel in hand, which is just you take BLS attack for a game.
Yes, and Snatch Steel is such a good card for exactly these situations.
Yeah.
It's a game closer. It can get you back out of very desperate situations. And here we saw it as the closing argument after revealing your hand with the Dust Shot. It's like, yeah, I've won.
And I really liked this game 1. It was long, and it was maybe a bit confusing to us because we weren't in the zone like the players. But I really think that Christian won it because he used his resources better. Like he had more power cards, sure, but he also waited for the exact right moment to use his cards the way he did, and very well played by him. He showed while he is a veteran player and a master player at that.
Yes, and now that we know that they're from the same local and they both play like Azura, Priest, and Creature Swap and stuff like that. I think they have a similar idea to their control strategies, and so let's see if they have a similar idea while siding.
And they probably, like, they're both playing control, they're both going to the same local, so they probably discussed what they would expect, and maybe they both expected a lot of control today, and this is because they went with Azura. And they weren't wrong, because if you look at the deck breakdown, control is actually the second most played deck today. With control, like, I combined Chaos and Goat control, because listing them separately would have been kind of mess. And we have 15 people today are playing God Control. As a reminder, 27 are on Chaos Duel today, so a lot more. But 15 is a lot more than the third most played deck, which are Warrior and Reasoning Gate, with 9 copies each. Thank you, Svenny Boy, for that.
Yeah, I think winning the last Grand Prix with Reasoning Gate definitely put that deck more on the map, but maybe people have now more cards in the side deck against the Reasoning Gate.
Reasoning Gate is definitely a big factor. I wouldn't wonder if we will feature one eventually today. Let's see how well they fare. Looking at the meta breakdown, which is most surprising for me, is that there are only 9 warriors, and there are in fact 7 Earth Beats, so almost as many Earth Beatdown or Earth aggro decks than warriors. So people kind of switching to other strategies.
Yeah, I think the Earth aggro strategy is not that vulnerable to cards like Skill Drain, maybe. And we also saw that we have possibly 5 zombie decks with Skill Drain.
I don't think they all play Skill Drain, but yeah.
Yeah, but I think these kind of decks are very good against the control decks as well. So seeing decks that fare well into control decks.
Yeah, but I don't think Earth aggro is that much better against control. I just think that Warrior was the one option for players to play instead of Chaos Turbo.
Yes.
And with the format getting more popularity, more ideas are getting tossed out there, and more deck lists are getting published every day. So people finding alternatives to Warrior, which also are alternatives to Chaos Turbo. So when 1 or 2 years ago people thought, okay, I either have to play like Turbo or Control, or I have to play Warrior. They're now like, no, if I don't want to play Turbo Control, I can play Earth Beat, I can play Reasoning Gate, I can play Earth Aggro, I can play Burn maybe, because they are all other opportunities to counter the best deck of the format.
Yes, which only is featured twice in this tournament.
Speaking of Krish Control, obviously.
I assume we are going into the second game.
Yeah, we can switch back to the table. They are shuffling up, and we do see game 2 now. I didn't look at my clock, to be honest, but I think it can't be that much time left until timeout is potentially effective here. So inside taking, you have to take that also in account, because there are no draws in God format. So if Yakmo wins game 2, or game 2 ends in timeout and Yakmo is more live, then we will have to play game 3 in timeout, but there will be no siding between games 2 and 3 then in timeout. So maybe you have to think about that already. I don't know if both players think that far ahead, though, if they have the time inside. But as experienced as they are in real life Goat, because if they play at the same local for over 3 years, they have a lot of experience with timeout rules. It's probably inside of their minds. Okay.
So what are cards that we possibly bought out of that are not that good in the timeout? I mean, I don't think they are on cards like Upstart Goblin.
We don't know, maybe they are. But Zangan is the normal sum of choice for Yakmo. Then we see Just a Pass Play, and the Warrior Lady is what again?
DD Warrior Lady is the out to everything.
Yes, and Zangan is part of everything apparently. This is an interesting side deck choice. Christian side decking into Sakuritsu armor for the control mirror, and getting punished for that because Breaker snipes it away and just attacks anyway.
Yes, Breaker is very good into battle traps.
Yeah, and battle traps are, in my opinion, not that good of a choice in the mirror, but maybe Christian has another idea with it. And Deku Ichi is getting sniped. They're definitely not in the same list because Christian is playing Deku and Yakumo isn't.
Yeah, that's I noticed that one as well, as I was saying that earlier, because the exact same play happened in game 1.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
True.
But Nobleman stays one of the best monsters.
This is a lot of early pressure here for Yakumo. Azura is such a good card in that spot because the face could very well be goats, and you can't activate goats here because they just will all go away. It's a lot of damage Yakumo can deal early, so maybe he's able to finish it up way before timeout is a factor.
Yeah, just win game 2 very fast, so you can board for game 3.
There's a shoot, and we see a completely dead hand for Christian besides that Grace, which could get him back. So obvious choice here, you need to shuffle back that BLS.
Yeah, I think shuffling back the BLS is the smart choice, because you, for one, get the better monster card away, but also the BLS got his light attribute, so if you maybe want to use card destruction later after your graceful draw, you, with the Thunder Dragons and the Magician of Faith, are more likely to draw into light monsters.
I don't know. Definitely you need to shuffle back BLS because it's a way bigger threat. And now we see Grace getting rid of a Typhoon, which can't do anything right now. Let's see, does Christian decide to discard card destruction or Chaos Rock, or does he discard another new drawn card? It's interesting how quick he decided that he not needs Typhoon here.
Yeah, I mean, there is no immediate back row. That needs to be spot removed, and the back row cards might be, I mean, maybe Christian knows Yakumo isn't playing the battle traps.
Yeah, probably. So Breaker just attacking here for 1/6. Yakumo does not want to go for a potential game shot here, which he could have done with Azura in hand. And Christian decided to discard card destruction, so we know he is left with a dead Sork in hand, and there is neither a light nor a dark in Christian's graveyard. He's really like, yeah, in one view, it's like he bricked a bit. There's not much he can do.
Yeah, we are not in the position to preserve any more cards. We need to use the Mirror Force now, and not going for the game shot with Azura is also playing around the Torrential Tribute.
Yeah, and the Mirror Force, and this was a wise decision because Mirror Force was used for Breaker here, and Yakumo successfully baited a Nobleman and lost his Azura, which could have gone for a game shot here, but now a potential flip is obviously more valuable here. Imagine like flipping a Spy or a Deku. Deku is not there, but there's the Azura of Christian. A lot of Azuras are getting thrown out. Second Nobleman getting rid of Magician.
And Magician, of course, the prime light target for every deck. You don't want to lose your Magicians. It's very versatile, and losing all of the Magicians in this game, 2 on the side of Christian and 3 on the side of Yakumo.
Yakumo on triple Magician. This is not usually the ratio you play, but I get it in control.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if all your games are 90 turn plus games, getting the good cards more often is more better.
Azura attacking into Mirror Force, and now Yakumo potentially 1 attack away from winning here. This is not big enough of an attack, this is only a Serpent, but it's putting Christian on the clock. This is 1/5 of Christian's life points, there's not much left.
And with the Azura Priester meeting the Mirror Force, we got our light monster in the graveyard.
Yeah, you are correct, very good pickup here from you. And this is game on board. Spy getting normal sum. Do we see goats, which will probably conserve, so certain to death here, but Mirror Force already is gone, so I don't know why. And there's a Rageki break, and now you get rid of Snatch Steal here. Interesting. He could have discarded Chaos Rock, which would have given him a Guaranteed Dark, but maybe he needs to draw Dark now. This is basically his
this is a draw the Dark show now.
Yes. Nobleman from Yakumo. Was this a Dark?
A noble.
It was a Tsukuyomi. It was a Dark. This could have saved Christian.
Unfortunate.
And Kaiko goes for game. Very quick game 2 here for Yakumo, and we will have a game 3 before timeout. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, that's definitely exciting. Especially the Kaiku is a very good monster regardless of the situation. That was the nail in the coffin
Yeah.
in that game too, because the Chaos Sorcerer in hand or the potential BLS wouldn't have mattered at that point.
And this is, I think, how it comes in play that they know each other that well as they apparently do. Because probably Christian anticipated that Yakumo would sideboard into Kaiku's, and this is the reason why he bought Sakuretsu armors.
Yeah.
Because that is a weird way to deal with Kaiku's if you're playing Chaos Control. So you see, like, deep knowledge about players' behavior, setting behavior is such an important factor, even in a big tournament like this.
Yes, I mean, if you can like guess what the strategy of your opponent is, you may have the read. But if you know your opponent, that's also a big factor. And if you played for decades now, you maybe are in a very good spot to like know everyone, like you know your friends.
One thing I don't know if our operator can hear us, we don't have on screen is that it's 1-1 in games right now. We don't have it in the overlay right now. I just recognize it's not that big of a deal. Okay. we will get that fixed. Maybe...
If not this round, maybe next round.
Yeah, maybe we can get rid of the 2 wins 0 loss then, because like it's not that important as a game.
That's not how it works, but
I'm not the technical expert, I'm just a guy pretending to know something about the cards being slapped on the table.
yeah, and cards were slapped on the table.
They were slapped hard.
But there were no immediate chaos threats in the second game that were like slapped on the table, and I think slapping the boss monster on the board is the best way to do that. Slapping.
We have one appearing on the table, so shout out again to our operator who, which name just help me with his name.
I'm not the name guy, but
Jens, help us. Our operator's name. Felix, yes, thank you. Felix is doing an excellent job, so shoutouts to him. We are so we talk too much, we forget easy names of people who are sitting like 2 meters in front of us.
I mean, if the names are not on the screen, I'm no use when it comes to names.
We have a question in chat. If someone plays Reasoning Gate, yes, we have 9 Reasoning Gate players today. We have not seen one thus far, but I'm sure we will have one on stream eventually.
Yeah, I spoke with one Reasoning Gate player between rounds 2 and 3, and he lost his first round. So we have 8 Reasoning Gate players left in contention for the first place. But
to be fair, he's still in contention because with X1 you'd certainly top. So one loss is not the end of the world by any means.
All we do, and we are looking back. There is a little bit of shuffling and a little bit of thinking going on.
So Yakumo already decided these are my 40 cards. I'm confident with it. I can beat Christian with it in game 3. And Christian is still contemplating if he maybe adjust. Maybe that Sakuretsu armor is something you want to adjust because it didn't work out, and now Yakumo saw it, so the surprise factor maybe is gone.
Yeah, but I mean. The Sakuretsu armor still is good. Like you can't win if you can't attack. So if you have to attack into the Sakuretsu armor, maybe it makes the Heavy Storm and the Mystical Space Typhoon even more valuable if you have these back row cards.
I mean, Sakuretsu armor definitely a good card in the format, but it all depends on matchup and also on how players play. But we do actually saw that attacking got more important into game 2 than it was in game 1, because pressure with Azura Priest, with Kaiku, did play a huge factor there. And also Azura Priest is also a card against which Saku is useful. And now Christian decided, I'm confident. And now Yakumo is doubting himself. It's like, maybe I should change one more card. This card could make the difference, so it's fair. To set again the stage. We are here at Gold Prix Halle an der Saale. We are 96 players, and we didn't point that out, which makes it the biggest Gold Grand Prix we've ever had in Germany. This is the biggest Gold Grand Prix we've ever had in Germany, almost 100 players. This also means we have 3 invites for the Gold Format World Championship. And there's some discussion going on, but I guess it's solved. Yeah, so a lot at stake here. We're playing 7 rounds of Swift, cut to top 8, and 3 out of the top players will be able to earn the invite to the Gold World Championship, which is exciting.
Yes, definitely. It's tingling in my finger to also flip some goat scapegoats, but I'm not able to do that. I'm just here to look at 2 people who are very good at flipping scapegoats.
To be honest, obviously I would have liked a lot to play because I love playing the format, and I was a bit sad yesterday that I wasn't able to play, but otherwise I was really excited and looking forward to commentate here, so I'm glad that we're doing the job that we're doing, and Christian is doing his job of dropping Thunder Dragon and adding 2 more to his deck.
And now he got light monsters in his graveyard, and he got cards in hand for his Raigeki breaks that he played in the first and second game.
Yes, we saw that Raigeki Break, a card you want to play in Chaos Control, not that good in God Control, and after 2 games it's safe to say that Yakmo probably isn't on the Chaos variation, because we didn't saw him drop 1 Thunder Dragon, and game 1 got pretty deep, so it's safe to assume. And so, do we see a Dust Shoot, which was a very important factor in both games?
Does not seem
okay,
like
we are now in timeout. Yeah, we talked about it a lot, and in fact we have timeout. Timeout in God format is ruled in a certain way. This turn will be ended, and after that we have 3 more turns. After these 4 turns total, life points will be compared, and the player with more life points wins. If there is no winner, then we will have a sudden death, and the first player who deals damage will win it at that point. So now both players have to play extra carefully, because every bit of damage counts. Like 1 attack with Serpent could make the difference and could decide this match.
Exactly. We now have our Graceful Charity to possibly draw into the card that deals the damage. And Spy definitely is a card that is not that good at dealing damage through monsters. So we are getting rid of Spy and a Magician, and now we have Light and Dark Engrave.
Yeah, and Spy is a very defensive option, but I think I saw the reason why Yakmo dropped his Spy in his hand. He has another Spy in hand.
Yeah, but now there's a Mind Control, and Mind Control is a very good card, and that flips a Spy, and we know Yakmo plays 3 Spies.
Yes, and this is damage. This is damage on board. But he sums it in defense. He doesn't want to go for the damage. He wants to sit behind a Spy. I think I would have tried there, but it's a very risky play, so I get why he didn't.
Yeah, and he possibly has another play. I mean, we still haven't normaled yet. So there is a possibility to just normal the Serpent and try for the 300 and sit on a 2000 defense monster.
Shoutouts to Minus Miller in chat, who made a very good point about mentioning Mystic Wok. Both players certainly asked by side decking about the time, and if there is a Mystic Wok now in the main deck, this would help a lot in this situation.
Yes, Mystic Wok is also a very good card against burns, so it's possible to have this card in the side deck, and it's not just a timeout card, but also a valid card for other matchups, but also very good in this matchup.
Yeah, it's a neat thing in Gold format that you can basically play cards just for timeout without using side deck space, because you need them for burn anyway. So in real life tournament, I also like to always bring Woks. Even if I don't expect much burn, just because of that added timeout factor. And if you're playing God Control, you expect to go into timeout. And Christian is now in his second turn of timeout, passes, and this is the very last turn of timeout for Yakmo. Yakmo, if he is able to find some damage, he just won, but I think we are going into sudden death. We are going into sudden death here. This is really, really exciting, but no, we are still in the end phase. There's a Typhoon sniping, a Royal Decree. This could have been a huge factor against the Sakuretsu armors we saw earlier from Christian. And now we are officially in sudden death. Who do you think has the edge here?
I think Oh, that's a difficult question. Having more Chaos Monsters definitely helps clearing these 2000 back rows, and you do not want to attack Insert Monsters anymore.
Also, Pot of Greed certainly helps.
Yeah, Pot of Greed also is definitely a big help. Cards you do not want to draw now are like your Delinquent Duo if he has it still in deck, because paying these 1000 life points now is your death sentence.
That's correct.
So there are possible cards that
we see a Tribute Summon, Tribute Set, so this is a Funnel Ring. But why did he do this here? Because he has Metamorphosis! This gets him Reaper on the Nightmare. Reaper on the Nightmare is a level 5 who can attack directly.
And that could possibly be game at this point, because Sudden Death and attacking directly are two things that do like each other.
Does Yakmo have an out? We see the suggested fist bump by Vision. That's it!
That's
Reaper
it.
on the Nightmare! You rarely see it on the board, but it's important to put it in your fusion deck for exactly this scenario.
Yeah, it's often not there, but when you need it, it comes and saves you in these types of situations.
Very clutch victory by Christian in a possibly battle of friends. Timeout is a really difficult thing to navigate, but he saw the situation, he knew his deck inside out, he knew exactly what options he had there. And now, as usual, I leave you alone for a minute and ask Christian if he wants to do an interview.
Yeah. And so while we get to know about the interview, I got another Halle fact for you. And as I mentioned last round, Halle is a city known for his great musicians of the past, and that's why Halle today is the city in Germany that has the best cultural support system for cultural heritage and stuff like that. So that's my Halle fact, and we'll see with the interview very soon.
Yes, because we have an interview and you again jumped the gun without asking me.
Yes.
And this is why you're such a good partner to me, because you never listen to me.
Yes, and I always know what you were gonna say.
So yeah, we are coming back with an interview in a couple minutes, and also a very good thing, we went into timeout, so it's very probably that the rest of the round already concluded, so maybe we don't have any wait time at all before round 4 happens.
Hello and welcome back to round 4 of the Goat Grand Prix here in Halle. 4 is the number after 3, and we have 2 persons here who haven't lost yet, so they are probably they probably know what they're doing, and we are very interested in what they are doing. They just rolled the die and now are drawing their cards, so we can see what they are up to.
Yeah, we can go to the table now. I found my voice again. You can say I was voiceless for a time.
Yeah, but now you got your voiceless voice back, and we are seeing Thunder Dragons, and Thunder Dragons are a good card in Goat format because you can discard 1 and search 2 others. You can search 1 other, or in Goat specifically, you can find no other Thunder Dragons.
You can fail to find one. Okay, we have Bernd versus Ingo here. I don't know either player. I don't know what they are playing because, also we couldn't do the interview because our feature match was the very last table to finish. So we just had to pick a table really quick. We went with undefeated player. I would have loved to feature Grumple, but Grumple isn't undefeated anymore, so he lets me down as he usually does.
Yeah, it happens. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and losing one isn't the out for the run, so maybe we see him in Top Cut.
I think you finally get your wish because this looks like a Turbo Mirror.
Yeah,
if I see one anymore.
Turbo Mirror. we love to see the Turbo Mirror. Upstart into pot, into Grace, discard Thunder Dragon, and is it a Serpent? Yeah, that's
and
crazy.
Duo,
and now
Trinity.
we got the duo, and Trinity got resolved, and that's why we are here. That's why we love Goat format so much, because there are a lot of good cards that can be activated. Sniping the Thunder Dragon out of the hand is not the best usage of Duo, but getting rid of the other Thunder Dragon makes the potential Grace top deck from Bernd very less good.
This is the first full Trinity we've seen all day performed in one turn by Ingo. Ingo definitely did draw well here. Let's see if Bernd can come back from
so
this.
Now you always want to get rid of the set monster without attacking it, because if there is a Magician of Faith that could be devastating.
I don't think if you're Ingo you're setting Magician here, because it's very likely that Bernd has a Nobleman, and you want to bait out the Nobleman first, because as you pointed out, you need a Nobleman here. You can't afford to risk a Magician, so this is why you don't set a Magician if you have anything else to set. And with that many cards which Ingo picked up, it's very likely that there was another thing to bait out Knock here with. And
yeah, but you have to use it. That's what I wanted.
Yeah, you have to. And it was a Dark Mimic, so this is actually another control.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a turbo with metas.
That is what we call control.
But yeah.
So yeah, it's probably a control variation of some sort. So if there's mimics, there will be metas as well. But Bernd seems to be more on the traditional turbo decks by attacking here. And now we see Duo on Bernd's side, kind of evening the score. And the Serpent of Ingo currently sitting in his graveyard, not able to beat his card follower. So this was a good duo. Also sniping a live card.
Yeah, and the Tribe Infecting Virus is a very good live card against 2 spies staring you down.
With Serpent in hand.
With Serpent in hand. It's even better. But not having access to your Tribe Infecting Virus makes the situation for Ingo a little worse.
We see Wing Blast main decked here by Ingo, which is
in
really good.
In standby phase, so he gets his Serpent back immediately.
Yes, and it's a really good card for this matchup because it slows your opponents down. Wing Blast is not as good against aggro variants, and there is a spy by Ingo, and now we see a full spy board. JDZ would be proud, you don't know this, but if JDZ lost one thing, then there is multiple spies are sitting on the board and doing nothing.
Yeah, and we like spies doing nothing as well, because they are spying on each other, and as spies should do, they are just looking.
Yeah, but what spy is spying the other spy? Or is there a double agent which in fact spies the own spy which spies the other spy?
Maybe there's a double agent if one of the spies gets mind controlled. but without the mind control, I'm not seeing any double agents here.
2 spies taking themselves out, so we only have 2 left now. The players are agreeing with us, like 4 spies is pretty boring, so let's lessen this. Another wing blast!
And slowly but surely, Ingo crawls his way back into more advantage.
Yeah, he doesn't need to crawl back after opening full Trinity turn 1 with Thunder Dragon's Herb.
Yeah, but I mean, he is not doing anything else. Like, his hand was very passive after resolving Trinity. And
this is also a mirror match if you ever seen one. They both fields were mirroring each other for a moment there. So Magician gets flipped now, and getting back Grace with Serpent in hand. This is so brutal. There's a Magician, and yeah, again, he baited that nobleman. He did it correctly, and now he...
Yeah, and Bernd played the way he needed to play,
Yeah.
so he had no choice but to use the nobleman on the Dark Mimic instead of the Magician of Faith, because if Ingo played the bluffing game and won, it would be devastating. Now he's in an equally good position, but and with the Tsukuyomi he gets a potential add back of another spell card
this is so
next
good.
turn. So yeah.
But
It's
maybe
not-
Bernd has a Magician face on. Do we see the third Wing Blast? Wow!
Yeah, and Wing Blast is a good card, and if you can't play the game for 3 turns in a row, maybe your he clears out the Magician now with the Sengan
He has
to not get
Tsuku-locked, yeah.
Tsuku-locked. So he commits in a fairly weak monster, but maybe Sangan is the key to unclock his deck, because now there are no Wing Blasts left for Ingo.
I'm not a huge control expert, as you know, but I would say resolving triple Grace in a game is pretty good.
Yeah, and I think giving your opponent the same card as a draw 3 turns in a row is also pretty good.
Yeah, it seems like you're drawing 12 cards and your opponent...
and there's a Night Assailant to get back your Magician to get even more advantage, like getting maybe a Grace from the graveyard. We haven't seen that one before yet.
This is why we all play Goldflow, because it's fair, it's balanced, there are no overpowered cards at all, and it's a skill-based game.
I mean, at least all the powerful cards are good in all the powerful decks.
Yes, this is right.
I mean, you could argue that maybe putting the good cards only in the bad decks balance the format, but I think that's a comment that only people online
I think
make.
that Graceful Charity has to file a complaint after the game, because it's definitely working overtime in this match, actually being it the 4th time now.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I mean, what cards do you want to draw at this point?
It's like we have
There-
another
there are
Night
Night
Assailant to discard tonight. Yeah.
Nah, he gets a Night Assailant back, but we maybe... And there is another draw. I mean, soon Bernd gets the win con of decking Ingo out, I think.
There's no way that Ingo is not winning this game. It's way too much advantage here. It's Bernd has some resources left, but it's no way near enough. And now finally the first Chaos Monster will hit the board. We see Chaos Sork banishing that Zangan for good, which now can't search anything. And let's see if we see some more plays here. Just a set monster, maybe. So many cards in Ingo's hand. He barely can hold them.
Yeah, I mean, if you got all the cards, you are also... Oh, and there's a Pot of Greed from the top of the deck.
Okay, so Bernd now also resolving 2 Trinity pieces, but only once. Which is... Oh, there's a Magician! Yeah, he can do it as well.
There is Pot of Greed again.
Drawing 4 cards is better than drawing 2 cards.
Yeah, I think drawing more cards to get you back into the game is definitely good. And we are seeing a lot of dangerous cards in Bernd's hand.
Ooh,
and
Snatch
one
Seal.
of them is Snatch Seal that forces out the mythical Space Typhoon, which is a very good answer to the Snatch Seal, to be fair.
Especially because Ingo is probably not on Rageki breaks, because he already burned through 3 Wing Blasts, so we can assume that are the only discard traps he's playing. And now Bernd says, you can Chaos, I can Chaos as well. And summons his own Chaos Sorcerer, probably yes, to banish the Chaos Sork of Ingo. And yeah, we joked about how unfair Ingo's plays were, resolving that many graces, but Bernd is climbing back in this one, and Ingo had the second Magician, which was Nobleman, and would you say Bernd can win this?
I think the possibilities are there because not only has Bernd now also 4 monsters on board and 2 back row and still cards in hand, but yeah, both of them have a lot of access to a lot of cards, and yeah, I think the big Blackluster Soldier is definitely a card that could come handy here.
I honestly, if you would ask me, you have to jump in. Which position do you want to take? I actually would think about taking Bernd's position because he also has a lot more life points, which can be important. And now Ingo storms, but both back rows of Bernd were chainables, and Ingo loses Mirror Force in the process.
I think Bernd is now in a very good position.
It looks like it. He just has to survive whatever is coming down next, and now we see, it will hit the board very soon. Second Chaos Hawk by Ingo, and banishing the Chaos Hawk of Bernd. Also, Bernd now has more Chaos left than Ingo. Ingo already burned through 2, and Bernd still has 2 left. Let's see, and there is Dikuichi being normal summoned. This is to apply pressure, obviously attack over that magician to rule out the possibility of a Tsuku lock on Bernd's side. But Bernd already used Snatch, but there's also the big bad BLS in Bernd's deck left.
Yes, and there's only 1 back row, and Bernd still...
We see Dikuichi getting a quick draw in, this certainly helps. And we see a look into the graveyard, so possibly a Chaos Monster incoming. And Ingo has not that much life left. There's a Kaiku main deck. Mirror Force is gone, so you can extend here now.
And the Kaiku prevents Ingo from dropping his big bad BLS.
Yeah, but Bernd definitely has to find an out for Chaos Hawk, which he doesn't seem to quite have just yet. Because, he can run over Kaiku, he can clear a bit of Ingo's grave, but Chaos Hawk can just banish that Kaiku and then... Doubling the Dikuichi seems like a weird play to me.
I mean, maybe there's like a Book of Moon left that can prevent... there's a Dark Monster engraved that was missing.
Still don't know why he didn't attack with Kaiku. Like, if you summon Kaiku, you want to attack with it, I think. And Book of Moon, setting that Chaos Hawk, very good answer. Yeah, I think that was a misplay from Bernd not attacking with... Or maybe he was missing a Dark Engrave.
Yeah, he was missing a Dark Engrave. That's why he doubled. That's what I said.
Yeah, that's why he is up there 3-0 and I am up here with no wins. Because, obviously I missed that one.
Yes.
But
and there is Tsukuyomi again dealing with these pesky normal summons.
Yeah, this was quite good. Chaos Hawk, and now Ingo is back again in the driver's position. Both players are now lower on resources, and Chaos Hawk is just...
But... Bernd should be lower on resources because Ingo still has his full hand and Bernd just plays with the cards he's getting.
Yeah, for sure.
So
Tsukuyomi is able to flip face down Chaos Hawk, which will be flipped up face up again. Tsukuyomi attacks into a Night of Silent and which gets finally rid of that pesky Chaos Sorcerer, which did so much trouble to Bernd. And now Bernd has to find the top deck. Kaiku is gone, so...
And we just passed turn there, and we are waiting for...
Normal Summon Dikuichi is a very, very good play here, because you can deal some damage, and you still have Tsukuyomi in hand to get a card with
get
it.
the draw, yeah.
Yes, so definitely a very good play here by Ingo, who now finally can capitalize on the insane amount of damage.
Yeah, and we mentioned it before that Dikuichi is a very versatile card because it had these 1400 attack points and also his very good flip effect. So it's both a defensive and an kind of offensive tool if there are no other monsters on board.
Oh, now we see a commitment, normal summoning that Spy. Definitely want to deal a lot more damage here. It seems like both attacks will connect here, putting Bernd on a one-turn clock here. Ingo can really afford to be offensive with a flip monster here because of that Tsukuyomi in hand. Such a good card.
Yeah, and now that Bernd has his two back row cards that seem to not do anything.
Bernd shuffled up, and you have to give it up for Bernd. Like, Ingo resolved 4 graceful charities in this game, all with Serpent in hand, and Baron still
Duo and Pot. So yeah, there were a lot of good cards on Ingo's side, and a lot of them were resolved multiple times. And Bernd did put up a fight despite his position that was not good from the get-go.
Yeah, he put up a really good fight. And also, side taking is now quite interesting because I'm not quite sure what Ingo is playing, because it looked like a standard turbo, but the Dark Mimic level 1 really throws me off.
Yeah, I think he really likes his draw power, and if he plays his set of Dekoichi, he might want to not play 3, to not be that weak against Nobleman. So he plays his 1 Dark Mimic level 1 and 2 Dekoichi to like have the most possible draw power.
Yeah.
He can afford to put into his deck before it gets too much.
Yeah, also triple Wing Blast, a really interesting decision by Ingo to main deck that. Not many players are going with triple discard cuts, but it really put in work.
I spotted a very interesting card in Ingo's main deck there. That was next to one of the Wing Blasts, and it was a Royal Decree main deck.
Maybe it was a side deck card, I don't know for sure, but
isn't his side deck on the other side?
I don't exactly know.
Yeah, maybe, but the Royal Decree is definitely an interesting card there.
Do you maybe want to pull up the chat? Maybe the people have something interesting to say. After that, we have, like we say in Germany, Bergfest. We are halfway through the Swiss portion of the tournament, because again we have 7 rounds of Swiss today with a cut to the top 8 players. If you are X1, you're definitely topping. So let us know. Is there something interesting in the chat?
No, there is not much activity in the chat since last round. If you have any questions about the tournament, you can ask them. We will have the opportunity to look into the chat, especially if there is like side decking going on, because both players want to either apply a little bit more pressure on the opponent now after side decking, or try to fortify their position a little bit more and try to deal with the opponent's flip monsters better than they can. So Bernd needs an answer for these Wing Blasts that put him very much on the back foot in game 1, more than the Trinity resolved it. And Ingo needs to find a way to keep his momentum going, and I'm very interested in what their strategies are after side decking.
It all comes down to how both players are able to start, because Bernd was pretty much toe-to-toe with Ingo, but Ingo had this amazing start with full Trinity, which put him on the advantage, and this was like he capitalized on that the whole match.
Yeah, I mean, it looked always equal on the playing field, but the difference were the 5 cards more in Ingo's hand the whole time.
So Bernd is able to open up with Thunder Dragon, which is very, very important. I would say one of the most important cards you can open as a Chaos Turbo player, because you are way better off with a Light Engrave than with no light, and also you have discard fodder and so on. Your deck is thinned out. Upstart Goblin now finds another card here, putting Ingo to 9,000 life points. Timeout not nearly a factor right now, so you are free to give your opponent some life feed.
Yeah, I mean, they both play a form of Chaos Turbo, and the Turbo in the name equals we are not getting near the timeout. That's what Turbo stands for. Not for getting more access to your Chaos monster.
As you see another Thunder Dragon being discarded. We were asked about spicy decks by Chris in the chat. There were a lot of spicy decks. We had, in fact, in 1-2 we had a zombie mirror match on stream, which were undefeated at that time. But unfortunately, no spicy deck undefeated. Besides one, which is a Monarch deck, which didn't want to be featured just yet. So and there's Grace again, and Ingo is making this hand gesture like, what should I do? There it is.
I mean, it's a good card, and you always want to resolve it.
So I have to ask Chris in chat. You're saying we are sounding like 2 old golf announcers. Is this a compliment?
I think it's a compliment, because if you're old and a golf announcer, that means you either are very good at putting other people to sleep, or you are so long into the job and not got fired
that you're doing something
that
right.
you're doing something right. So yeah, and now we get the standard opening. Both have a flip monster, both have a back row, and then the spy gets flipped and is doing some espionage there. And now we are getting the nobleman. We are flipping the spy before, nobleman, just because we do not want to get rid of our own spies.
Okay, and now do we see triple deco for Ingo? Now we see only two. So maybe there is indeed a control package in Ingo's deck, and this is why the Dark Mimic in main deck was there. And it was meant as a compliment. We sound professional AF. This is a nice compliment.
Definitely. And now there's the duo, so we are getting Trinity pieces for everyone. This time there's everything.
To be fair, Bernd also was able to resolve duo in game 1, and we see a magician being sniped. And if you're Bernd, you're really happy to see that hit the grave after the trauma it caused in game 1.
Yeah, definitely. And Bernd seems to be a little bit of a better sharpshooter than Ingo, because his duo hit twice and Ingo's didn't. So, yeah.
Gotta practice your dice rolls if you want to be a good gold player. And there we finally see the control package confirmed in Ingo's deck. Metamorphosis hitting the board, and there we have a ring. And Decree being changed, you were correct. Decree is in fact part of the deck. This is so good, because you can double the Thousand Eyes. Both spies are gone there. You blinked and you missed it, and Thousand Eyes can't be destroyed by battle, just stays there in chills.
Yeah, it's a very important line of text. And now we got the perfect answer in form of the tribe infecting virus that also swings in for juicy 1600 attack. Now there is a decree up, but also, 1600 is a number.
It's a number, but it's not hard to overcome. Post side there very well. Maybe cards like Kaiku in Ingo's hand. We saw Serpent being at back, so if there is a second Metamorphosis, there would also be an out against Tribe. And also you can just set Serpent and soak damage up and sit behind it.
So we just...
And what is a Night Silent? So he had the out against Tribe.
Yeah. Night is Silent, also a very good card. And now we are activating Pot of Greed to draw these two cards from the top of your deck. That's a very important line on that card as well.
Ingo again finding his power spells quite early, which could lead him to maybe an undefeated record. And now we see the first Chaos Monster of the game hitting the board. It's a Chaos Monster trying to swing. There won't be a trap interfering with that, and so Bernd takes first damage of that game.
And there's also another back row. Now, what do we want to set here? That could be the bait, but one nobleman is already gone. Yeah. So maybe we are now committing to a good card.
It's the obvious answer would be Serpent, but maybe it's just a reflip. And there is a Kaiku. If it's a Serpent, this Kaiku will be huge. And it is a magician. Ingo again is able to recycle Grace. Or does he want to take Pot? I think with Serpent hand you definitely want to take Grace here, and this is exactly what he does.
And Graceful Charity, definitely a very good card. So, and now we have to apply a little bit more pressure, because Kaiku definitely protects your Chaos Monster, protects you from Chaos Monsters, and with the 2300 from Chaos Sorcerer on your side of the field, you are in a very good position.
Yeah, but it's a dangerous position, because all Ingo needs is a breaker right now, and everything is gone for Bernd. Yes. And we know that Ingo can dig deeper for 4 more cards, draw first turn plus Grace.
But so maybe we got a good card.
Oh, I see something hitting the board really soon, which also is devastating for Bernd if he has no answer. And let's see if Ingo wants to commit to it. It is a question, what is the face turn of Bernd? Maybe it is a quick spell which can interfere, but we try to snatch Sears back.
It's not the Book of Moon.
And it's also not the MST. So it's successful there. And now you're in the nice spot that you're gaining life points for nothing each turn, if you are Ingo.
Yes.
And Ingo values the damage more than damaging Kaiku, which is a good play because Bernd already has plenty Darks the Graveyard, so recognizing that dealing a bit of damage here is good. Bernd also gets some life points back, but
Yeah, and all the backrock is not real under Royal Decree. So until there is the Mystical Space Typhoon or the Heavy Storm, I think Bernd is in a tough spot there.
But Heavy Storm isn't doing much because you get rid of Decree, but the Chaos Sorcerer would stay where it is because it is originally Ingo's. So you need to only remove the opponent's statue, and we see a Chaos hitting the board here. I think you have to get rid of the opponent's Chaos Sorcerer.
Yeah, definitely, because gaining life points for nothing is never a good thing.
And also Chaos Sword could banish your own Chaos Sword next turn,
Yeah.
so you need to get rid of it. And we see a Thunder Dragon plus BLS! This is it!
That's it.
This is how fast Chaos Turbo can put up damage. Zangan in attack mode is not doing good for Ingo here. And that's why life point ranges are as important as they are in the Chaos Turbo mirror match, because you can deal like 5-6k in an instant, and Bernd demonstrated just that.
Yes, and it's over in a blink of an eye, and now we are going into Game 3. And what are the things you want to switch up for Game 3?
It's a tough question. So now Bernd definitely has the confirmation that Ingo is on the control package, and Bernd also saw the decree, which might influence some decisions, because you can assume if Ingo boards into decree, he will side out some Wing Blasts.
Yes.
Which kind of changes the dynamic of the whole game. But this could also be like a ploy of Ingo, who's like, okay, he saw the decrees. He saw that I'm side deck out Wing Blast, so now I switch it up again, bring up the Wing Blast in the main again, and leave my decree in the side deck.
And now while we were talking, I glanced over at our second screen where we are seeing the side deck process, and I glanced on the method they are side decking, and they both shuffle all the side deck in their main deck and then looking which cards are bad. That's why I was confused with the Royal Decree
last game. This is why we were spotting the Royal Decree, which it wouldn't make much sense main deck with Wing Blasts in the main. And smoke screening is a very good way to sideboard, because you're denying your opponent important information. Because if you smoke screen, like as you described, shuffle your whole side deck into your main deck and then put out 15 cards, your opponent does not know how many cards you bought it, or if you bought it at all. And this can really crucial, because good players will pick up on it. Like, good players will watch you while you are side decking, and they will see, okay, they only send 3 cards, so it's unlikely they change a lot of the strategy, and they can adjust to that.
Yeah, and if you like scrub a tournament and are X3 in round 3, all your opponents are like, yeah, no, I didn't bring my side deck today, and they're like openly talking about what they are siding. And side decking is such a crucial point of Yu-Gi-Oh! And it gets you a very huge advantage into the next game if you know what you're doing.
You have to admit, like, everyone is always focusing on perfecting the main deck, but you're playing at least as many games with side decking as with your main deck. You're most certainly play more even, because you have some game freeze going on like we see now. So having side deck plans, adjusting your deck perfectly for side decking is really, really, really important, and can't be underestimated, especially in a format which is solved like this one. Like, an intelligent side deck plan can make all the difference.
Yes, the main decks are often like almost interchangeable if you play a mirror or something that seems to be a mirror like this one, and then the cards you put into your side deck are the important cards. And now we are seeing that our players are ready to go into Game 3, I believe, so we are switching back and seeing that they are starting their game number 3.
Ingo has the big advantage of going first here, which is indeed a big advantage in the format. If you're an advanced player, you might not recognize it, but you're allowed to have a draw in your draw phase in turn 1, so you always start with 1 card more if you're able to start the game, or you just start with 2 cards more if you're able to find that Thunder Dragon, which Ingo now found in his opening hand every 3 games.
Yes, and if Bernd in his turn also activates Thunder Dragon, we have seen 6 Thunder Dragon activations this game.
All in turn 1.
All in turn 1.
In their respective turns.
Yeah.
There's an upstart. Let's find that Grace. Come on, Ingo, you can do it.
Yeah, come, put it on the field. We want to see the Grace.
No Grace! Grace is gracing not enough of her graciness. Gracefulness.
I mean, he got graced enough in game 1, so maybe. Yeah, great.
He pretty much activated Graceful more than I did the whole last year, so it's...
Yeah, so, and there we got the Thunder Dragons, so we are 6 for 6 with these Thunder Dragons on the in this game. And it's funny that Ingo every time puts the deck of Bernd on the wrong side of the table, and he always has to take his time to put it back where it belongs.
Yeah, it's kind of unusual. Bernd obviously is a left-hander, so he draws from the left side. So if you're a right-handed player, you're not used to that. Duo is not as effective as it would be without Thunder Dragon. It's only sniping Thunder Dragon, so 2 are gone now. At least the discard for the resources are gone. And that's the only thing Bernd can do besides the set monster. Do we see a flip now? Maybe a Deku, maybe a Spy, or was it a bait all along on Ingo's side?
Yeah, I mean, you want... Okay, there's a nobleman, and we are getting rid of spies. There is no secret intelligence in this game.
So Ingo definitely does not have a Spy face down, because he would have flipped his Spy before he knocked.
Yeah, like we saw last game by Bernd.
Because of that reason, because if you knock an opponent's Spy, you would lose your targets. And so we see there's a Dark Mimic! No, making an appearance. I can't talk anymore. Getting a draw for Ingo and save me from mispronouncing anything anymore.
I love this little critter. Dark Mimic level 1 is one of my favorite goat cards. It's adorably it gets in, and then we are going for the Southern Ice Restrict, which can block all of the advancements Bernd needs, and he needs to commit something now to get rid of it.
This is a very interesting play to just blindly use your Dark Mimic for meta here. You rarely see this, that a player just commits to relinquish without anything to suck up. And I think it's because he was threatened that his Dark Mimic could have been destroyed by battle, and it was his only meta target. He wanted to use it now.
And also, both of the Turbo games kind of went on a little bit, so maybe we are now in the position where you need to be a little bit cautious about the timer. Okay, so not getting attacked here and being 100 up is maybe a good thing.
Okay, so very interesting here. 2 things. We saw that Ingo lost his wing blast, so he most likely sided out Decrease again. And we see the shotgun Raigeki break. I don't know if I like it, because you could at least waited for Ingo to target the breaker until you break. It doesn't think it makes that much of a difference. But Ingo has the perfect answer, because he summoned what?
Yeah, he summoned his own breaker, and his breaker was 300 up, because he didn't use the back row pop.
Bernd's breaker broke already. This is why Ingo's breaker had more breaking power and broke Bernd's breaker.
That's your way of saying it.
I'm proud of that sentence, that I didn't fumble it.
Yeah, so we got rid of one of the Phoenix Wing Wind Blasts in the back row of Ingo with our Heavy Storm to get our Flip Monster possibly into the next turn.
Yeah, and that Flip Monster was just set, and Ingo upstarted and still can't find a Trinity piece. But
now we got a new card.
And that's a Wing Blast. Bernd made a small, we say in Germany, Flüchtigkeitsfehler there, where he sent his card to the grave and not to the deck, which is easy fixable, but gave Ingo the important information that it was a Night Assignment. And Ingo was able to recycle his Dark Mimic while discarding Night Assignment. But now Bernd doesn't want to see this breaker any longer, uses a combination of Book and Kaiku to stomp it to the ground.
Book and Kaiku together are like Tsukuyomi at home. But now with the added floodgate effect of not getting punished by the Chaos Monster. But losing 2 of your precious graveyard resources there, and both of them being light, is kind of unfortunate for Bernd there.
Okay, Ingo had the opportunity. He had not the opportunity. This is like, if he still would have had Thunder Ring in hand, he could have tributed Kaiku to deny Bernd the possibility to steal it back. Yes. And this is why doing the Thunder Rings away wasn't a bad thing. But Deco was flipped, and Bernd did a good bait. He is setting the morph because he accidentally revealed Night Assailant earlier, so hoping to get that morph through, but he didn't. Nobleman getting rid of all morphs that ever were. And now we stare at quite a bit of damage.
And now, with all of the Thunder Dragons gone and all of the Magician of Faith gone, what light targets does Bernd have left for his plenty Chaos monsters?
BLS.
Yeah,
and that's it.
That should be it. Maybe there's a DD Warrior Lady somewhere in the deck, but yeah.
We see the Chaos Hawk, and I see a very interesting card in Ingo's hand, and I'm quite curious if he wants to use it in main phase 2, but we will see some attacks first. Ingo is looking to seal this one up. He knows that Bernd has a Thunder Dragon and a Night Assailant in hand, I think, and another set monster here. He's not using the card I was alluding to earlier. We can talk about it maybe later. But now Bernd has to do something, and he finds Grace.
Graceful Charity is possibly one of the greatest cards you could have drawn here, because getting 3 cards that possibly out this miserable situation could, be the game changer. But despite drawing 3 cards, he is in a very tough spot.
Yeah, and also he can't get value out of the Night Assailant in his hand because Kaiko removed all the flips in the graveyard, and he discarded Upstart, which means the card he kept must be pretty good. There's a set monster which is most likely the Night Assailant we saw revealed earlier, but let's see what Ingo does about it. He has a set monster. This has to be the Dark Mimic to get yet another draw. And Ingo is so deep into his deck, Pot and Grace has to come. They have to come somehow.
Definitely. I mean, it's only a matter of time until you draw these cards. We are thinking, and there is
Metamorphosis, and now we can go into a level 6. This is most likely a Rio Senshi, which can negate normal traps. So if you have a Torrential, if you have a Mirror Force, then you, it just will get negated for the cost of 1,000 life points. The utility you have while playing Metamorphosis is really, really huge. Dark Mimic gets flipped, and there it is!
Yeah, I mean, it was a matter of time. You can't be mad about drawing these kind of cards that late into the game.
Yeah, I think Ingo was that deep. Like, he drew multiple times with Upstart, with Dark Mimic twice, with Deco. You have to find your Trinity pieces eventually.
I mean, and now we stare at a board with a lot of cards, and we just look, and
Deco attacks into the Night Assailant.
Night Assailant gets rid of the Kaiku, so he has his Dark and his Light in graveyard.
Yeah, and he also didn't get rid of Rio Senshi, so the face down card most likely not a trap, which is important to him. But yeah, as you pointed out correctly, Light Dark is now live. Bernd can maybe summon BLS and come back here.
Yes, and BLS is the hope of Bernd now, and these back row on Ingo's side could be.
Oh, there it is. We talked it in existence, and now he wants to bench the set monster because it can be something dangerous there. Yeah, but you can't get rid of much, and Ingo has many ways to come back here.
Yeah, and I mean, summoning the Blackluster Soldier in defense should be okay.
Banishing this was the right play because there was also BLS, and now Bernd is basically telling Ingo, come on out that. But if Ingo finds an out, he still has a Rio Senshi to negate trap cards.
And he got the level 1 on board,
and
there is the Southern Dice, and if there is no response,
and that we see the fist bump, and Ingo is popping off, deservedly so. Very intense, very well played match from these two duelists, and Ingo is one step closer to getting into top cut and maybe clutching one of those 3 valuable invites today.
Yeah, definitely on the right path there. Not losing is always a good start to possibly winning in the end. And so we will have.
You know what? This time you are allowed to stand up.
I'm allowed to stand up.
You are allowed to stand up.
Did you prepare a Halle effect?
No, but I can. Nah, don't read from your notes. I don't know what I can tell you. I can tell you, if you are not from Germany, they are in fact two Halles in Germany. We have Halle an der Saale, where we are currently, and we have Halle Westfalen, which you may know from the Gary Weber Open, if you are a tennis fan, which were held there a long time, like it was a grass tennis tournament. This is what it's mostly well known for. So if you're planning to visit Halle, make sure you're going to the right Halle, and I got a thumbs up from my very handsome co-caster who definitely doesn't wear a wig. We were asked this earlier, it's his natural hair. But he pointed out to me that maybe some of you would have the chance to wear his hair as a wig because he's donating his hair. This is correct, right? Yes. You shouldn't have taught me that. Okay, we will be back with an interview of Ingo very shortly. We now go to a quick break, 1 or 2 minutes, and then we will have an interview. Thank you for watching and see you soon.
And we are back with our winners interview here from round 4. And yeah, Ingo, how does it feel to resolve Graceful Charity 4 times in a turn?
It feels fucking amazing, especially if you got like good discard fallers, like good monsters which get synergies by discarding, especially like Night Assailant, like Sinister Serpent, and Thunder Dragons.
Yeah, and you were playing all of these to an extent that resolving 4 graceful charities never hurt you.
Actually, I never resolved 4 charities in a game before, actually, so it's pretty funny. But I had luck that I had no nobleman and stuff like for my Magician of Faith in the early game, yeah.
Yeah, so where do you come from and what is your goat background?
I'm living in Nuremberg and I'm playing goats for like almost 20 years. Like not the whole time, I had like little breaks between, but mostly I started like back when goat was like original format. Like.
So you are like the OG player, and then was
Yeah.
it like the like quote-unquote standard progression that we have here, that you brought your goat deck through tournaments and played like advanced format, or did you just meet up with your friends for this whole time to play this specific format?
Mostly we meet up with friends in the beginning and started like playing at home, but then there was like a local community growing up in Nuremberg actually, which had like local tournaments and also like GGPs at local areas, so we actually went there. But sadly, there is no local GGPs or like gold tournament and stuff like in Nuremberg anymore. So we actually was going here to play here. Yeah.
I mean, if you are like spoiled with going to the Nuremberg GGP, now you have to drive a little bit further.
A little bit, yeah.
But yeah. In your deck, we saw some spice, you would say. You were playing like a turbo-esque deck, but then you had like a little bit of control there, and you went for 2 Dekoichis and 2 Dark Mimics, am I right?
I'm actually playing 3 Decos, 1 Mimic.
3 Decos, 1 Mimic, okay.
And I'm actually playing a little bit higher monster count, which was my decision to play against like the Trap Dust Shoot. Okay. Because I wanted to be able to still have like a starter monster.
Yeah, I mean, if you always have 2 monsters in hand, Dust Shot does nothing.
Yeah, basically. I mean, if it takes like your big less in an advanced game, it still hurts you a lot. Yeah, but it's good if you got still a starter after you get Trap Dust Shoot in the first turn.
Yeah, that sounds definitely reasonable. So yeah, anything else you want to give our
shoutouts, for example.
Shoutouts, for example.
Yeah, like I would give a shout out to my Nuremberg, to my group out of Nuremberg, like my people out of Nuremberg, and my GOAT players, and let's hype. GOAT format is the best.
GOAT format is indeed the best. So yeah, thanks for your interview.
No problem.
Thanks for the time. Thanks for your very cool deck, and we'll see each other again in the next round. And we are back here at the Goat Grand Prix in Halle. And what you are seeing next to me is not return winner anymore. It's the Goat Grand Prix winner matte. And yeah, that's the beauty. You can win here at the tournament if you decide to win it. And two people who are maybe on the verge of winning all of it are next to us in the feature match booth. Yeah, we will have a look what they are cooking over there.
I'm no longer mad. It's kind of annoying because people put cards on your face and you have to deal with it. But
so
yeah,
would you say you lost your properties of both rubber and gum now?
maybe. And what Simon was failed to mention that not only the winner gets one of these beauties, but all of the top 8 cut will get a unique Goat Grand Prix Halle mat, which I will now hand back to Jens. Thank you again. And we have Michiel against Zela here. We are in a unique position that Michiel is on a 2-2 record and Zela on a 3-2-1. So Zela was paired down, but I still wanted to have him in the feature match because he plays something quite interesting. And also for Zela, everything is still on the line. Also, Michiel can as well still top. I believe we should have 1 or 2 X2 people snuck into top cut today.
Yeah, I mean, if we have, I mean, there are no draws, right? So
yeah,
definitely some of the X2 guys should be in there. And yeah, so we are seeing these two prepare, and we have a little bit of time left where we can talk about something that was mentioned in chat earlier, and there was any onliners are cooking, and I have to sadly inform you that no people who play online Goat are not cooking today.
No, they are all dead. Like JCVD already left the building. He's spending some time with his family. Grumpelstein has 2-2 right now. At one of the last tables, Murphy just played against HNVB. Both were without any wins so far, so they are indeed not cooking today. Escaroda and Schwerlin are still in contention, which you may know from War League. But let's hop into this game now. Zela, we shouldn't call it Zela. Zela, we should have called him Zela, he told us. Opens up with an upstart Goblin. Michiel gaining some much needed life points here. They are not much needed, we are still early, but it's not early for me. And there's a Sacred Crane on the board.
And what could Sacred Crane mean? I'm not sure. What does Sacred Crane mean?
Means that we have a deck here with... Oh no, I think we have a mirror match.
We are jinxing our unique decks here with mirror matches.
This will be an exciting one for sure. Michiel had a slow start, only setting a monster here, and we see Heavy Storm sniping away a Jar of Greed. This is not what you want to do.
Oh no! You activated my trap card.
But maybe Zela is somehow cutting, it doesn't matter. We see that all important reasoning question is what is Michiel announcing here? We don't know. He probably is calling 8 because 4 is already on the board. We see Scapegoats, Monster Gate, Chaos Sorcerer, BLS, and the Toon Cannon Soldier hitting the board, which is a level 4.
Yeah, and level 4 was unlikely because we already saw the Crane. That's kind of a mind game we see there. And we got Light and Dark Engrave.
Yeah, we got...
And if we got some form of like usable Dimension Fusion, we maybe... there is
that Monster Gate tributing that Toon Cannon Soldier. No, he elects to tribute the Crane instead, because with Toon Cannon Soldier you can deal some additional damage. Let's see what we will here. It looks like a Parshard hitting the board here, which can gain some more advantage, even if Zela is not able to OTK here.
Yeah, and Parshard also is good for getting your resources back, and which also is good for getting more resources, is special summoning Sacred Crane.
This is the reason why Zela was opting to tribute Crane for Monster Gate and a Toon Cannon to get that value out of that extra card here. And this is quite a bit of damage, but not enough. Trunate! This can be huge because now you can tribute your Crane with Toon Cannon Soldier and prem it back again to draw another card.
And that card can indeed be Reasoning or Gate, but we milled some of them already, so I don't know.
But Sela is just monster gating immediately.
Yeah, he's just better.
Yeah, but why not Jubit Crane this time? Because you still have Prem here.
Yeah, but you have Prem for your Demog. That is the last summonable monster in this deck.
There is
and
a Demog hitting the board.
Demog is a good card, I'm told.
Yeah, it's a very, very good card. And now Sela should have all the tools he needs. He basically only needs like a monster reincarnation to get back BLS, and he should be good here for game.
Yeah, I mean, there is the monster reincarnation.
Yeah, he looks at it.
Looks at it. He really considers it. He is still considering monster reincarnation.
And yeah, this is correct. A good adjustment from our judge. Monster Gate is indeed now in graveyard, and then Demog triggers, which is an important detail because you could pick up that very Monster Gate with Demog.
Yes, and like we said before, we do have the Premature Burial still in hand to possibly get back the Cannon Soldier if you fail to have enough damage on board at the moment. We are just looking for the way to win this turn.
Yeah,
it's not a matter of if we win, it's a matter of how we win.
Okay, and there has to be a Dimension Fusion in Sela's hand because he picks up meta. Now he can use that to tribute his Demog to go into level 8 and then just Dimension Fusion Demog back. This is exactly what is happening now. And Michiel is not picking up his cards yet, but he very well might, because this is just looking like it's over. There's the Gatling Dragon. Dimension Fusion will come down next. I will bet Simon's life on it. Simon can stay alive, gladly.
I can stay. It's not zombie Simon's time yet. And yeah, there is the second Magician of Chaos there. And
so now you just take Monster Reincarnation, get back PL. Yeah, you can't take Tomb Can Soldier back. This is not how it works. But you can take like Monster Reincarnation or just Pot of Greed.
I mean, he has the
Prem.
The Prem in hand, so you don't want to take Monster Reincarnation because you have nothing to pitch.
Yeah. Maybe Sela was just pointing out that he has Prem for Tomb Can Soldier and this is game already, because you can just, there we see thumbs up from Michiel, and I believe, you can attack with all monsters but Tomb Can Soldier and then deal 2,500 extra points of damage. And what is really good for Michiel, and that sounds strange because he just got blown away, is that Sela was not seeing what Michiel is playing. We will not say it out loud, we already saw it, we won't spoil it, because they may hear us, even though they have some chill lo-fi music going on, to not be able to hear us.
But we are seeing some exciting cards there on the board, and what are cards to look out for now in the siding process? If you are Sela, what do you side?
I mean, you only saw Jar of Greed.
Yes.
So if you don't have any insights, you might presume your opponent is on Chaos Turbo. And if your opponent on Chaos Turbo is you don't have to side that much. Because Reasoning Gate is really good in this matchup. Like, I talked a lot with Svenny Boy, of course, winner of Gold from Prix Osnabrück, with Reasoning Gate, who knows a lot about the deck, apparently. And he told me, like, basically you're siding more against stuff they side against you, because you are the better deck if you draw good. So you don't want to side too much because you don't want to mess with your consistency.
Yeah. Are we seeing the Kuribo now? Is that a card people play?
The thing is, I don't want to talk too much too out loud because I still want to conceal the information what Michiel is playing. So because in the deck Michiel is playing, you have certain cards to side against Reasoning Gate, which we can point out as soon as it's confirmed. I think so. Let's not talk about that too much.
Yeah, I mean, I was just.
What we can talk about is I'm really surprised because it's the first time we see Reasoning Gate in the feature match today, but it's well represented in the tournament. We have 9 Reasoning Gates today in the field. 9. That's 1/10 out of all players are playing Reasoning Gate, and
it's very popular.
Yeah, and it's very popular in real life Gold in Germany. It was no accident that it won Gold Grand Prix Osnabrück. We saw 2 variants topping that event. Shoutouts to Escaroda, who topped Osnabrück with a Machine Gate. He's still in contention today. It's 3-1 right now, so we might see him later, maybe even bettering his finish from Osnabrück. So Reasoning Gate is a very real deck, and I think why it is so popular in Goat format is also like in online Goat, most people playing it are like exclusively playing Goat.
Yes.
But in real life Goat, many players who are advanced players are also playing some Goat. And Reasoning Gate is a deck who is most similar to an advanced deck. And you yourself are an advanced player, so you may explain to us why.
Yeah, I mean, the classic GOAT play we saw for the last few rounds were, I've got a set monster and one back row. And that's a play you do not do in Advanced Yu-Gi-Oh! Anymore. That time passed long ago. If you set a monster face down, it's kind of, you signal your opponent, I lost already, finish me off. And in GOAT, that's a real turn, and Reasoning Gate does not do that. Reasoning Gate resolves a card to combo off. You got resources in your graveyard. You need to really check what cards am I using out of my graveyard, and playing with your graveyard as kind of an extended resource that is at your disposal the whole time is the point of Advanced Yu-Gi-Oh! At the moment. And that's not something, despite like banishing cards for your Chaos Monsters, that you do in GOAT format. So yeah, Reason Gate indeed is the most similar to Advanced Yu-Gi-Oh! It's still, there are glaring differences, but
basically in advanced format you have a lot of combo decks who just want to get their combo through the interruptions of your opponent and win off of that. And that is what Reasoning Gate, exactly that is what Reasoning is doing. Reasoning Gate maybe needs a bit more turns than an advanced deck would, because it's not, obviously power creep is a thing, but you just want to find your win option. And let's see, we are hopping into game 2. Michael opening us up with, let's see it, then we can confirm that we have indeed a mirror match here. Then we see the tune table of content, and we saw why this card is played, because of the target seller already had in game 2. We see all tune table of content is maybe the most unique search card of all time, because it can search itself. It searches the tune card. It's a tune card, so one copy sends out your deck through all copies of tune table of contents, and you can get your tune cancelled. And
now we got less cards in deck that,
Yeah, Bot of Greed follows after, so you don't draw into your dead tune tables, you can draw into real cards now, because you're basically 3 cards. You're playing 4 cards less. This is amazing. And let's see what Michael is finding here. And now that we have the confirmation that it is indeed a Reasoning Gate mirror match, like Reasoning Gate bots specific cards against the mirror, like Spell Canceller or a Joe. Let's see if we see some here. And a big card section. We see the Spell Canceller in Michel's hand. This is one of the cards I just mentioned, which you bought for the mirror match. And now we have the confirmation. Both players know exactly what they are in for. And Michel should have the big advantage, because Stella probably did not side for the mirror match. But Michel is doing some hand signs. How would you interpret them?
I mean, he has options, but he really is depending on this reasoning to hit a monster.
Let's see. There is a Spell Canceller. He called 5. Did he call 5? He called 5!
And that's huge.
This was such good awareness of the situation. Stella recognizing that Spell Canceller would just be game for Michel and just calling 5 just in case, even though he already saw 1, because you always bought 2, you never bought 1. So very, very good situational advantage by Stella, and now his own tune table of contents is hitting the board, and maybe Stella can now find the OTK.
Yeah, I mean, now you got your turn of setup, and you got rid of some cards out of your deck, and so we slowly but surely get our pieces together to maybe find a way back, and now both players know back row isn't real, and that's another thing that you have to consider here.
Upstart Goblin hitting the board. Also shoutouts to Cup Games for the nice words. Thank you. We are just happy to be here, to have the opportunity. Also have to give big shoutouts again to our operator Felix, who's doing a lot of work here behind the scenes. also to Atzniens who made this all possible. This is such a great stream setup, and it's just fun to be here. We're just sitting here and yapping. We're not doing anything else.
We are watching other people having fun, and it's a blast.
Yeah, it's such a blast. It's getting quite hot in here, but it's...
that's because the gameplay is so fire.
It really is. And now it's the reasoning. So Michel's deck was concealed, so there's most likely no spell cancer in Seller's deck now. So maybe he caught like a 4, like an 8. I didn't remember what Seller discarded with card destruction, to be honest. I didn't pay that much attention. So we see a lot of good spells in the grave, and there's the Demok, and he called 8, and Michel's celebrating. He's like, yes, got him.
Yeah, I mean, there probably isn't much left.
Yeah.
That's there to be summoned. Now is the question...
Another reasoning, and he called 5, and he's applauding himself.
Yeah.
He sniffed it out, and Seller maybe had some inside information there because he did side for the mirror match.
Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility that you can just wait a turn under Spell Canceller, even if you're not playing a mirror match.
But let's talk about Michel's sense here. Right after this, I will take Michel and pull him to the next casino and return me red or black, because he definitely had the correct instinct twice in a row. Imagine he would have called 5 and then 8.
Yeah, I mean, that would be... I think if you got Spell Canceled first, there wouldn't be a second reasoning. But...
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, so still Seller has some options left, summoning a Chaos Hawk here into an open board for some quick points of damage, but it's not nearly as devastating as it could be. And now we are in a very interesting game state because we see 2 reasoning gates on low resources. This is not something you see often. Toon Cannon Soldier getting summoned next to it, and
there are scapegoats, and scapegoat is kind of dangerous because now there are monsters on the board, and he can't get rid of all of them.
Yeah, and also Michel now has access to Monster Gate. There was an argument to maybe keep all 4 tokens on board there to minimize the options Michel can have with potential Dimension Fusion plays, which you can consider there. Let's just keep all 4 and then try to clear them all at once.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility, because now there are like 3 bad monsters on board, but what do you still have to summon? Like, we now go for
the
Monster Gate.
Does Michel play a 3rd back row card? Maybe the 3rd Spell Cancer or Jogan. This would be crucial. Let's see. We see a lot of cards being sent to the graveyard here. And there's Jinzo. And it's the first time that Reasoning hit this game, because Seller did not have the sense Michel had and did not pick 6. And Jinzo is a very good opening here, very good pickup, because you can just attack over Chaos Sorcerer. And also we see, like, how many cards are there for Michel left? Like 4?
Yeah, they are double sleeved, I believe, so it's kinda hard to tell, because the deck always look thicker when you double sleeve your cards.
But he has found it out that I think deck out is a real winning option now for Seller.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. I was looking at Seller's deck and was like, that they are double sleeve.
Yeah, Michel has like 3 cards fanned out there on his right.
Yeah, that should be his last remaining deck card.
This is not much. And Seller is still on 8k left, but we see some very good cards in hand. Michel has to be careful with potential another deck filling cards. He has to be aware of what is in his deck, because again, deck out a real possibility here for him to lose.
Yeah, and by playing real cards, he is on his... Oh, that looks like a ballsy play he's about to make.
Yeah, this looks like a really... But he kind of figures, like, he maybe figures he has to do it now, otherwise he will lose eventually. He sees a Monster Gate. This is a huge gamble. If Crane is the last card, the deck he just loses here. So let's count it out. It's a Crane!
And the Crane that early is really good, because now he can top deck into the card that wins the game, but it unfortunately does not seem like that's a card. His hand gesture looked like he's a little bit sad. He got so good reads on the reasoning, and then got, did not get the results from his deck that he wanted.
Such an awkward position to be in. You did everything correctly, and you're still looking at like 1 or 2 cards in your deck, staring at your opponent, and you're like, damn it.
I mean, that's the charm of Reasoning Gate. Sometimes you do everything correct and just lose.
Yeah.
That's how it goes. And now there is the question, do we have enough damage to possibly not lose this?
Snatch is a start. Snatch is definitely a good start here.
Yeah, definitely.
A bit of social commentary here by our stream operator, but we have to agree.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny.
Yeah. And there is goats for Seller, and I think that seals the deal. This should be enough to just deck out Michel. He can now sit behind that beautiful goat tokens in all their 4 different colors. And they are like, bah! And that means you're dead.
Yeah, I mean, the sound of sheeps at night is Michel's worst nightmare here.
Okay.
But we still got the lightning vortex.
This is a pretty good answer. It seems to be happening in main 2. I don't think he preemptively flipped, but why not attacking over Toon to the first to deal some damage? This is what I'm quite wondering here. Why this is not happening? Because I assume the goats were activated in battle phase.
I think maybe the Chaos Sorcerer was banished.
Okay, so
it's snatched. Never mind.
Seller shotgunned the goats because we're going to battle phase now. So Seller potentially activating goats in main phase there, which could cause. I don't know what happened there. I don't like. We will see the life points updated. Seems like attacks were happening.
Yeah, they're definitely...
Attacks were happening, so he activated goats in main phase. It could cost him the game. Because now, Michel maybe has the opportunity to win this.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why the goats were activated in main phase, because, okay, now we are getting the 3 draws from Graceful Charity, and Graceful Charity is a really good card to come back after this...
Thank you to Michel for clarifying that he really only has 1 card left.
Yeah, I mean, there is 1 card, and does 1 card in... what card is it that if he gets his board cleared, that he possibly can win the game still?
To quote Jaden Yuki, the game is not over until the last card is drawn, but the last card will be drawn next turn, so the game must be over after that.
Yeah, I mean... the last card drawn is the last chance to seal the game if his board gets broken now. And there is a lot of thinking going on there with Seller, because he has not resolved his Graceful Charity by now. So there really must be a tough decision to make.
I really understand if Reasoning Gate players takes their time, especially in that game state. Like basically, his whole deck is in the grave, so he can like count in his head what cards are left in his deck. Like he can even figure out what the last card in Michel's deck is. Like if he watches closely. But now we see some action. Light, dark, get diminished. Oh, if there's a Dimension Fusion, this could be over now.
And
Banish Light, Banish Dark for the BLS. Do we see a Dimension Fusion?
BLS is definitely the answer to the big monster there.
Seller has just enough life points
and
left.
There is a Snatch Steal
instead.
For... Is it the Jinzo? No,
it's
a Chaos Sorcerer that is coming back. And now we...
The good thing for Seller is he doesn't need to kill Michel. All he has to do is to put up a big enough board that he can survive next turn.
Yeah, and now he tributes his...
No, he banished. He banished Chaos Sorcerer.
He banished Chaos Sorcerer himself and then goes over the board.
Yes, attacks over. He cleared everything from Michel's board. Again, he just needs to survive next turn. So and Michel draws into his last card. And is it something which can help him here? He has 2 cards in hand, and he sets 2 cards face down, and I assume this is just it.
I mean, if you just pass here, it should be game, and we have a winner, and that should be Seller.
I hear some laughing in the back room, I think both players now, and we see a win by deck out, only here at GTP Halle. Seller seals the deal. Big shoutouts to Michel for an amazing fight, for 2 correct reasoning calls in a row. Really amazing.
But also Seller's instinct to board in his spell canceller in game 2 by just seeing a Jar of Greed.
Yes.
That's really good foresight there.
So there's maybe again the possibility, maybe they knew each other.
Yeah,
Maybe they knew each other, maybe they even built the decks together. Who knows?
I mean,
lists look really similar.
that's right.
That's something we have to ask the players in the post-game interview, and because you love standing up.
Yeah,
you are
I
allowed
will.
to stand up and ask the players if we have an interview. And yeah, we are now through 5 rounds of Swiss, and also the players did do us a big favor of finishing quickly, because we can maybe get a break in. Yeah, thumbs up from our operator who really needs a break like also we do. And I get a thumbs up. So we will be back with an interview shortly with the winner of that exciting Reasoning Gate mirror match. We will listen to how he feels right after this short break. I'm back here at the Goat Grand Prix in Halle an der Saale with Sella, right?
Yes.
Okay, with Sella after a breathtaking, exhilarating Reasoning Gate mirror match. And we have so much to talk about, but firstly, how do you feel?
Oh, I'm feeling great actually. Like I won my round. I'm 4-1 now.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm happy.
So we have to talk about something.
Yes.
You sided in Spell Canceller, but
Yes.
you only saw Jar of Greed game 1. How did you sniff that out?
So the thing is, I saw Jaw of Greed, which
Yes.
is one indication that it could be this deck. But then I saw it like when I played my Crane turn 1.
Yep.
I saw it from my opponent's gesture that it was like, okay. And then I thought, maybe the same deck. And then I saw the Jaw of Greed and I was, yes, same deck.
That's an amazing read, and that's also a component of real-life Goat. Like many of our watchers are playing online exclusively, which you don't have online. It's like observing your opponent, watching at your opponent. Is that something you're good at in general, you would say? Is
I
it
would say yes. Oh, sorry for interrupting
No,
you. Yeah, I would say Yes, because I'm playing Pokemon competitively too.
TCG or VGC?
VGC.
VGC,
actually, yes.
so observing opponent is very important there.
Also, and I've been to a lot of tournaments. Like it's my first Go tournament actually today.
Really?
Yes, the first in real life tournament at least. But I've played a lot of VGC tournaments, and that's where I have my experience from.
Yeah, and you really could count on that in this game. Let's talk about some strategy. How do you play a reasoning gate mirror match? What is important in that?
Like the mirror match is mainly whoever gets a spell canceller out first probably wins. So it didn't work in this game too, but if it doesn't work, both players have enough of options to finish the game like a standard game.
Yeah, that game 1 was really quick. You just had the OTK, but he didn't. But game 2 was so exciting. You called correctly, and then he got you 2 times in a row. How did you feel after you missed 2 reasonings in a row?
Yeah, that was tough because like it was interesting because my opponent actually said, I don't think that you have sided in spell canceller too. Yeah. Because my opponent thought I would never think that they would play reasoning gate 2. And then they called 8 first, called it right. Then they wanted to get Air Knight, Pasha, and that's why they called 5. And yeah, it was spell canceller. Yeah, it was sad for me, but life goes on.
Your win option in game 2 was ultimately deck out. Yeah. How fast did you figure out that is the road you have to go? Not to kill your opponent, just to survive.
Actually, pretty fast because I knew my opponent had like 10,000 life points left at this point. And with my resources left, it would be difficult to deal that much damage, and stalling out 2 more turns was the better option for me.
Okay. And it worked out quite well.
Yeah.
So you're now 4-1, you're sitting very comfortable with a good record. What were your expectations going into this event?
Oh, I actually wanted to go positive. So like we are playing 7 rounds.
Yeah, so you achieved that already.
Yeah. Yeah, so if I lose the remaining rounds, I'm happy because like it's my first Go tournament. And I'm positive already, so yeah.
Okay, so it's your very first Go tournament. Why did you pick up Reasoning Gate?
Because I think that with Reasoning Gate especially, it is easier for a player with less experience like me to win. If I play Chaos Turbo, a lot of more experienced players will just outplay me. And they can't outplay me if I one turn KO them. Okay. Right? That's the thing.
So what I see with you as an example is like accessing your strengths and weaknesses is very important in a tournament like this, and you know you're not as experienced in this format as other players, so you make your weakness to a strength. You pick a deck which you are comfortable in, and you rely on other abilities, for example, reading your opponent and stuff. And this is really, really impressive. So you're a great example that you don't need much experience to do well in Gold format. And do you think you can take it all the way today?
I think yes, I could actually. Not very realistic, but there's a chance, and I will of course go for the chance. Okay, so are there any decks you definitely want to face now, or no aggro would be nice. Okay, everything else, yeah. Okay, so thank you again for the interview. Are there anyone you want to shout out? Friends, community?
Yes,
of course. Thank you very much to my wife, who is probably watching this now from a cafe in the town. Thanks to all my friends watching this, to my family. Thanks to everyone who supports me.
An amazing performance by you, Stella. I hope we will see you again in Top Cut. I wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you.
And now take some rest for the next round.
Thank you for the interview.
Of course, and we take a short break and we will be back with the second to last round of Swift, round 6, shortly.
Hello and welcome back to round 6, 7,
Round 6.
8.
Round 6.
Oh, yeah, round 6 of this Goat Grand Prix here in Halle. And we are still looking for the people who are playing top 8. And we were asked in chat if there's a chance to see German DLS in the next round of the feature match.
It's a very good question. What is the answer, Simon?
I don't know. Is he? Does he attend?
He's here, I've heard, and I've heard he's sitting right next to us because we got him into the feature match.
That's nice. We are listening to chats that we didn't even read before we looked up the feature match.
I pulled German DLS over for a feature match and then I read the comment and I was like, oh, that's fitting. So yeah, we have him and he's playing against Slash, another one of the many people here I don't know. There's a sea of very skilled players who I've never seen before. And that's what I love about this tournament. I would say, let's switch from us ugly, sweated faces to the table where the real action is will be going
where the
down.
sweaty gameplay will be.
Yeah, it's very, very hot in here. And we know what German DLS is playing. We won't spoil it in just in case players may hear us. But it is a deck which we didn't have on stream yet.
And that's what we want. New decks, exciting decks that also are a possible contender.
Yeah. Both players are 4-1 and we got asked again earlier. We are playing 7 rounds. We've cut to top 8 and we are 96 players. So with X1 you're pretty much secured your place in top cut. With X2 you have to sweat. So both players are on a virtual bubble and definitely want to win this match now. And I know that German DLS did sweat a lot in the last round. He went way into overtime and got a clutch victory there. So let's see if he's still exhausted or if he can go fresh into this game.
Yeah, and we know what it's like to go from overtime into the next round because it happened a lot here on stream today. So we know the pressure. And we will see how he adapts. I did not quite... Did they roll who is going first yet?
We will see it shortly, but big shoutouts to Evans GR in the chat. Hello back. Evans GR, you don't know this, is the winner of the second to last Gold Grand Prix in Nuremberg.
Oh!
He won it last year. He was the Greek who snatched the victory from all the German noses, who is unfortunately not here. I hope to see you in Munich, Evans, so you better be there to give us Germans a chance to finally beat you. Yeah, he's there in chat watching and it will be exciting. German DLS was at that Gold Grand Prix in Nuremberg last year. So he makes a lot of trips. He's also a name you may know. And oh, this was...
There was the handshake. We were waiting for it to happen and now it was there. It was on my bingo card for today. I have sadly not printed it out, but...
I don't know if you watched Inside Out 2. You didn't, but there is like a new character called Embarrassment. And he is dominating the emotions right now. So German DLS seemingly is able to start here because he pulls out 6 cards. Whatever. Yes, yeah. German DLS will start us off, and that's good for him. Let's see what his opening has to offer. I'm so excited for the deck he's playing. It's a deck I really love.
Now I don't... Oh, that's... He's playing very far forward.
Yeah, but our table judge is way ahead of us, correcting that he plays his cards correctly. And yeah, everyone's pointing out he already won another GGP in Greece that year, so yeah, does not need to win one this season.
He has nothing to lose. And Munich is a beautiful city, as well as Halle is, where we are right now with this round 6 of this GGP.
German setting with a T set here, which is an uncommon opening for his deck. So that's not something you would assume he would do. We have no idea what Slash is playing, so this is also a big wild card. There are a few cool decks left. Maybe we have another Reasoning Gate, who knows?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the one singular back row without any monsters could be anything. It could literally be anything.
It could be anything. So let's see what a German DLS will do here now. We see flip summon off a Gravekeeper Spy. That's not much of an indication what we are about to see here, but it is very good to put some pressure on the board. And he sums it in attack. that may suggest what kind of deck he's playing. He's definitely not playing conservatively here.
Yeah, I mean, if you are in round 6 and you have the opportunity, you just go ham. Because if you lose this one, you can as well go home.
Yeah, but maybe other players would play more carefully then. But yeah, playing aggressive is definitely in line with his playing style. In this
I would have
style.
done the same thing.
It's easy to say in hindsight because it worked. We see quarter damage already done to Slash's life points. And maybe now's the opportunity for him to show us what he got. We see, is it a jar? It is Dust Tornado, but not in the end phase, but rather now. I mean, it was sitting there for a while, so no point in end phasing it because he could have still chained it. Might as well just see what the draw holds for you.
I mean, not doing it in end phase is like negating the second effect of Dust Tornado to set another trap from your hand to use it possibly in the turn he just activated his Dust Tornado.
That's
so
very true.
There is an opportunity to...
and it's a ring, and he chains the ring, and that again is very in line with the deck German DLS is packing today, because we would never see a turbo player do this. So he definitely wants to deal a lot of damage here, which he does. So what kind of follow-up can Slash now bring to the table? We see a Goblin Attack Force.
And we got the mirror matches today. All the mirror matches.
Yeah, no, we can spoil it. We have, in fact, another mirror match happening. What is going on today? And
I mean, maybe Slash is on like some kind of skill drain deck, and that's why he plays the Goblin Attack Force, but all the indicators are for our fourth mirror match of the day.
We always get double trouble. Like we pull one player in because we know he plays something cool, and the other player plays the same thing.
I mean, we get double the reward for cool decks, but sometimes cool decks work because they're good against meta decks, like the oppressive Chaos Turbo we got in our deck breakdown, and then there are decks that are very good against Chaos Turbo, but maybe not against themselves.
I have the feeling that the life points of German DLS might not be updated there because he also should have lost 1-2 for Ring there, but maybe we'll get an update for that later. Storm now gets rid of another Dust Hero, and now we have a Graceful Charity played in attack position.
Yeah, and Graceful Charity in attack position actually allows you to draw 3 cards and then discard 2 cards. I didn't know if you knew that.
I read up on the effect of Pot of Greed in preparation of the event, but I did in fact not for Graceful Charity, so thank you for enlightening me. This definitely helps a lot, and we see a Nobleman being discarded, pretty useful in the matchup, obviously.
I mean, there are Earth flip monsters in this format, so maybe... but maybe not in the aggro strategy.
Yeah. But we saw German DS play Spice, so there's definitely room for playing flips. I'm still kind of curious if they maybe missed the ring damage for German DLSer, because he should be at 4-5, and I don't know if this is a mistake that we are not updated, or if the judge, if the players maybe failed to recognize that. Something. It's all good. Okay, we get a sum up from our operator, so you have the life points the judge gave you, right?
Okay, yeah, then...
So maybe I should intervene there. Yeah, 1,000 S's.
But we are missing the spy damage from Ring of Destruction there. So maybe that's... Okay, there was mistakes were made. That's what was the emotion called again?
No, I'm really sorry. Like we are coming in too long. I had a mistake in my brain there. I'm sorry for yeah, I will not do that again. Goblin did not attack directly. Goblin attacked off a spy. That plus the spy damage equaled 1 goblin attack, so there was no damage.
Okay, yeah, we were rambling about, oh my god, there's an earth monster that we did not pay that much attention. So, yeah. But there is the greedy pot, and the greedy pot gets you to the next 2 cards of your deck, and all these cards could apply immense pressure now.
Yeah, also both players are at half their life now, and Earth Aggro is a very aggressive deck.
Yeah, especially because you have your earth monsters as resources in the graveyard for the possibility to special summon monsters that are not chaos monsters.
And there we have the confirmation that we have, in fact, the mirror match, Giant Red being normal summon, just stomping over that goblin defense.
Yeah, and the goblin defense is like my defense 0. And yeah, now we got the red, but the red gets red meets girl. And
because what does DD Warrior Lady do again?
DD Warrior Lady is
outs everything.
This the best answer to every card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Period. Period.
So it's a Mystic Mine out.
Yes.
Okay. Why is it? Why a greedy pot? Carp enlighten us there. I don't know why it was.
I said it.
I don't even get word puns anymore. Maybe like can we do a sub? Like can someone hop in it for me? Like take over?
You're new to this. Like you've never commentated Yu-Gi-Oh! On live stream before.
No, I never did it. Like
and there is the Berserk Gorilla that meets the Ring of Destruction, and the Ring of Destruction meets the Royal Decree. And now that the king has spoken, the Gorilla went in and is there to deal huge amounts of damage.
Would you say that Gorilla just got Berserk?
No, that's a knighted gorilla because he works under the king's decree.
Okay, so he did it under the royal...
He's civilized.
Civilized.
It's a civilized gorilla.
So civilized.
But even the civilized, the most civilized gorilla stands no chance against another goblin attack force that there goes in.
I want to point out something very important. You hear us rambling, we are exhausted, we are not making sense anymore, we are making mistakes. Imagine the players who actually playing since a lot of hours now, and that's a really good argument for bringing Earth Aggro to such an event. Because Earth Aggro
and DD Warrior Lady.
Is this game?
Smashing Ground.
It's game.
Oh my god, and that's game. DD Warrior Lady not only outs every monster, it also outs every slash in this game 1.
Yeah, what I was about to say is like Earth Aggro is a very simplistic deck. I'm not saying that it's not hard to play. Like every deck is hard to play if you want to play it masterfully. But Earth Aggro maybe is easier to play than something like God Control.
It's a little bit forgiving.
Yeah, and in most cases, games go by pretty fast, as we saw.
Yeah, so you got a lot of downtime between rounds usually, and if you want to pick up a deck that has different struggles than the Goat Control deck, which is like very slow, and you need to think about every decision you do, maybe pick up Earth Aggro if you are interested in starting out with the Goat format, because you can like put down cards and they do stuff on the turn you are playing.
Yeah, it's actually like a very important thing in Goat format. It's like timing your aggression. When do you go into the offensive? How do you preserve your card? When do you overextend? The easy thing is, like, in my opinion, optimally playing Earth Aggro is like always aggress. This is what the deck wants to do. This deck never wins with resources or because the card draws has the better cards. This deck just wants to overwhelm your opponent, and German DLS is playing a really aggressive version, even with Royal Decrees in the main deck.
Yeah, and I mean, if your monsters always connect, because the primary way of dealing with pesky attack position monsters are these battle traps like Sakuretsu Armor, or the Mirror Force, or the Torrential Tribute, or the Ring of Destruction.
Yeah.
These Royal Decrees that not only knight your Berserk Gorillas, but also make like all these traps that are there to counter your strategy, and you counter them in game 1. That's a very, very heads-up play there.
Yeah, definitely. And Earth Aggro, like the usual build, as we saw by Slash, does it already with Dust Tornadoes, but Decree is just adding that extra step, and we see German DS also adjusting for the fact that he has less defense than other Earth Aggros with main decking Spies, which are defense and not a trap card.
Yes, and Spies can spy your opponent even if there is a big wall.
Yeah,
that's why Spies are professionals.
Cup pointing out in the chat that he likes the decrees, and they worked out fantastic there for German DLS, and it works pretty well with the overall strategy. But we praised them really highly, but they will get sided out here. Let's be real. In the mirror match, you don't really need very much trap disruption, or maybe German DLS figures. Yes, he indeed wants to keep them.
I mean, they kinda won him in the first game, so maybe if Slash plays a lot of trap cards, the decrees are a good option to keep in. But probably siding them out because you already saw like a very high amount of back row removal on Slash's side.
If you're Slash, you definitely side out traps now. You definitely side out the Dust Tornadoes you had. Also, like normally you would keep Dust Shoots in the mirror match because it's decent against Earth, because Earth isn't committing like 4 back rows because they don't play Solemns.
Yes.
But if you see your opponent on decrease, you most certainly don't keep Shoots. So you would assume that Slash drastically reduces their trap potion in their deck, so you would side out Decree, but maybe Slash bets on that and keeps in Shoots and Tornadoes going first.
Yeah, I mean, it's if you go first against a deck that plays a huge monster count, playing Dust Shots might really be a good option.
Going first, Dust Shoot is always an option to consider because opening with it is like the best thing you can hope for, besides maybe Trinity. But we were yapping long enough. We will see a game 2 happening now. Slash now has the opportunity to begin, and now both players agreeing on the handshake clutch.
Yeah. I mean, it happens one, it will not happen again. And
with the Vittorio Victor Gedächtnispyramide there. It's like what OG players like to do. And what do I see in the corner of my eye? We
don't talk about cards in hand, but we did talk about a possibility of.
But do we talk about Bruno?
We don't talk about Bruno here. And we also don't talk about man falling through the ground because it's a fake ground.
Would you say it's a trap?
I mean, I know a certain admiral that would say it's a trap, but which one is it? Is it Cliff on the artwork of?
It should be Cliff, yeah.
It should be Cliff, right? Yeah. I mean, Cliff definitely has not the greatest time there.
Okay, we see Didi is silent and Lily being sent to the graveyard there, both from monsters, but both monsters you really like to call. And there's a shoot, so no need to play around it more. Book of Moon is an interesting decision to keep it in there, but it makes sense with Decree. And we also see, like, German DS is on the hyper aggressive version, like hyper aggressive version with brain controls.
I mean, his version is pretty and I like it. So
how much fun can we get in there?
What do you get rid of now? I mean, it's possibly the breaker, right? Yeah. He points to the breaker because Gigantes does nothing without a graveyard, and it's easier to get rid of the Goblin attack force.
It kind of depends on if the back row of Slash were chainable. But because if it were chainable, shuffling back the Goblin would make sense because it would get rid of the only target Gigantes can do something with. Also, shuffling Gigantes would also make sense because it's a very good card in the format. But Breaker seems like the obvious choice. There is some discussion going on. The players talking about some stuff there. Not sure what.
Maybe it's about note taking or something like that. I mean, there are a lot of.
I think it's about note taking. Yeah. Maybe they are contemplating how to handshake after the game. So better to get it out of the way now and not to have to deal with it later.
I mean, talking it out always solves problems, and they probably both,
Okay, it was about now taking, so maybe Slash just wanted to get another good look of the hand of German DLS and want to confirm what's there. And we can now talk very openly about the contents of German DLS hands. We know about Goblin, Gigantes, Book of Moon, Brain Control, Giant Tornado. There's the Goblin, you just want to swing there for some good amount of damage. It goes to defense, you don't really mind, because it just fuels your graveyard for Gigantes as soon as it gets destroyed.
Yeah, and just swinging in for 23 is also like huge, because like we saw last game, the life points against an Earth aggro are so fragile, and getting a heads up now without drawback of like losing life points in return because your monster is already in defense position is a very good turn.
Okay, and Slash, in fact, like we talked about it, he kept in shoots and tornadoes. So he maybe played
and now he sets another card to possibly use this turn.
Yeah, maybe it's another tornado. Because no, you wouldn't set it. Let's see, maybe it's a ring. Or a call. It could be a call.
It could be a call, and call could be devastating here.
Yeah, a call on Lily would be so much damage.
If he has
maybe some
Gigantes and another Goblin attack force, should be huge amounts of damage. It wouldn't be game, but it would certainly apply a lot of pressure on German DLS. Because we know that German DLS has no cards in hand to deal with that kind of aggression now.
Okay, we started with Gigantes, but banishing the Lily, so no call or Prem, or maybe he Slash values a silent engraved more than Lily engrave, which is an interesting decision. Lily is a two-edged sword in this matchup because you also lose a lot of life.
I mean, if he had two Gigantes and a Dimension Fusion, it would have been game.
Yeah.
So, it's a possibility. We haven't seen it.
It most certainly is. So we just see the attack over set monster in Germany as draws in the first card, which is not public knowledge anymore. So with his hand, he can go for Gigantes and try to go for the 2-for-1 here. Like doubling Gigantes and takes the back with it.
Yeah, I mean, that's always a play, but you would leave yourself very exposed.
I mean, you can still set the book.
The book he already lost against the Dust Tornado? Or which book are you referring to? Okay, yeah.
Exactly that book. I'm not making sense anymore. Good to have you. Yeah, its book is already gone.
It's a risky situation, just doubling your Gigantes, and German DLS needs to think what he's going to do.
He found a gorilla. Does he have game? It's not enough game. It was almost game there because he has True Nate and Brain Control and Gigantes.
But
wait. That's game. He has game.
But why not True Nate first?
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't know. Maybe he didn't look at the life because he has game here. He can True Nate and then it's just over.
There is a True Nate, and even if it's a ring now, and it's a ring,
it's over. It's still over.
It doesn't matter now.
German DLS, if he sees the line, he just needs to summon Gigantes, Brain Control. That's ugly for you. That's exactly what I meant. Like Brain Control, basically it's a -1 here if you go for the long one, but it doesn't matter because the game is not going that long.
And like I said, the one attack of his Goblin attack force this early applied so much pressure that he has now a game shot like 2 turns later.
Yeah. So I think German DLS is he's a very deliberate player, which definitely is fine. You don't want to make a mistake at that point of the game, but he should see the lane very soon. This is definitely just over, and there it is. And I love this deck. Just bam, Gigantes, bam, Brain Control, and we see the handshake, and that's the win for German DLS, who is now one step closer to securing his top cuts what was a very, very aggressive deck.
Yeah, and we got a very exciting match here, and 2 players that Earth aggroed their way into this round 6, and now German DLS continues his streak into round 7 with his X1 standing. And
but it's still not over for Slash though. He is now 4-2. With another win, he could bring himself to 5-2, and that's still possible to top with a 5-2 record. It will be hard. It will depend on tiebreakers, but it's certainly doable. So maybe we see Slash again. We probably will see German DLS in top cut again.
Yeah. the possibility of seeing German DLS again is likely. He has to win another round because, like we said earlier, X2 is kinda iffy to get into the top cut because of the amount of players we have. There should be space for one X2 player, and that's basically nothing. But yeah, we
don't know yet if we will have an interview, but I assume we will because German DLS, I know him. I don't think he's camera shy, and he also is.
I know another Halle fact, so I thought about sharing that one. And the Halle fact is for all the music enjoyers out there, because in fact Halle has the biggest Beatles museum in all of Europe.
You would think it would be in Liverpool, but no, it's in Halle an der Saale.
Because apparently there are very big Beatles fans here in Halle, and so if you are in Halle and you maybe can check out the Beatles museum tomorrow if you're staying, or if you ever win.
Did you tell them about the other museum already?
No, I haven't told them about the other museum because that's a sweet Halle fact for the next round.
Yeah, so stay tuned if you want to plan your museum tour in Halle an der Saale, possibly to contemplate your visit of GGP Halle next year, because I'm sure we will get a GGP here next year. After this amazing turnout, 96 players showed up, so for sure we will have the opportunity to meet you guys again here next year. But for now, we just leave for a few minutes, then we will be back with an interview with German DLS, and then the very last round of Swiss for today.
And welcome back here with our next interview. We have German DLS here, and yeah, you just had an incredible mirror, like our. It feels like it was our 6th mirror on stream in a row, and yeah, we selected you for the feature match because we thought like Earth Aggro is kinda cool and not that well represented in the tournament. I mean, it's more represented than we expected, but nonetheless, you played Royal Decrees in game 1 in your deck, and it caught your opponent off guard, I felt. So what was your thinking process going into game 2 with your Royal Decrees?
Okay, maybe first step, I always on the search for exotic decks which are a bit different, and when we talk about Earth Aggro, you have standard lists, and some of them I already played on Dueling Book in the tournaments. But as I already mentioned, I'm always on the hunt with exotic takes, and then I found a deck list in Italy, as of course they have very good ideas. Maybe later on I can talk more about it. And there I saw that someone played 3 Royal Decree in the main deck. So I think it's a good pick to have it in the first game instead of the second game. And yeah, in the second game, I had the decrees in the main still.
Yeah.
But it's a bit tricky against the mirror match because Earth Aggro likes to have Royal Decrees. So it's not that big deal. Like normal warriors have more problems with Royal Decree, but Earth Aggro is okay with it.
Okay.
So I decided to hold it in the main deck.
Okay, yeah. So you, despite the fact that Earth Aggro has not that big of a problem with the decree, you still...
Yeah, because you want to attack, you want to kill the opponent as fast as possible, so it helps them too.
Yeah. So is Earth Aggro like your pet deck that you bring to every tournament, and did you have like some achievements with the deck already?
I had PVCQ top 8 some months ago. I had a 4-2 run playing the list of return winner from his channel YouTube. He took the main deck of Shaggy Powers, who played it in the World Championship 2022, and return winner had an own side deck with 1 Penguin Soldier, and I put this Penguin Soldier out for 1 Mobius, and that's the deck like return winner showed on his channel. And it's not my pet deck. As I mentioned, I always on the hunt for something which is a bit different than the main meta deck, and I'm trying the stuff around.
Okay. So maybe some people in chat have like the next exotic pick for you on your hunt of exotic cards to play in the GOAT format. Any card that you found in particular already that you like very much, that are now maybe common play, but you played them first?
No, I have some favorite cards which are not good enough for the meta, and I am hoping still that someone find the right combination to bring these cool cards into the game. So we have 1,500 cards, and we still play the 300 same cards, and I think it's a bit boring when we have Chaos Turbo mirrors all day long. So I have some cards in my backpack, but I didn't find a way to bring them to a good moment.
Any teasers what these cards might be?
It's a card which can kill Chaos Turbo.
That sounds promising. So everyone now hunt for this one specific card that is able to kill Chaos Turbo. Anything else you want to shout out or?
Yeah, shout out to everybody who knows me, to my family, to my sister, which I play sometimes. She doesn't play Yu-Gi-Oh! Competitive, but when she was 10 years old, I show her how to play. So when we meet in Christmas or Easter, she always plays Chaos Turbo. I play something different, and thank you very much for your time to do that. And yeah, hope to see you again soon.
That's very wholesome. So yeah, thanks for your time and for your great input. And yeah, thank you all for tuning in, and we'll be right back with round number 7.
What's up, guys? Welcome to casual round 7 here at GGP Halle. It's the last round of Swiss, so we take things a bit more casual around here now. No need to be professional or something. We go into the well-deserved break after that. And our players can't afford any breaks right now. You can come in. Come, you don't have to be shy. He's a bit shy.
There's no space for me to sit, but yeah.
It's casual, you know, don't need space, there's no professionalism. It's like the mic is all over your face, nobody cares. Yeah, let's be as unprofessional as we can be. I can play with my pen while I'm talking. It's like, yeah, that's what we do. That's how we roll here around Halle. So we need to chill out sometimes. But again, our players can't afford to chill out. Because both players are in a must-win situation. Both players are X2 right now, so they need to win to have a shot to make top 8. And would say, let's just go right to the table. Or there. There it is. We have Christoph or Blaurock on the right side and David on the left side. We don't know what to expect. You met Christoph yesterday, right? So Blaurock.
No, I didn't. He came today. I was just told about him attending yesterday. That's a small difference. But yeah, there is the handshake, and we also see the opening hand pyramid again.
Yes.
What was it called?
The Vittorio Victor Gedächtnispyramide.
Yeah, and yeah. So we see 1, 2, 3 set cards on the side of Blaurock, and
Grumple is dead. I was asking, like, he's still alive, but he's dead in the tournament. He's no factor for top 8 because it was asked in chat here. And good morning or night also to you. Thank you for yeah. So we see one monster in front of 2 back rows. So we assume that at least one is attainable because Heavy Storm is a thing in Gold format, obviously.
yeah, but Heavy Storm isn't real if you don't believe in it. So we
What's happening here?
hat Side-Deck-Karten vergessen umzuseilen.
Wer von den beiden?
Nicht Blaurock. Ich weiß nicht.
David. Okay, so it's
Yeah.
Ich hab gesagt, es ist halt nur eins.
yeah, right.
yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, there was an oopsie happening there.
Kurze Frage, darf man boarden?
Um,
Eigentlich nicht, oder?
Headshot-Strang oder Atzen.
Wo man liegt? Es wurde nicht viel gespielt.
Es ist normales 1-0, danach wird gebordet.
Aber es war schon, das Spiel lief schon. Dann es wurden aber keine Karten gezeigt. Also es wurde nicht eine einzige Karte beschworen.
es wurden Karten gelegt.
wurde
Also
eine
wurden
gesendet,
Karten gespielt.
Er war so ehrlich, hat gezogen, hat gesagt, ich habe nicht zurückgestylt. Ich habe gesagt, ja, es hat dann nur 1.
Ist jetzt ein Vergehen. Und dann ist halt reguläres 1-0
Man dürfte sein, ja.
Okay, so to explain the situation here, there was an oopsie happening. Players also taking a bit too casual. David forgot to side back after his last round, and he immediately realized after he drew his opening hand. Unfortunately, game 1 was already going on, so that's an automatic game loss for David. So Blaurock is already up 1-0.
Yeah, and now we are in a very different kind of side deck scenario. Both players are able to side now, but neither player has information. I mean, David kind of knows that Blaurock plays a deck that sets cards, so it might not be an aggro strategy. Possibly.
Yeah, it kind of looked at least like Blaurock plays Channels like Jar of Beat or something, because I think he is a good enough player to not like just commit it to a storm. But yeah, it's only a hunch you can go from. Some questions in the chat. Is there any online player still alive? The only player, like German DLS is still alive. He's X1. You may know him from Dueling Book. And Escaroda, who also plays Warwick, is still 4-2, still 5-1 also. But the very well-known players like Rumpelstilzchen, like JCVD, like Murphy, they are all not longer in contention for top 8, unfortunately. And yes, it is German. We are here in Halle, and ausgezeichnet is indeed a very cool German word.
Yes, ausgezeichnet is also for a single German word to know a pretty good one. Usually the only words from a different language are like bad words we don't want to talk about. But ausgezeichnet is no bad word at all.
Ausgezeichnet is actually also the catchphrase of Mr. Burns in the German localization. In English it's excellent, and in German it's ausgezeichnet. So yeah, maybe a Simpsons fan there, just watching the German dub. Okay,
So yeah, the players are now shuffling their decks, so both have decided how to side, and we are in fact going in the second game now, and we have actual gameplay to commentate now.
Yeah, and someone in chat was pointing out it is a tough loss, but yeah, that's also something like it's a long day, you get exhausted, you make mistakes, but always double check that your deck is in the condition it should be, that all cards are where they should be. There's also a skill to have to just be prepared and be careful. This is a huge drawback for David indeed, but he can come back from this. I believe in him. We see a Thunder Dragon, that's a good start.
Yeah, Thunder Dragon is one of the cards of all time, especially if you have like a Graceful Charity, for example, to follow up with your 2 Thunder Dragons in hand. But even if you have no Graceful Charity to follow up, having 2 Thunder Dragons in your hand also protects you from cards like Delinquent Duo, which is a common staple in every Goat deck.
Pampelmuse, also an excellent German word. What does it mean? It's a fruit, right? But what fruit is it?
Isn't it? No, it's no vegetable. It's a fruit.
It's a fruit. It's definitely a fruit.
It's definitely a fruit.
Yeah, it's a big fruit.
Yes.
Yes, it's a big fruit.
I'm a little bit. I don't know fruit that are not growing in my parents' garden, so yeah.
I know this thing. Okay, so David is with a T set, and Blaurock is like one-upping his play from game 1, setting monster and 3 back rows now. Let's see if David has a response in the end phase. No decree or stuff showing up, and it just play back to David, who's probably on some type of chaos strategy here. Chaos Turbo, Chaos Control. Both decks are plenty represented in this event. We see the flip of a Deguichi, and that tells us probably Chaos Turbo.
Yes, we have seen the train already before today, and the
Ooh, a Solemn Judgment on the Breaker.
That's a very bold Solemn Judgment there. But yeah, Breaker is also one of the cards of all time. And so we are here and to save our back row, and I mean, yeah. I lost my train of thought there.
But the train is right there on the field. How can you lost it? It's there.
No, that's a train to victory and not my train of thoughts. The breaker could possibly threaten other back rows, and we get the Solemn straight back. So if you
this is interesting. Mask of Darkness, and with Zaborg, a really cool deck here by Blaurock, who is now on 4,000 life points, which we will change shortly. And Zaborg now getting some damage in. Typhoon in the end phase there.
I'm not that good with the terminologies, but do we see a Thunderclap there?
Thunderclap is not playing Mask of Darkness. Judgment of the Anubis. I think that's a Master Lock. Master Lock is a really, really cool deck. It plays Mask of Darkness in multiple copies, a lot of counter traps, and then you just flip-flop your Mask of Darkness with stuff like Tsukuyomi and get your Solemns back, and your opponent pretty much can't do anything. I think that's some variation of that deck.
Okay, yeah, then also the Zaborg makes a lot of sense. I did not see that coming, as well as Chat did not see the Judgment of Anubis coming. I'm not sure if I've ever saw this card be activated, despite from what the
like in the anime,
the smartphone game
Duel Links.
In Duel Links, this card.
Oh,
was
Heavy Storm, and now Judgment of Anubis is gone. So we
got our Solemn Judgment back, right? So
yeah.
there should be a Solemn Judgment face down.
Yeah, it should be face down.
And
this face down
there is a Solemn Judgment indeed. And now we are kinda low on life points.
But is that to snatch here?
There's a Graceful Charity. I mean, we have a last remaining face down, and this face down card should be valuable enough to protect oneself from Snatch Steal or any other bad card that could come from David in this position.
It was pointed out to me that Judgment of Anubis wasn't chained, actually, because it wouldn't have done anything when chained. And also you needed to discard a card for it. It was just, sniped there.
Ah, okay. I thought he went for the...
Did he chain it? But it shouldn't do anything there, right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I was not familiar with that card prior to seeing it now, so...
Yeah, there was a question what Judgment of Anubis does. Judgment of Anubis does protect... if your opponent activates a spell card which would destroy spell and traps on your side of the field, you have to discard one card in your hand and then negate that spell card effect, and also you destroy one monster on your opponent's side of the field and deal damage I can't speak anymore. The ATK of the monster will be dealt as damage to your opponent.
Ah, okay.
It's a pretty niche card, which when it comes up is pretty cool. I tried to use it in Burn before, because it protects you from Storm, deals some damage, but actually it's very specific. It has to be a spell
there
card.
is the Black Luster Soldier, which gets rid of the... Is it a Magician of Faith? Yeah.
And JDZ, or I think it's JDZ, maybe it's another member of Godfrey, pointing out that there need to be a monster on the field to activate Judgment of Anubis. It's a very specific card. Wow! Brock has the BLS of his own as a perfect counter here. Is there a response from David? There's the ring. This would be game. Do we see another counter trap? We don't, and we go into game 3.
Go into game 3. That's exciting. Maybe the Solemn Judgments so early against the Breaker was his downfall now, because we never saw the last remaining face down card.
I mean, you can't really say that it was a mistake for Blaurock to do it, because it was a very specific scenario where you lose against BLS and ring exactly that.
Yeah. No, that wasn't what I was referring to. I was referring to investing your life points that easy.
Yeah, but
that early in the game. But I mean, it's kind of the main strategy of his deck.
I don't know exactly if he is playing that Master Lock or if he's playing a variant with Master Weapons plus counter traps. We don't have the deck list there, but it's such an interesting and cool deck. And Blaurock, you may not know him from the Gold Circuit, but he's a very, very experienced veteran player who plays even longer than I am. I believe he's played competitively since the game exists, and he also was quite successful doing it. He definitely knows what he's doing, and he knows that it's to experience with some cards. So I'm very, very interested in. I hope we see more of his deck in game 3 here. And again, both players still with a decent shot to make top 8 cut. To keep that in perspective, this is table 7. So there are not many people who are X1 right now. So I think a 2 or 3 X2 would make top 2. Yes, we got 2 people with X2 will make top cut.
And one of these 2 people could be in this round 7 feature match. And yeah, we are seeing side deck in progress. How do you feel in this do or die situation?
I mean, Blaurock has a pretty easy task because David seems to be on Chaos Turbo. And if you're going into a tournament with the size and prestige, you expect a lot of Chaos Turbo and you have a plan for it. If you're David, it's a whole another level, because you have no clue what Christoph is playing. If you have spell trap removal, this will for sure be... If David for any chance has a Decree on board, then it's jackpot for him. Definitely want to have this one in. But otherwise, only monsters we've seen were BLS, Breaker, and Mask of Darkness, and Zabok, I believe, yes.
Yeah, we saw Zabok, and Zabok also put on a lot of pressure. And was eventually outed with the Tsukuyomi, which we found another card. Tsukuyomi is very good against. So today we are seeing all the monsters Tsukuyomi can easily out. It's not just all these level 4 normal summons, it's also the level 5 tribute monster of Zaborg that easily falls to Tsukuyomi here.
Yeah, as you pointed out earlier, a lot of stable monsters in Gold format don't have more than 1000 defense, and that's one of the many reasons why Tsukuyomi is that good and that popular in that format, because you can out a lot of stuff, and it's also like Tsukuyomi is a jack of all trades. You can so many stuff with it. Also, its defense stuff is stat is already is actually decent. It's a good defense. 1-4, you can do something with it.
And I mean, after Goat format, Tsukuyomi went on vacation in form of the ban list
for a long time, right?
If I'm correct, it should have returned like in 2013. So. Yeah.
It returned during Dragon Ruler format. I'm pretty sure Dragon Ruler played it to book Jogen's face down against Spellbook. Yeah, I remember that.
So it went straight from being a staple in one format to being a very good side deck option in the next format. It was legal. So a very good card we have here. And the players are shuffling the decks. So we are expecting David to go first.
Yeah, David should go first. Yeah.
Yes.
And David is playing a trap deck with counter traps, so going first is definitely essential for strategy here. Getting these Solemn Judgment and Judgment of Anubis face down there, protected by protecting Mask of Darkness, which can recycle them. It's definitely something you want to do. It's very interesting because he plays Mask of Darkness and so many Solemns and stuff. He can go ham with Solemns. Like if you open Mask of Darkness and Solemn, your opponent opens Pot of Greed. You Solemn the Pot of Greed.
Yeah,
because you get Solemn back, and so you can deny your opponent a lot of stuff which you can't normally while playing Solemn because you wanted to save Solemn for something else.
Yes, and we need to see how these counter traps fare now in this game 3. There seems to be a little bit of a miscount in cards, and it would be a very, very bad way for David to go out in this tournament by like losing a card mid-feature match. So if there are any detectives in chat who noticed where the missing card went, feel free.
No missing card, it was 1, 2 left in the side.
Okay. There was
He is shortly before to lose the second game because of his side deck.
Yeah, this is some cameo from Jens here, who's watching our boss.
Blaurock is going first.
Who is thumping up on the mat before you. That's him. That's modeled after you, I believe. Duo is a great start, especially if you are able to limit your opponent's option with counter traps, doing it beforehand and
getting rid of a mind control there, which is a possible threat to your Mask of Darkness.
But Sinister Serpent to the rescue, limiting the damage that Duo dealt here. And we only see a T-set for Blaurock, so potentially no counter traps thus far.
Yeah, we but maybe last game he also had no traps in grave and had like his judgment in the back row and Solemn on the normal summon. We saw it before.
Yeah. So David elects to not return his Serpent there. That's a kind interesting decision. I don't know why exactly. There's no point to play around Dustroot because you're on 4 cards anyway. Or maybe you are not a main phase yet. But it looked like he was about to do an action, so maybe he just forgot. Yeah, he forgot. Okay, so we see another monster being set there.
I mean, he could also elect to not do it and not forget it.
Yeah, but I don't see a reason to not pick up Serpent to hand here. I mean, the only reason is if you have no monsters in hand and you want to play around Dustroot, then you don't take it, but there obviously was another monster, so I don't see any reason to not return Serpent there. T-set against T-set? Who T-sets better? Is the question here.
I really like the sleeves of and
oh wow!
There he got punished for not getting his Serpent back.
Yes.
Now he will bite himself because.
Also, can we talk about how?
Oh man! The nobleman follows up and he hits the spy. That's a devastating blow to David's defense and resources in hand. blow after blow from Blaurock here.
We have to talk about that duo snipe. Sniping that mind control out of David's hand was so crucial because it allowed Blaurock to safely set his magician there. And that was so important situation. And now David is only left with one face down card. And if you not forget it, his serpent.
So David got a little peek at Blaurock's deck here because of the nobleman.
Did they look into each other's decks actually?
Yeah, they did.
Okay, we normally don't. It's done. So it's actually a master dog. It's actually a master dog deck.
And now we...
Do we mill with Don? We could actually try to hit the Thunder Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
I think,
hits a breaker and goes. Good hits here.
That are both. I mean, breaker seems to be such a big problem for the deck that it
and
got.
David again not adding Serpent to his hand. This could
and now
really
Serpent isn't even on top of his graveyard anymore. So maybe there is the Dark Mimic level 1.
Yeah,
so
and David actually not on top about the control. So many controls today.
Yeah, there are a lot of controls today, and did we attack with the magician?
Yeah, we attacked with the magician, and there was he adds his serpent back to
we
his hand.
called the serpent into existence. Yeah,
there it is. He finds Pot of Greed as a reward.
I'm really intrigued by Blaurock's deck. I've never seen this kind of deck before. Earlier, when they prepared for the feature match and he shuffled, I was like, oh yeah, that's a funny warrior deck he got there, but that seems to be no warrior deck.
It seems like kind of a fusion of the hand control warrior strategy and the master lock strategy, but Book of Moon, and we see the ring! Such a good sequence for Blaurock here!
And he made a very good trade again.
Yeah, this was like the perfect out for this exact scenario there, because Snatch and Book on Magician would have got him pot back. Oh, we see Azura Priest. Interesting card against Blaurock's strategy, but Ring definitely helping him. So David only has Serpent and Azura now, I believe. Yeah, this should be the only cards he has, and Blaurock has a lot more to work with. Let's see if he has something to aggress here.
Yeah, there is.
This is definitely something to aggress.
There is the main aggressor of this format,
and a tribe. This is a lot of damage. 4/6 going in. David, this is a card. These are cards in hand.
And we have two cards to protect our field. That looks like a very solid position here, especially when.
Oh, it was a set card. It was Mind Control, trying to get. What do you get here? Maybe you get Tribe because you have Serp in hand. You can get rid of both.
Yeah, you.
Yeah,
probably should just clear the board, but if you... Okay, it seems that the back row isn't live.
Yeah, maybe not. There can't be a ring to finish because Blaurock had ring. There's a storm, but what do you do now? Well, it was a torrential and something else. What do you do now? Like, Tribe is still killing you next turn.
Yeah, so you have to get rid of the Tribe.
Yeah.
There is
no, you're just dead. Yeah, David recommended. Oh,
yeah, that was a miss.
Okay.
Mid-thought on his part, and the Grace would have.
Yeah, the Grace would have finished it. Like, David could have set Azura here to live another turn, but it was a very messy game. Like. Yeah. What I'm doing here, like it was a casual game. It was a casual game.
There were a lot of casual oopsies, and I mean it happens.
Casually forgetting Serpent when it's at top of your grave, like it happens. So it's
it all was. I believe it was all intended, and in the end, it was unlucky. And
we hear both players laughing, so they are obviously in a good mood still.
They seem to be not that frustrated with the result.
So let's see. We maybe see Christoph's exciting deck in top cut. He has a decent shot now. Speaking of which. We finish rather quickly. We will have a winner interview, I assume. I think I think Blaurock wants to talk to us. He can maybe enlighten us a bit more about the strategy, and then we will maybe have a bit of a break because setting up top card can take some time. But don't leave too soon. Leave the stream on in the background at least, because maybe before the video match starts, we will be here with a top 8 breakdown.
Yeah,
I definitely try to collect the deck lists. and then we will have our bracket set up, and we will provide you with that. Because if you're thinking like the tournament is over, you couldn't be more wrong. It's starting now.
We are only at the beginning because there are 3 invites be hand out here, and we know no person who has one yet. So
I mean, screw that casual. Now we need to be professional again. So take your jacket back on, because now the real show begins. Now we have Top Cut inside again. We were 96 players today, meaning we have 3 invites to give out to. Is it a good blanket? Is it cuddly? Okay, so you're ruining my.
It's very comfy.
This is great. You're ruining everything like you always do in my life.
We are playing comfy top 8 now.
Let's do comfy top 8. We can do like top 8 can be comfy. Top 4 is very, very stressful.
Yeah, for top 4 we actually plan to close the window in the room where the competitors are, so that it gets really hot in there and they have to sweat it out.
And also we changed the music they're listening to heavy metal. Because it's getting intense. It's getting really, really intense there.
So yeah, we are rambling, so we stop yapping now and we'll come back with an eventual interview, and yeah. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. See you soon.
Ja, jongens, keine Ahnung, was da
And we are back with another interview here, and we will do this one in German, so I have to translate it a little bit. So, yeah. Am Anfang, vielen Dank, dass du hier bist. Und, ja, wie hast du hergefunden?
Ja, wie ich hergefunden habe, also ich bin relativ oft hier. Ich fahre nur eine Stunde weg, ich bin auch sehr lange mit Azinenz befreundet. Ich denke, so 10 Jahre sind es bestimmt schon.
Bis Azinenz.
Ja, so 10, 12 Jahre kennen wir uns locker schon. Sind schon regelmäßig auf Turnier gefahren und für mich ist das einfach ein Heimspiel und bin gerne hier.
Okay, so he lives very close by and is a long-time friend of Jens for like 10 to 12 years now, and this is his home arena, so he is the local legend, the local champion who is trying his best to make Halle proud. So we just saw a blunder in Game 1, basically. So the question is, wie gehst du mit der Situation, dass Game 1 quasi nicht stattgefunden hat, und was ist dein Side-Deck-Gedanke? nachdem du nichts weißt und er ein bisschen mehr Informationen hat als du.
Ja, war eine witzige Situation. Und David zieht so, sagt, ich habe noch eine Seite-Karte drin. Fragt Niklas, ja, ich verloren. Und Niklas sagt, ja, hast verloren. So, und dann haben wir dann so im Boden habe ich gefragt, ob wir boarden dürfen. Grundlegende Frage. Und meinte Enzo, ja, wir können boarden. Und dann haben wir uns gegenseitig gesagt, dass wir halt spielen. David hat mir auch verraten, dass er Chaos Control spielt und ich spiele halt meine Control-Variante da, so nenne ich es jetzt mal. War auch sehr fairer Move von ihm. Und da habe ich einfach nur 3 Karten gesidet, mehr war es nicht.
Okay, so they both, after the blunder they made, they told each other which decks they were playing so that they could side appropriately. So David told us that he was playing like a Chaos Control deck, and Blaurock here told us that he was playing a control deck. So after they confirmed they were allowed to side, they just prepared, and against the prominent deck in the format there were only 3 cards that needed to be changed. You are like one of the cornerstones of German Yu-Gi-Oh!, is that right? You are...
Ja, kann man so sagen, ja. Also ich habe schon immer Yu-Gi-Oh! Gespielt. Ich habe das Gold-Format damals live miterlebt, war eins meiner besten Formate. Da regelmäßig Turniere gewonnen, auch im Thüringer Raum. Auch noch ein Jahr, das war schon 2004, ist ja schon ein bisschen betagter. Auch in jungen Jahren schon diverse Turniere da in diesem Format gewonnen. So, das ist so mein Format.
Okay, so he already played back in the day, like in 2004 he was already winning his local tournaments here, and he's basically there forever. And my next question is, what changed from like GOAT format back then to GOAT format now?
Das ist eine schwere Frage. Also ich denke, früher hat man nicht gerne Urteile gespielt. Urteile waren früher immer so der Hass. Hat sich irgendwie keiner rangetraut an Urteile. Heute werden die ja ziemlich häufig gespielt, muss ich sagen. Und natürlich, dass das, ich sag jetzt mal, das Meta gesolved ist. Ja, es gibt ein bestes Deck. Und früher war es halt nicht so.
Okay, the biggest difference are Solemn Judgment and...
In my opinion.
Yeah, Solemn Judgment was like a no-no card back then, because you are paying a lot of life points for not accomplishing anything, basically. And today everyone is throwing 1 or 2 around, and not everyone is afraid of the card anymore. And also basically the format is now solved and we got a definitive best deck, and so everything is revolving around that, and that wasn't the case back then. So thank you for your time, and do you have anything else you want to tell?
Ich grüße Niklas Klatt und Felix. Felix macht einen super Job im Stream. Und danke für deine Zeit.
In der Tat. Ja, vielen Dank für deine Zeit, und we'll see each other again for Top Cut or the Top Cut breakdown, depending on if it's possible. And thank you for tuning in, and stay tuned.
Welcome back to GGP Halle. Now we are in prime time. We should do it as a pay-per-view because it is so exciting. We are moments before top 8. We will have a bit of time because we will have a deck check for all 8 players. The judges will do that to secure that everything is alright, everything is as it should. But what we have for you is a metagame breakdown right now. Simon, you have it right in front of you. What are the decks which made it into Top Cut?
Let me get the list from directly in front of you, so I can tell that we got 5 different decks in top 8, and the most represented deck in this top 8 is Chaos Turbo. So we have that. The conversion rate isn't that good.
Yeah, we have 3 Chaos Turbo in Top Cut, which sounds like a lot. It's almost half, but we had 27 out of 96 players were playing Chaos Turbo, almost twice as much as the second most represented deck, and 3 of them made it through into Top Cut.
Exactly. The second most represented deck in Top Cut with 2 representatives is the Control strategy. I'm not sure if it is standard Goat Control or Chaos Control. We will see that if they continue on into the tournament. And then we got 1 Machine Gate. It's like the Reasoning Gate we saw earlier, but with more machine monsters.
We will see it shortly because this will be our feature match for top 8.
Against another deck, and that's Empty Jar. And we got an Empty Jar in top 8.
We got an FTK here today, and it FTK'd a lot.
And another deck that did a lot is Earthbeat. We got 1 Earthbeat in top 8, and that's our top 8 metagame breakdown. 3 Chaos Turbo, 2 Control decks, 1 Machine Gate, 1 Empty Jar, and 1 Earthbeat. Yeah,
we featured a lot of players today, and out of the players we had in our feature match, only 2 made the Top Cut. These 2 are German duelists. We saw him in the second to last round with a very, very aggressive Earthbeat strategy. He is through. And also Christian Böttcher. We saw him in our round 3 feature match. He is on Chaos Control. We saw that. He is also through. And the other 6 players we haven't seen before. I want to point out 1 player who we will have in our feature match shortly. And that's Escaroda. Escaroda topped with his Machine Gate. And Escaroda topped GGP Osnabrück with his Machine Gate. And that makes him the only player so far who was able to top 2 German Goat Grand Prix, because we had 4 German Goat Grand Prix thus far, and he's the only one who was able to top more than 1, and that is an impressive feat.
That indeed is an impressive feat, and and that was like a Reasoning Gate strategy, which is known to be a little bit less consistent than other decks in the format. So topping with a deck that's not known for its outshining consistency is a story for itself. Yeah, maybe the goat guys favor him.
you have to give it up for him also, because he was down pretty early. I think he lost the first or second round.
He lost the first round, yes.
He lost the first round, and then he went undefeated for 5 rounds. Lost the very last round as well, but was able to still claw his way through. So that's very impressive. Escaroda also the only War League player making it into the top 8. He's the only one who's playing War League this season and who made Top Cut. So he's definitely an up-and-coming player. Other players who are well known to the German community and who topped are Christian Böttcher, as I said before, Harald Rose, and Nico Temmler, who are also players who topped multiple advanced format majors before. So they definitely know what they are doing. Let's talk a bit more about conversion rate here. We said that 3 out of 27 Chaos Turbos made Top Cut. Control had the second most representative deck with 15, and 2 out of them made Top Cut, so this is also not that great. And the biggest loser of this tournament is Warrior. 9 Warriors were here today, none of them topped.
Yeah, Warrior definitely a little bit of a letdown, especially the Earthbeat strategy that has 2 duelists less than the Warrior deck got through. So maybe there's a little bit of a shift there in the format, and also like we have these one outlier. There's always one outlier.
Yeah, like Earthbeat had 7 representatives, 1 made top cut. Machine Gate was a deck which I categorized under Reasoning Gate, so it's all like 9 decks, 9 Reasoning Gates were here, 1 topped, which was the Machine Gate of Goroda. And speaking of conversion rate, MTJ is the winner of the weekend because there was 1 MTJ player today and he made top cut. So he definitely piloted his deck correctly. He's also Markus Burtchen. He's also a well-known name in the German community. So he also topped tournaments before. So we know that he can play. And he was able to prove that here. So we see that like metagame in Germany is Wild West in real life. And we saw it in Osnabrück. And we will see this here. Because we had a lot of unconventional decks. And I think I'm tripping. I think I completely like this counts up to 8, right?
Yes.
I think I made a big mistake.
What is your big mistake?
Big mistake is that we only have 2 Chaos Turbos in Top Cut and 1 more outliner, which I completely forgot, which we wanted to feature earlier, but the player declined. No, he has no more option. We have 1 more Monarch deck in Top 8. I completely forgot about it.
Yeah, I'm spreading false information here because I
scouted wrong. We will have the deck list after all the deck checks are concluded. I just took a really quick glance at them. So this makes Chaos Turbo even worse choice for this tournament because like 2 out of 27 made top cut, like 1 out of 14 players or 13 and a half, if you want to be precise. This is not a good quota. Especially considering that maybe the few of the best players today, like HNVB, like Grumpelstilzchen, for example, went with Chaos Turbo. And they weren't able to go far.
Yeah, and we have the next feature match will be the Machine Gate versus the Empty Jar. But I'm now biased and I'm rooting for the Monarch guy because I want the Monarch guy in the next round, like Chat mentioned there as well. I'm Team Monarch and I want Monarch in the next round. I just want to see it.
Yeah, our reasoning to feature this match was like, as I said, Escaroda, like the only person who topped 2 German Gold Grand Prix. I wanted to feature him last round actually, but he went up against Christian Böttcher, who we already had in a feature match. I didn't want to feature the same person in Swiss twice. This is why we switched to the exciting casual match we had in round 7. Unfortunately, Blaurock wasn't able to make top cut despite winning that one. Other players, we had a lot of players which were in our feature match which bubbled, like how did you call him? The Reason Gate player we had in round 5. I forgot his name.
Yeah. I'm blanking as well.
Yeah, he was a really nice guy. He also went 5-2, unfortunately bubbled. We had a lot of cool players bubbling. But yeah, at least some people may say it's unfair that only 2 X2 players got in, but I have to remind you, in Gold Grand Prix Osnabrück, no X2 player got into Top Cut. Like, all players were X1. And last year at Gold Grand Prix Nürnberg, the second to last one in Germany, 2 players with X1 didn't make it. Like, our top cut ratio here is brutal. Like, we are extreme. You have to really perform well to make top cut.
Yeah, you can't have a casual round 7 if you're in Germany.
No,
that's our privilege. And so like I said, I'm rooting for the Monarch because I think Monarchs are cool.
First to the Gizmo, yes, you heard it right. Next feature match will be Reasoning Gate, actually a Machine Gate variant versus Empty Jar. Will be very fast, very exciting. We can't wait.
Yeah, it's like high-paced action, and we did it definitely because the Machine Gate player is the only one who topped 2 Gold Grand Prix in Germany, and not because we want longer powers after the top 8.
No, it's like I checked all the deck lists when the players were entering, and I saw the Empty Jar, and I was immediately like, I was noting down players who I wanted to feature, and in my head the Empty Jar player was automatically like on the blacklist. Like, I definitely don't want to feature him in the Swiss rounds, but he made top cut. He has a cool opponent. Also, we have the opportunity to feature 2 players we haven't featured before, which I also think is quite nice because I think, like, if it were for us, we would feature every player here because every player has a story, every player has a cool deck and has something to. And we wanted to give him the opportunity, the stage. So it's cool to have a wide variety of players in the feature majority.
Yes, and I think that our players are coming through. So
Players are entering.
Also Botschen hast du gesagt, ne, Alexander?
Ja, die beiden ist komplett richtig.
Gut, easy.
Okay, so our players are entering. We will be on a 1 or 2 minute break to set everything up, and then we will be right back with insane top 8 action. I can't wait.
And me neither.
Great, see you in top 8.
Yeah, welcome back to our Gold Grand Prix Top 8 in Halle an der Saale. And we start with my last Halle fact of the day. And before starting, and the last Halle fact of the day is that the oldest chocolate museum in Germany is here in Halle. Like I said before, culture is very important here.
So you're saying if I visit Halle, I could go to the oldest chocolate museum and after that go to the biggest Beatles museum of the world?
Yes.
That sounds like a trip it's worth flying over the pond for. So all Americans, come over next year, Gold Grand Prix Halle. We have 2 exciting museums and some cards. You can also play cards here.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a very competitive field here, and 2 of these fierce competitors are out there in the Top Cut booth.
Let's get
right
some
next
hype
to us.
in here,
And
Simon. We are in top 8.
I mean, you can, if you saw my progression throughout the day, I'm the most hyped I've been the entire day.
Let's set the stage again. We started today with 96 players, all filled with hopes and dreams of making it this far. After 7 grueling rounds of Swiss, we are now down to the last 8 players. And this is not the most important stepping stone. The most important stepping stone is to get under the top 3, because 3 players today will walk away with an invite to the GOAT Format World Championship. But to be one of the best 3 players, you firstly have to beat your top 8 opponent. And we have a very exciting match. We teased you about it before, but let me set the stage again. We have Eska Roda on the right, who's the only player who was able to top 2 German Gold Grand Prix. He topped Gold Grand Prix Osnabrück, and he did that with the deck he's playing today, Machine Gate. And his opponent is someone who, it doesn't really matter if he showed up or not, he could have played alone at home because he is playing Empty Jar, our favorite solitaire deck in Gold Format.
Yeah, and we love solitaire. That's why we play Yu-Gi-Oh! And we continue playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Throughout the years. Now we are... Oh, they're both having... It's the first time we see the same kind of sleeves today.
So it's again a mirror match, but it's a sleeve mirror match.
Yeah, it's a sleeve mirror match. And kind of similar game plans. They both want to kill their opponent as fast as possible.
Yeah, I think talking about the matchups, I think Escaroda is favored here, because one big thing about the Empty Jar from Brötchen here, or Markus, is that it's really good in Gold Format, because Gold Format is a slow format. Because you have time against decks like Chaos Turbo or Chaos Control to assemble your combo, because you're not FTK in every game. Like for some games you have to dig your combos and you have to take some time, but Escaroda is like, you don't have any time, I just OTK with 3 cards.
Yeah, and like the Machine Gate strategy is go ham or go home, and we will see a lot
of... We can go to the table, by the way. We are still on us. Yes.
Yeah, okay. We are seeing a lot of ham in these machine decks, and yeah, the Empty Jar.
Also, German Bro is pointing on something very interesting. Reasoning Gate or Machine Gate can silence Spell Canceller. And what do you do against Spell Canceller if you are playing Empty Jar?
Maybe you play cards like Breaker the Magical Warrior, who has more attack points than the Spell Canceller.
Maybe something like that. So this is the most important part of the match here, the die roll. Who gets to open first? Who gets to start?
Looks like a 6.
I don't know who is able to start here. I just don't know. This
I haven't saw the first. I didn't catch the first die roll, so yeah.
I think both players know what's happening. Escaroda definitely knows, because some friends of his told him that he is going up against Empty Jar. I don't know if Brötchen knows. Brötchen is Markus Böttcher, who's also like... Markus Böttchen, who's a well-known German player, so he knows what he's doing. Okay, so who gets to start? I can't wait to see. It's a big revelation. Oh, Brötchen picked up 6 cards, so probably Brötchen is able to start.
And starting here is a good first step into the top 4.
So let's see, maybe Brötchen can just assemble the FTK, and if you don't know what Empty Jar does, we will guide you through the plays and we will talk about them. No, Escaroda! Did Brötchen just pass? I believe he just passed, right? And there's a graceful
There's a
charity
graceful
from Escaroda.
charity, and the charity is very graceful with these 3 cards.
And Escaroda is going through his motions very quick, like he knows exactly what he's doing. He topped Osnabrück with the same list, so with pretty much the same list, so he obviously knows his deck inside out. And there's reasoning hitting the board. What do you call now? What will we hit? And it's a Cannon Soldier! We see the normal variant here, not the tool variant.
Yeah, I mean, if you have no space in your deck for the...
There's Cyberstein! I believe that's it. You get Oz here and you have game. No, you get Gatling. Okay,
Gatling Dragon,
here's
but there
limiter in
might
hand.
be a limiter in
There
hand.
is a limiter in hand, this is just over here. There is Monster Gate. We are going deeper into the deck. Let's see if we can get another machine here. We see the D-Mock for Escaroda getting back Monster Gate here. This is so good.
No, he
Does he
just showed Monster Gate to his opponent. I believe the Graceful Charity is a better option here.
Depends on his hand. If
Oh,
he has,
no, he goes for another
he
reasoning.
goes for another reasoning. This is quite curious. Okay, so he really hopes to hit this time again. Let's see. We didn't know what Brötchen called here for that reasoning gate, and it's a blowback dragon. He did not call 6, so this should be game on board already. And we have our game 1 for Escaroda. The FDK got OTK'd.
Yes, and we now saw the power of applying very much pressure. I think not calling 6 against Machine Gate is fair if you're not quite sure if you're up against Machine Gate, because the Jinzu was already in the grave.
Yes.
So calling 6 was pretty much not an option.
He probably called 7 because Fusilier is.
Or
it's
8 for the...
D-Mock was already on board.
Yeah,
so you
never
probably call 7 because
Yeah.
Fusilier is a thing, especially in Machine Guide. It's very, very dangerous. So yeah, you can't blame Brötchen there. He just didn't open the FTK, and yeah, he didn't have anything to defend himself to that onslaught. And now the question is, does Escaroda have a floodgate for Brötchen? And what is Brötchen siding? Is he siding against out for his strategy, or is he maybe smoke screening? We don't know.
We don't know.
Actually, we do know, but we won't tell you.
Yeah. He had the advantage to that he can go first again, and maybe he has some more stall cards that prepare him for the very tough aggro matchup he is facing here. So yeah, they are both very confident in their
In their
what they
strategies
do.
and
Yeah,
their modding.
they seem to both have an idea of what to do now.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Brötchen, you're going first. You probably won't change that much because you just want to have your FTK.
Probably,
Going
yeah.
second is the way you want to adjust. To set the stage again, this might be like setting yourself, talking about setting yourself up for an invite. Maybe the most important match of the day, because if you win, you have 2 opportunities to get your invite. Because if you lose your top 4 match, you still can win the 3rd place playoff, and if you do, you still get your invite. So whoever wins this just needs to win 1 out of 2 matches to secure his spot at the Gold Format World Championship.
And winning that first game, despite going second, is a huge step for Escaroda in that direction.
Yeah, it definitely is. And
But you can never underestimate the empty jar, because it can win games out of nowhere.
And we have Darius in the chat just telling us that Brötchen actually recently won a Berlin local with that list. We actually have 3 players from Berlin in top 8. Obviously Christian Böttcher as well, who we featured earlier. And I believe Harald Rose should be the 3rd one. Could be mistaken there. I'm sure that Darius will correct me in chat. But I believe it should be Harald Rose. Okay, but now we have... It might be a quick round for us.
Maybe. I mean, game 1 was definitely an OTK. So it was one of the OTKs of all time.
The thing about Escaroda's OTK takes like 30 seconds, and Brötchen's FTK takes maybe like 10 minutes. Depending on how deep you have to dig through your deck.
Yeah, I mean...
And we are currently streaming, so...
yeah,
I was called inside, so...
okay.
Simon has to wing it.
Yeah, and yeah, both... both players are now finishing their preparations for game 2, and we yeah, should be entering our game too, and I cannot imagine Brötchen not going first here. There is the 5th bump for game 2, and maybe there's more than no cards played on Brötchen's side now. I'm very intrigued. I myself do not know how the empty jar FTK works, so I was kind of dependent on Philip there, but Thunder Dragon is always a good first step to get cards out of the deck, and that one set monster there, and one back row, so we
What did I miss?
You missed the Thunder Dragon and what you see on board.
So no FTK again.
No FTK again.
This is bad.
There is the Nobleman against the Night Assailant.
Oh, Night Assailant. This is not a card you play in empty jar, so maybe there was some side decking going on for Brötchen. This is not looking like an empty jar deck. Double Night Assailant.
That does not look like an empty jar at all, but maybe Night Assailant is his way of dealing with aggro, because it does block one attack and destroys another card.
So there's some discussion going on probably about what looking to the deck, but this is something we don't do here normally. Okay.
I mean, it was done the whole tournament by everyone.
But I thought we had a rule that we don't look. So let's explain that. Like in old Gold format, you could look through the opponent's deck with Nobleman. We normally don't do this in modern Gold format, but it's not our problem here. We see a Cannon Soldier, only a Cannon Soldier. This is not enough pressure thus far, dealing a bit of damage to Brötchen's life points, who's now back again to draw a card and potentially get in this match here. And maybe he is not on empty jar anymore, but on a different strategy. Let's see what else we can see.
Yeah, Cannon Soldier.
We see a Snatch Steal and a Tsukuyomi. This is such a great combo.
Tsukuyomi, and yeah, there goes the first I can't talk anymore. The first potion of Escaroda's life points. Tsukuyomi sends himself back to hand, and now it's Escaroda's turn again to... Oh, and there we saw a giant Trunade getting stomped and the brain control to steal.
Toon Soldier can't really decide on which side he rather wants to play, so he played for both parties. That should have been a Monster Gate, which was very shiny. Limiter, Jar of Greed, and there is a Demog, so maybe it's over now.
But what are the cards you want? Like, there are no spells in Escaroda's graveyard.
He milled a few. Like, he has Monster Gate. If he has Defusion in hand, he definitely want to get Monster Gate there, because you can banish your Demog. Yeah. You also have Limiter there.
But there are 2 banished Night Assailants on Brötchen's side of the field.
Yeah,
so
depending on how much you can do after, it might be not be a problem. Also, Escaroda still has a normal sum. So if he gets another really good machine, maybe Limiter is a play. Because the Limiter doubles the attack of all machines, and this can be dangerous really, really quick. And he does take Brain Control, setting himself up for the next turn potentially. Not taking something for the immediate. And just attacks with that Demog. Brötchen now drops down to 3,000 life points. And just a pass, not the gameplay we would expect from those decks.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a healthy back and forth we are seeing here, and not that much of the OTK madness we witnessed in game 1. So we just see a T-Pass again from Brötchen, and now
it's a Nobleman. Nobleman gets rid of Reaper.
And Reaper is a very good stall tool, and not good enough.
Attack with Demog. Brötchen is on 200 life points. Needs to come up with something, and needs to come up with something really, really quick. Let's see if he is able to do just that.
Yeah, and there are like no cards in Brötchen's graveyard, so all these juicy boss monsters we usually see.
Only needs to deal 1 point of damage now, like 1 bit of damage now. And also if he has some way to get his Cannon Soldier back, this would be enough. Only 500 life points. And we had 9 Reasoning Gates today, and this is the only FTK. Like I was asked if we had many OTK decks today. Yes we had, but only 1 FTK. And we see that FTK right now. I do believe we see a correction there. It's actually... okay, Brötchen is actually on 1,000 life points, so but it doesn't really change the situation at all. There's a Fusilier Dragon with 2,800 attack points now because it was special summoned. Attack with Demog. Fusilier for game. No. And Tsukuyomi is banished. I will tell them that
They will notice that eventually. They don't know their own cards. So what are the possibilities for Brötchen now to get back into this game? Because we still have no Dark Engrave, and it's just another back row.
It seems like that smoke screening strategy of Brötchen is not paying off here. Fusilier, will it get flipped? Escaroda is contemplating. How much risk does he want to take? He can smell the top 4. He has one step and he attacks. And that's it!
Yeah, there were no Mirror Force and no Torrential Tribute, nothing to play around, just 2 beefy beatsticks on the board, and that's Escaroda's entrance in top 4, and sadly Brötchen has to leave us here in top 8.
I need to wing the solo commentating for 1 minute or so.
Yeah.
I maybe have some news, but...
Okay,
just commentate a bit, stay on, I will be back shortly.
So we got an exciting game here in top 8. It was very fast, very interesting, and I'm very, it's really sad to see the cool deck go in form of Empty Jar, but we still got a non-chaos deck in form of Machine Gate still in the tournament, so it's only that that far. Like, one of the cool decks had to go, and yeah, so we will have to see.
Okay, I'm back just to explain the. We are still on? Yes? We're still on. Okay. Just to explain a bit quick, I was leaving because we were finishing that quick that I might had the chance to get another top 8 match in there, but they already started. So yeah, we will do an interview with Escaroda after that.
Yes.
You told them already, I believe?
No, but you told them now.
I told them now. We will have an interview with Escaroda, who's now one step away from qualifying for the Gold from the World Championship. And Brötchen, a good effort. Now we can reveal Brötchen actually had a smoke screen into a Chaos Turbo strategy.
Yeah, and it sadly did not work out, but we saw almost all the cards he boarded in.
Yeah.
Like, we saw, I spotted a Chaos Sorcerer in hand, we had the...
he actually main decked the 2 Night Assailants, which is really interesting.
I think the 2 Night Assailants are a good source of getting more cards into your hand after you used your first, what is it called? The good card in the deck.
I don't know what. Do you mean Cyberjar or what?
No, I mean the card destruction. Card destruction is a good deck, the good card in the deck. Without
it's a win option. So we didn't saw what the Empty Jar can do. So let me explain what it should have done, or what it wanted to do. It's like you basically flip your Cyberjar over and over with Shallow Grave and a Book of Tayu. You have a lot of spell cards to recycle those cards. And yeah, then you have both players have infinite cards in hand because of the Cyberjar effect, and then you just need to find the combo of card destruction and serious spell. We all know what card destruction does, but you may not know what serious spell does. Serious spell is a quick spell which you can chain onto your own spell card, and if you do, you have to discard your whole hand, and then you double the effect of the spell card you just chained serious spell to. Meaning you card destruct, your opponent has like 10 to 20 cards in hand. You chain serious spell, you discard all your cards in hand as cost, so you don't need to draw any, and your opponent needs to draw for card destruction twice, and it means like they have to draw like 30 cards, which they definitely not be able to. Okay, so we have this in there. Alex, do you want to do an interview? Okay, so we will quick cut, and then we will do the interview. We are back at Gold Grand Prix Halle after a very fast-paced and exhilarating top 8 match. I'm here with Escaroda, who is now one step away from getting that invite to the Gold World Championship. Escaroda, first of all, how do you feel right now?
Amazing, super nervous. It was just an incredibly weird and lucky run. I lost in round game, match, whatever, 1, right? And then just went through the whole tournament and then lost again in the last round. So yeah, let's call it lucky that I'm even in the top 8. And except for that, yeah, more luck is incoming apparently, because my opponent didn't have anything at all, which is sadly. Even though I play a deck that kinda tries to, I just kill you. I like it way more, or I favor it that there is some sort of back and forth.
Yeah. We definitely need to talk about something. This is the 4th German Gold Grand Prix we ever had. You are the first and only one who was able to top not 1 but 2 German Gold Grand Prix. You topped Gold Grand Prix Osnabrück a few months ago. How did you do it? Topping back-to-back Gold Grand Prix in such huge fields. Over 70 players in Osnabrück, 96 players today. That's a combined total of 160 players you overcame to top 2 Gold Grand Prix in a row.
I believe it is a mix out of, first of all, I don't play a classic or generic reasoning gate deck, so a lot of the times when they see reasoning, they just call wrong.
Okay.
Like, it is what it is. Like, no, there's 1-4, right?
You only play the Cannon Soldier, I believe.
Yeah, and I cite in sometimes like the second one when I have the feeling, the need that I could need it. They don't expect the 666ers. It is what it is. I'm sorry. I'm in love with Blowback Dragon and Gatling Dragon. So these are probably my favorite gold cards currently. And another thing is, I guess, luck, right? So if I don't play all the time against Chaos Control, which is most likely my hardest matchup, I can win every game.
I mean, you're being way too humble. You're always talking about how you got lucky, but again, you top 2 Gold Grand Prix back to back, so there can't be only luck involved. There is there has to be some skill, and also I think your deck is just really, really well suited for this event, because as you told me, like, people expecting Reasoning Gate, but not the kind what you are playing, and you play roughly the same list as in Osnabrück, right?
Basically, I made like 3 main deck changes. I thought that there will be a lot of aggro going into this tournament, and so I thought, yeah, I want to play Waboku main. I want to do it, and I felt like 2 enemy controllers is just too much, so I changed that basically.
Let's talk a bit about you as a person. You are starting as a real-life player at the Osnabrück Locals, where you got your experience, but you're dipping your toe into the online scene. You play War League this season.
Correct.
You're also like 2-1 in War League, I believe.
Correct.
Yes, which is also impressive. It's hard to do. So can we expect you to make the transition to more of an online player, or will you stick mainly to in real life Gold?
It really depends. I have a really good, you know this, I do stream on Twitch, and I have a really big gripe with Dueling Book. I just think it looks not really good. It's like, I like it that you have to like do your stuff by yourself, right? There is nothing that reminds you all the time, right? So you as a player have to do what you have to do.
It's the same if you play in paper. So,
correct.
Yeah.
This is something I absolutely like, but let's be real, Master Duel looks just better. It feels better. It's smooth, we have animations, so if there is ever a chance that Master Duel and Dueling Book have a child, I guess, right? Then that would be phenomenal, and I would totally play more.
So, Zogla in the chat is asking for your Twitch account. He would like to drop a follow.
Yeah, it would be twitch.tv/Escaroda.
So it's ESCARODA. You saw it in the feature match. It's like his username is actually his Twitch name as well. So in Osnabrück, you came up short with trying to qualify for Worlds. Now you have a really big opportunity, because you only need to win 1 out of 2 matches. Because if you lose top 4, you still have 3rd place playoff. Are you confident that you're going to make it?
I don't know actually.
Okay.
I can't tell. Like, if I get lucky, I get lucky. Because let's be real, everyone who saw game 1, he had nothing and I had everything. So yeah. And then it didn't help that I kind of was prepared that he does the smoke grenade thing you said.
Yeah, smoke screen. Screening is sort of like sliding into a different strategy.
I think I just want one thing mentioned is there aren't a lot of just of my play group, right? Of the players of Osnabrück. That helps a lot because last time I lost against Ali Muto,
who went up second in Osnabrück.
Yeah, and he knows my deck in and out and how I play, and that kind of crippled my total strategy.
No, I'm losing my grip. What I wanted to say is, like, you're again talking about luck, but I think you had the matchup advantage. Because one reason Empty Jar is good in Gold format is that other decks are really slow and you have time to assemble your FTK. Today we had a lot of Chaos Turbo and Chaos Control and not as much aggro. So I think he went through a lot of Turbo, he had a lot of time to assemble your combo, but against you, he doesn't have the time. If he passes one turn, he is dead. We saw this in game 1, and I think this was the key to victory. And this is the strength of your deck. You punish bricky hands, and not many decks in Gold format do this as efficiently as you do.
I mean, I'm glad that I only got 8 duos into my face this tournament, because that card is, oh my god, no, it's too much. Sometimes I can still do some stuff with 4 cards, but very dependable.
Okay, very high chance that we will see you again on the stream.
I hope so.
But if not, anything you want to shout out, anyone you want to shout out?
I mean, let's be real, Comic Planet Osnabrück for sure. All the people I came here today, Schmerlin, Amma, Grumpelstilzchen, David, Nino. Without them, I wouldn't even be here because I can't really afford like hotels and shit. So yeah, big shout out to them. Thank you very much.
Okay, I wish you all the best luck for your 2 remaining matches.
Thank you.
Maybe we see each other again. Maybe we have you in a winner interview. And yeah.
I hope
Thank you all for watching. We will have a bit of a bigger break because the other top 8 matches just... No, we won't? Okay, so we have a short break. I will now... we will have a short break. Let's say this much. I'm talking way too much, you can tell, right? Okay, short break. Thank you, Escarora. We'll see you again, hopefully. And thank you for watching. As promised, this was just a short break. We are back with the head of everything, like the man behind the scenes. This is Jens TCG Alzenitz himself. He is the TO, head of organization, and you brought the Gold Grand Prix to Halle. Jens, how long do you play Yu-Gi-Oh, and how did you how did your career basically start? Because you do this for a living, right?
Yeah, I think my first at first hi chat, hi live stream. It's nice to have you here. Yugi, I played the first time kitchen Yu-Gi-Oh at home. I think 22, 23.
So you started when the first booster packs came out, and you started playing on your kitchen table with friends, everyone of us did.
Okay. Editions until IOC, and then with Arte Ancient Century, we played in the local store 2004-5. So here in Halle.
So you started playing at local tournaments around 2004, 2005, right around the Gold format. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. So and then I played until 2008, and then I sold my cards because our store got finished. Go bankrupt, right? Mm-hmm. And then I see, I can make money with this.
Okay.
And then I was a seller for private.
So around 2008, you started selling cards privately.
And 2012, I was then a real serious seller.
Okay, and from 2012 on, you do this as a living.
And then 2 years ago, I heard from the Gold format tournaments. I made the reservation. I want to have this event here. 2022 I got it not, and last year also not, and this year they told me you got it not this year, but then there was the Discord community from Gold with Amar, Daniel and David.
We have to say understandably it is always hard to try something new. And JDZ was a bit reluctant to give us free Gold Grand Prix, which is completely understandable because we never had this much Gold Grand Prix before. But we had a very passionate community. Shoutouts to Grumpelstietzchen, who did a lot of work. I also tried to get JDZ to there, and we convinced him to host free Gold Grand Prix. Yeah. And you are hosting a Gold Local.
Yeah.
This is also the reason why we here is a community, existing community.
Every month on Saturday. We made a Gold in Edison local time message formats, and today we made it, the biggest in Germany.
Yes,
until today. No?
And I'm pretty sure that we are outside of Italy the biggest Gold Grand Prix ever. I don't think there is a Gold Prix in America who had that many players.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we definitely proved that. Germany is here to play. Yeah. Germany wants to play Gold. Germany wants this big tournaments, and I wholeheartedly believe Gold Grand Prix Halle is here to stay.
Yeah.
I really hope we will be here next year because it's a fantastic event. It runs very smoothly. I really thankful for the whole coverage setup we have here. You made it very easy for us to give you such a great product. You and your whole team.
Yeah. Your really great feedback and thanks to Felix.
Yeah, Felix, our operator, who does a fantastic job.
Give us this big technique for the stream. Yeah, but it's so hot at the local store.
Yeah, it's very hot in here. It's very fierce battles at the store. Many players who are sweating a lot, of course, because it's such an intense battle. Are you happy with the result today?
Yes, because of the big player number. But sometimes I was thinking we can do a better job. We started not 11 a.m. I want to start every tournament on point, but it was okay for the players. Then we have some overtimes. The last in round 7, 20 minutes or something else. Then the deck checks because we want to check the top up before playing, and it was a good decision for us.
I think it's. That shows that you're a really good tournament organizer because we had a really good event. Everything ran almost perfect, but you're looking at the things you could improve. Yeah. And this is really nice. You see you care, you're passionate, you want to give your players the best experience possible. Yeah. And that's really, really good. And that's why I have high hopes for tournaments here in the future.
I make tournaments for Yu-Gi-Oh! And since 2 years for other games also. Since 10 years. 2014 was the first event here in Halle for me, and I think it was the 5th event with 100 players. So yeah. So I know what we have to do. My team, the judges, I know 10 years, so they know what they have to do. Every work together. Yeah, and this is our way to go for the next years.
Let's talk a bit about Gold Format. You obviously played it before. Like, if you would have had the chance to play today, what deck would you have played and why?
I think I have to play cars. Yeah, turbo cars.
You actually played in Osnabrück, right?
Yeah, because in Osnabrück it was 3-3,
Okay.
and I want to play it again and make a better result for me.
Will you attending GDP Munich?
I don't know. It's in September.
It's the 7th of September.
Yeah, there I am in my holidays in Slovenia. Yeah.
Okay.
So I cannot.
So you can't, but we will probably have a lot more Gold Grand Prix next year, maybe.
Yeah, I want to make the next reservation for next year. Maybe it works again, but then I need other judges because my judges are good, make a good job today, but they are for the advanced game and they don't know all about the...
I mean, your judges did a really great job, but Gold Format rulings are something else. And it was really funny because I was talking to the judges before and they were like, we got this. There's no issue. And then we had very, very specific questions which were only relevant for Gold Format, and they did a really good job resolving it. And I helped them as good as they could. But
it was really good that we have some more knowledge into the live stream, and we know we can go here and get some more information so that we can solve our problems into the tournament. It was good for us, so we have not to go into the smartphone every time, so we can ask people here, Cyberjaw, mind control, what we have to do.
Maybe to conclude this interview, like maybe there are people watching who want to play in real life Gold but don't have a community yet. How would you start a community? Like you did it here. You built a community from the ground up. What can you do to get players to play Gold?
Testing at Dueling Book is really good, and then buying all cards at our card market account.
Yeah, of course.
That way you have to go. Or I can give you our QR code for the local store if you are here at our location, Halle, Leipzig.
If you live in in Eastern Germany, in Halle an der Saale, TCG Atzen store is your way to go. And but we have still a lot of action still to play. We have 2 more matches you are going to see. We have the very important top 4 match, where it's all about an invite. And will we see you playing online Gold in the future, maybe?
I have no many time for.
Yeah, obviously, like
most time it's on Saturday, right? The events.
Mostly, there are a few multi-day events which you can play, but you're very busy.
And Saturday is family day, so I don't want to play. Yeah.
Okay, so anything or anyone you want to shout out to conclude this interview?
I love the community. I love the game. It was the second record for this year for me. We had the biggest regional in East Germany on February, and now we have the big Gold Grand Prix. And you want to show us the...
Yes, we almost forgot because we were asked earlier. These are the playmats you can win. Everyone in the top 8 gets a playmat, and there are actually individual designs. So if you're getting 4th or 3rd, you get the placement. There are also winner playmats. So, and I believe there are also additional prizes which you could win today.
No prize cards like in Osnabrück, but I have the reprint Quarter Century LC 01, the legendary
collection. Legendary collection, yes.
Because there are old school booster inside, so it's maybe a good choice for the top card.
definitely is something good to win here. So we will be on a short break again, and we'll come back with top 4. Thank you, Jens, again for the interview.
Thank you for
and
the time.
now, like we are in the Endspurt, what you would like to say in Germany. We are like at the home stretch. We're at the home stretch.
It goes to the invite, and if we have some more time, maybe we can bring the play for third place.
Let's just see how we are in the time, but we will be back with top 4 shortly.
If we got 100 visitor at the stream, then we bring one more game.
You heard it here. Like share the stream with friends, share it in your social groups, in your gold groups. We definitely need some more players.
Thanks for support.
Yes, thank you for all you guys watching. You've been crazy.
Look at Instagram, Facebook, YouTube channel is maybe in the description. I don't know. We are at social media as well.
And subscribe to Return Winner when you are added.
There will become the top 8 deck list.
I will make an analysis of the top 8 deck lists with Grumple together, like we did for the Osnabrück lists. I hope I can get some deck profiles, which will be a bit hard because I'm here like working whole day. And maybe I can upload some highlights of the feature matches I have.
If you want, you can make the deck profiles, and I make the stream top 4.
Let's see. We will work that out off screen. And now we go into a short break and we see each other in top 4.
See you.
seconds. We are so back!
Boah, das ist geil. This was amazing.
It worked. I doubted ourselves.
I also wouldn't think that it worked that well. We are back with a top 4 feature match, and being back is a good clue, because both our players are also back in the feature match area, because we have once again Escaroda, who we saw in top 8, and he is facing German DLS, who we saw in round number 6.
So we got our machine deck back, and we also got our Earth aggro. So both of our semi-prominent decks here in the top cut. What was it? We had 7 Earth Beats, and we got 9 Reason Negates.
Yeah, overall.
And now we got 1 each, and they battle it out to see who gets his invite.
Yeah, the other semifinals are Chaos Control versus Chaos Turbo, I believe. It's Christian Böttcher, who we also already featured. He is in there, he's playing against Harald Rose. Both players are from Berlin. So 2 Berlin local guys duking it out in the other top 4 match. And once again, we have to set the stage for people who are just joining. This match is an invite match for the Gold Format World Championship. Whoever wins this will definitely have an invite for Gold Worlds. But what happens to the person who loses?
The person who loses has to face the loser of the other top 4 match to get the 3rd invite spot there. They have the all or nothing match in the next game, but it's so losing this game is like the least problematic loss, but you have all the pressure on your shoulders, and you want to win this game, not only for the invite, but also to be the precious first Gold Grand Prix Halle champion ever.
Obviously you want the title, but if you're just going for the invite, as you just said, losing here is not the end of the world, because you have a second shot. But I mean, winning here would just secure it. So both players actually care a lot about the invite. We talked about them later. They are really nervous. They actually know each other. They are in like the same friend group circle. So they would have preferred to play in the finals. But brackets are brutal. Sometimes you have to face your best friend, and I mean, top 4 is better than top 8.
Yeah, definitely top 4 is better than top 8. Playing your homies in top 8 is like, oh man, shame for you, but I get the invite. Yeah. And top 4 is like, it's okay that I get the invite, and I'm rooting for you to get the invite the next round, because there is a second chance.
Yes, exactly. And I believe we can switch the scene to the table, because we saw the die roll already. The last shuffles will be made, and yeah, this is for all the marbles here. The winner not only keeps their shot to win the very first German Gold Grand Prix in Halle an der Saale, but also secures their invite for this year's Gold World Championship. They will join Svenny Boy and Ali Mutu, who got their invites in Osnabrück.
Yes, and we are...
Escaroda starting us off, and the Vittorio Victor Gedächtnispyramide is there for German DLS. And Escaroda only has a set card, which doesn't mean he does not have an explosive hand, because you don't want to escalate in turn 1.
Yeah, like going first and then doing nothing seems kind of bad in like modern standard thinking, but in Gold format, waiting a turn is sometimes everything that matters. I mean, if the Earth Aggro deck from German DLS is able to pressure the machine gate to like exactly 2000 life points in his first turn, that would be optimal, but I'm not sure if that's even possible. Yeah,
we thought Pot of Greed for German DLS is definitely a good start. We were asked where the finals will be held. Here, right after this, we will have the finals, and Monarchs unfortunately are out. They got kicked out in top 8. Reinforcement of the army getting us DD Warrior Lady. And DD Warrior Lady, remind us again, what is DD Warrior Lady?
DD Warrior Lady in this matchup exactly outs everything. there's not a single monster in Machine Gates that stands a chance against the DD Warrior Lady. And the DD Warrior Lady banishes itself. So
Scapegoats is a really good answer here to buy Escarota sometime. Give him fodder for Monster Gate. Does German Dealers punch over a token? I believe he does.
Yeah.
The Mask of Darkness deck bubbled the event. Unfortunately, he did not make top cut despite going with a 5-2 record. So Escarota's turn now. Sitting on 3 tokens there. So maybe we now see the aggressive OTK push we saw Escarota performing. That's a True Nate?
True Nate.
Oh, that's a good start.
Is a good start, but the scary DD Warrior Lady still is on the board and prevents you from either committing into a good monster or is also nerfing.
We have a Book of Moon, which did what here? Oh, we see an enemy controller, Chain from Escarota. I didn't expect that card. And then what happened there? Book was chained to Truant and Escarota chained enemy controller to take control of the DD Warrior Lady anyway, and it then got booked in the resolve. And now we see, I believe a 6 was called, and Cannon. And this shows how good German DLS and Escarota know themselves, because he knows that Escarota is playing double blowback engines, so 6 is a very good call.
Yeah, 3 6s in the deck, only 2 4s if I remember.
Only 1.
1 4?
Only the Cannon Soldier.
Only the Cannon Soldiers, so 6 is probably the right call to make. I mean, you do not want to hit the DMOC, but overall 6 should be the right answer.
Yeah. You could also argue that you want to call 2, because Cyberstein can end the game like in an instant. DD Warrior can be flipped face up here, because obviously can. There's no reason you can't do it. So this would be 2-9 damage already, plus 2,000 for Cannon Soldier. We are at 4-9, which is not enough. Not quite yet.
Yeah, but you are in no position of stress now if you are Escarota, because the Earth Aggro deck applies pressure, but the board of Escarota is very set up. Like, you still have 2 tokens, which slows down the pushes from the Earth Aggro deck immensely, and the DD Warrior Lady will not return, if I'm correct, because
will return.
But there is a Cannon Soldier that definitely
will tribute it. Yes, correct.
Yes,
sure.
You do not have the monster advantage back, and DD Warrior Lady sadly is no match for the enemy controller.
And Escarota elects to tribute the Go token, so he doesn't want to sit behind them. He wants to deal them as literally cannon fodder to deal some damage here.
That's a good idea, and now the Cannon Soldier tributes itself, and we end on 1 back row there.
Yeah, so German Dealers is at basically half-life, a bit less I think.
And
a lot less actually. No.
I'm not sure on the exact details there.
No, we have it 3-1.
I think these board states are saying a lot. The graveyard from Escarota should be set up. I've seen a lot of good spell cards there already. There's a Snatch Steal, and the enemy controller obviously was also a very good card that paired quite nicely with the Go tokens.
Yeah, and with the Cannon Soldier.
And the Cannon Soldier as well is, but the Cannon Soldier does not remain on Escarota's field. It's in his graveyard now, but it is a dark target in the graveyard. So there it might be as a chaos setup for later.
Escarota doesn't play any chaos.
He doesn't? Oh.
No, only non-machine monster he plays is Dark Magician Chaos. It's solely a machine attack push deck.
Just a machine attack
This is what differs it from other reasoning gate strategies and what makes it so hard to play if you expect to... There's another goat. This explains why he tributed the goat with Cannon Soldier, because he had another goat in reserve. Very good. And now Goblin... German DLS now elects to keep all 4 gold tokens on the board, just to limit the options Escarota have of summoning monsters. But now Escarota has a lot of time to just sit there and wait until the last points of damage will be available to push for him.
Yes, I mean, it's not impossible for the Machine Gate deck to get rid of these goat tokens. There just needs to be another gate, and yeah, then the gate is open because
It's actually like enemy control could be also really good here. And we see the Pro Storm here and Waboku being chained by Escaroda, who has now a lot of time. Was a bit cautious to set it behind goats, because it's unlikely that you die through 4 goats. But Escaroda figured I set Waboku just in case German DLS is able to clear them away, and sets another back row now and plays back to German DLS, who will most likely flip a spy now.
yeah, and Spy into Spy suddenly gets rid of a lot of these goat tokens. And I mean, if you can get rid of all 4 of them in the same turn, it gets a lot better, because then there's no fodder for the monster gate. So having all 4 of them on board is good, because the Machine Gate deck can't escalate, and having none of them is good because the Machine Gate deck has no setup, but leaving only 3 or even 2 is not that good of a thought process, because there is the spy, and now we go on 3 monsters, and maybe even have a normal summon, and then
the question is, does he want to commit the Goblin attack just to defeat a token? Maybe he wants to save his attack position Goblin for next turn to deal some damage with it?
Yeah, I mean, then flipping the spy is not the play in this turn, right? Because if you do not get rid of all the go tokens in one turn, all your efforts are...
I mean, not necessarily against Escaroda's deck, because Escaroda's not playing Dimension Fusion, so you don't need to clock the board of Escaroda. The main reason German DS didn't attack with Goblin yet is that he wants to save it in attack position, I believe, to just deal some damage with it. So let's see, maybe that's an Exile Force, I believe?
Yes.
And not attacking with it, rather tributing, so there should be a Gigantus follow-up. It wouldn't make much sense otherwise.
There was the hand in the graveyard.
So we see a Gigantus indeed, and now he has Goblin's attack power for a direct. And there's also especially about maximizing the damage output. Definitely it's a good play. You don't really need to keep resources against Reasoning. You just want to push as much damage as possible as fast as you can.
Yeah, and 3,100 life points are not enough to be cautious with your spot removal in hand, because if there's a big monster on the board, you're probably already dead.
Oh, there's a ring! Ring on Goblin in German DLS now is on 800 life points. This is not a lot.
Yeah, and 800 life points is in fact almost Prem into Cannon Soldier
for
range,
game,
right? So we have a little bit of the Gigantus also
attacks
in,
now.
Now
bit of debate was the life points. Germany has a back row as setup, but this could very well just like a Decree. We saw him playing them, so we don't know if it's even live. And Escaroda doesn't need much more effort to just sneak in a game shot here. And we know he plays a limiter. He plays a lot of machines. There are many ways. Yeah. There's a reasoning, and you need to hit that. No, it was Trunate. My bad. Trunate 2 back rows. This was an interesting play. So definitely playing around the Decree here. Again, showing that he knows what he's up against, like German DS showed earlier. So there's probably another Waboku face down to just...
Yeah, probably. Waboku is the card to beat for German DLS now, because his board is strong enough to win the game. But these 2 black sleeves we are seeing there are like 2... very big hindrances for German DLS, and he needs to get over them. So we are changing.
He likes to play around a potential Mirror Force, which it can be a really smart play. But now, if Escaroda has Waboku, he can in fact save it. But now Escaroda is in ring to draw range from German DLS potentially. So this could have made a big impact here. Let's see if we see something like this. We see Call of the Haunted. This could get Cannon Soldier back.
Of the Haunted into Cannon Soldier. And now we got...
he just needs to find another monster and he can maybe game here.
Stand by phase.
He attacks over. He has limiter. He has limiter for the game shot here.
Yeah, that looks like a limiter to me, because attacking into the Gigantus is, yeah.
It would deal 900 damage because, yes, there's a limiter, and this should be the game for Escarota. Do we see response by German DLS? Does he
In
have
damage step?
in damage calculation even? No, and Escarota gets away with it. It was a well-fought game one, but Escarota, again, demonstrating his skill with this deck at perfection. Like, he doesn't always OTK, but he made sure to deal as much damage as possible to set himself up for that game-ending shot. Like, he was not winning on resources or anything. He knew his win option and he played it to perfection.
Yes, and there wasn't much the Earth aggro deck could do in this position. Like, always staring down these defensive cards from the Machine Gate deck early on. Always like seeing these scapegoats as like the wall you cannot approach, and you have to commit immense resources on the board to even get close to beating scapegoats, and these scapegoats definitely did a lot for Escarota this game one.
What I also find really, really interesting is, like, if you would have showed me the deck list beforehand and asked me what the MVP of the list is, I certainly wouldn't have said Cannon Soldier, but after watching the second top match in a row, Cannon Soldier did put up so much work in both games.
Yes, definitely.
So much damage Cannon Soldier got in, and even got the sneaky game shot at the end. Also, Cannon Soldier has such good synergy with limiter removal, because limiter removal will destroy all your machines anyway in the end phase, so in main phase 2 you can just tribute them all the way to deal some extra damage.
Yes, Cannon Soldier definitely is the card of all time for the machine deck. It's one of the original Metal Raiders, and that's why it's still in the machine decks today.
And let's just paint a scenario right now. Imagine Escarota gets away with a victory here today. Like in the tournament, they would have Reasoning Gate winning back-to-back German Gold Compris. This would be a huge statement for the deck.
Definitely. I think everyone is playing the Turbo list, and we now just see the rise of the gate, and
rise of the machines.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely. Machines are also part of, especially Cannon Soldier. Cannon Soldier is a card we saw in the other Reasoning Gate list as well.
Also, Escarota, like, it's really, really impressive how he's performing. Again, topping back-to-back Gold Compris, a feat that no player has yet performed here in Germany. And if he would be able to top his top 8 finish of the work with potentially win here, this would be a huge statement to be maybe one of the best IndyLife Gold players right now here in Germany.
And I mean, I imagine he did some changes to his list. He played in Osnabrück, and then playing a deck, achieving the top 8 finish there, and then get the step back look, okay, what went wrong, and adjusting to now play and reach the top 4, and going with the game 1 win in a leading position here, so possibly even reaching the final. So he his analytical skills must be very good as well, because looking at the potential flaws of the game and then figuring out how to excel his pet deck, basically.
He definitely has a great grasp on the meta game in these in real life Gold tournaments. And you may watch some of the more conventional decks being played, of the more conventional plays we've seen earlier, and think topping a DGP is easy, but let me tell you, it's definitely not easy. And we see this with players like Grumpelstietzchen, who is arguably one of the best players right now, definitely one of the best German players right now, who is now 0 for 3 in 0 for 2 in topping Gold Compris. And also myself, I topped the very first one, but I fluked the other ones. Also German DLS, he is a Gold Compris grinder. He competed last year in Nuremberg. He competed this year in Osnabrück, and now he's competing here. Very first time he topped. So even the best of the best, yeah, you're not guaranteed to top an event just because you're a top online player. So it's a completely different beast. And also, like, I talked with JCVD today, who also is like Jean-Claude Van Damme, one of the best players of all time. Just won a patron WCQ, has 2 invites this year already. He's 0 for 3 in Gold Compris. Yes. He never topped one. And I talked with him today. We saw him in round 1 losing. He's like, it's completely different. it's a completely different thing.
Yeah, I think if you are playing online in the comfort of your own home, you know your surroundings, you know what you're getting into. You don't have the possible trash talk from your opponent in your face. You can ignore the chat. So it's a whole other level. Also, sitting in a room where like 100 other players are sitting is a totally different atmosphere than sitting at home. So I'm not wanting to discredit anyone who achieves a great online victory, because I certainly can't play online. It's
just that they are completely different beasts, and you needed different skill set to compete in each one. Because we saw it in the earlier feature in round 5, I believe, where we had a player who spotted a live tell, who like could tell from a reaction from his opponent what deck he was playing. This is something you can't do online. You don't see your opponent online react in the way you do in real life. And there are a lot of things you can pick up. And this is why I think online players are not doing as well as you would expect. Because they are, in theory, really, really good at the format, but they are not that good playing live.
Yeah, I think that's definitely...
Okay, but now we can finally start game 2. Both players were very... they took the time starting, which I can completely understand. Again, the stakes for this match is enormous, and Escaroda is now 1 game away from securing his invite to the Gotcha World Championship. This must be a nerve-wracking feeling, and I know it because I know this feeling, but I never succeeded in this spot. So I was close before, I never did it. Maybe Escaroda can. One of these will, that's for sure. Swords it's an interesting card because it is in general it's pretty good, but against a deck who just trunates it away, it can be useless. But it at least forces your opponent to draw into an out for it. And Escaroda is obviously a no immediate rush, just set to back row and then passes back to German duelists.
Yes, and now I'm very interested in the set monster because the Earth aggro deck wants to apply pressure, but setting a monster is...
I would assume it's against Spy, like we saw before.
there's
Oh, it's not a Spy, because we see a Wangu being normal summed. No flipping a Spy wouldn't make any sense.
No. I mean, maybe he lets his Spy set.
Maybe, yes, this is a possibility. And there's a Trunade. This was a good play, but Waboku. This was obviously the play around Scapegoat, but there was no Scapegoat inside. Both are chainables, Waboku and Jar. But I don't know if I would have chained Waboku here, to be honest, because you're not dying this turn. And now DLS flips by. This seems like a misplay because now he will lose.
They will catch onto this, I believe.
They will.
After resolve,
Escaroda is pointing it out. It does go to grave because of King Tiger Wangu. So this definitely was a sequencing mistake by German DLS. But they are playing for, let's look at my clock, I believe 8 hours straight now. We started at 12 p.m.
Yeah.
It's even longer, 8.5 hours straight. They are playing. This is the 9th round. They are playing. Your brain is cooked.
Yeah, definitely. Moment. I mean, I don't catch every play, and I wasn't even playing. I was just looking. So now they are discussing if the flipped summoned Spy also get destroyed.
No, flipped summoned Spy obviously stays because it isn't a normal summon. German DLS can't attack because of Waboku. He can attack, but he won't deal any damage. Yeah. Swords are getting back down here, and I think Escaroda is now in a better spot. But potentially Scapegoats and also Cannon Soldier can't hit the board right now.
Yes. So we are in fact safe from Scapegoats, the biggest obstacle in game on.
Yeah, both of the biggest obstacles because also Cannon Soldier was a huge problem.
Yes.
Again, I think I wouldn't have flipped for Boku there, I would have kept it. But Escaroda, now we see brain control. So I predict the Blowback Dragon now. We know he's playing multiple copies of it, and he
could just be the fodder he needs from
Monster Gate. You're completely right. This is also, and it's enemy controller. Oh, enemy controller really putting in work in his build. I like it.
And now we are using it for a tribute summon.
Now we will either see Monster Gate or Blowback Dragon for sure here. Because he would have done it the other way around.
Yeah.
There is the Monster Gate. Let's see what we can hit now. We see a ring, we see a Cypher Soldier coming in. It's also a machine, and it's pretty good against warriors.
Yes. Cypher Soldier, for those who don't know, is a machine that gets an additional 3,000?
2,000.
2,000 attack.
And defense.
and defense if he plays against if there's a warrior on board.
If it attacks or is attacked by a warrior
Yes,
monster.
and so it is with his stat line good enough to even beat the big black luster soldier.
It is not as good against Earthbeat as against Warrior, because of Gigantis can just run over it. We know that German DS is also playing Gorillas, which is not a Warrior.
Yeah.
But it's just a machine you can bring. It's also a different level for reasoning, so no one will call free against you. And I mean, I don't know exactly on top of my head. I don't believe it stacks with a limiter. I actually don't know exactly how this interaction works, but there should be huge amounts of damage you can do with limiter in Cypher.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's a dangerous combo. So we see that's a warrior which can out the Cypher Soldier. It's Exile Force. You don't want to use the Warrior Lady. I mean, it outs it, but it outs it for a big cost. You would take a lot of damage crashing into Cypher with the Warrior Lady.
Yeah, but if you have no other way, the Warrior Lady in fact beats Cypher Soldier.
And Tobias is confirming in chat, it doesn't stack with limiter. Thank you for that information. Yeah, I remember that the interaction is not as OP as it could be.
I mean, the limiter applies first and then...
Yeah, and then the attack boost goes. It's still ridiculous amount of damage you can deal.
Yeah.
Of course.
But it's like a 4k beat stick instead of a 6k beat stick.
Yes, which is which is a difference. Would even be a 7k beat stick. Almost.
Yeah, you're right.
Almost 7k.
Almost 7k.
This is kind of crazy. Grace is also kind of crazy. And maybe the card we saw on the board most often today.
Yeah, Graceful Charity definitely is generous today.
Yeah.
I'm still kind of, if you missed it, was it round 2 or round 3?
It was round 4, I believe, where we
4.
saw 4 Graces in one turn.
And if you missed that, we go back and look the round 4 feature match where Graceful Charity was resolved 4 times.
Also subscribe to Return Winner because I will probably upload all the feature matches separately.
And there was an Exiled Force that got rid of
Cypher Soldier.
and
Gigantis
now double
pushing.
Gigantis is a huge amount of damage.
Yes, it's 3,800 life points right there in Oscar. Oscar is kind of thinking, does he maybe side deck into Kuriboh there?
I mean, it's an option.
It definitely is. I don't even know if he side decks Kuriboh. But it's definitely a possibility here. But he just soaks up the damage. Goes into his turn and now the swords are really doing a lot. Trapped us true. Do we see a monster? Yes, there's 2 monsters in fact. Cyberstein, which is dead now because Scorer does not have enough life points to resolve him.
Yes, and the other card is a card you do not want to shuffle back.
Yeah, it's a Demog. I mean, I think you want to shuffle it back because I don't know. It's kind of difficult. Yeah, do you want to shuffle back a Demog here? It's actually a good question. I mean, Cyberstein is dead, but
Cyberstein is dead, and it's a possible card to hit with your next turn top deck.
Reasoning on Monster Gate. You're correct.
On Monster Gate. So getting the Stein back into the deck is definitely better than risking getting Demog next turn.
I completely agree with you. So very good play because Germany is aware of that. Makes the correct choice, sends back Cyberstein, and Scorer is now left with Just Goats, but Just Goats can probably protect him for like 1 or 2 turns. Let's see how much gas is in Germany's hand. Swords are now finally gone. They should be gone if I remember correctly.
No, they got resetted with
True Nate.
With True Nate.
You are
so
completely right.
We got a turn more storms. So yeah.
I think they're debating the turns right now.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, but I think you are correct. I think you're completely correct. Players are
just because it was reset, it's sometimes a little bit iffy.
Yeah.
But there is now
Kaiku.
the Kaiku, and we are getting rid of 3 tokens now, right?
So Escarola is left with Demog and Limiter in his hand. He needs to find something. He needs to find it now. And it's the Monster Gate.
There is the Monster Gate, and now we see if the Cyberstein makes his appearance again.
To be honest, there's not much to hit here. Like, Cannon Soldier does nothing for you here. Blowback Dragon is probably the best hit you could have here because you can. It's Jinzo. Jinzo is decent, but you can't attack, unfortunately. Sword's really doing good work. But now you have Jinzo Limiter, which isn't the worst thing you could have.
But we saw the Smashing Grounds in Game 1.
Deck. Yeah, Flashing Ground obviously would be just game here. Also setting limiter, you kind of giving German DLS the opportunity to just get rid of limiter with attacking into Jinzo.
Yes.
So,
but you would take a lot of damage.
No, you wouldn't chain limiter to this, because then your Jinzo dies in the end phase, and you can't afford that. So you could just attack with Fong against into Jinzo, take 500 and get rid of limiter. So setting limiter is not a good play here.
Yeah, so if Earth Aggro German DLS just draws the out, he wins.
Yeah. It's over anyway.
And,
so
if he does not in fact draw the out, then he can get rid of the limiter if he sees it.
He should definitely do it.
Maybe he is afraid of taking that much damage.
Oh,
but,
there's Lily. And now it actually... I think I would have attacked with Gigantis first.
Yeah, I think Gigantis.
Gigantis is a better play here. But actually, now we are proving one. If Oscarola hadn't set limiter here, he would have died.
Yes.
So it was the correct play, because he was respecting Lily, which was a smart play. So this is why Escarola is sitting there, and we aren't.
Yeah, definitely.
German DLS is taking a lot of damage here, so Jinzo's at 4-8, and you pump up your Lily anyway, so you take about 3000 damage in total. But now Jinzo dies in end phase, and Escarola is only left with a Dark Magician of Chaos in hand, and nothing else. Also, German DLS can push his monster to defense here. So this is top second for Escarola. Can he find something to climb back here, or do we go?
It looks like we play.
It's Swords!
Swords is a play, definitely keeps him in the game, but every back row removal in the world is now like an instant win.
Yeah, but I think this is one of the best cards Escarola could have drawn, besides maybe Pot or Grace, because it gives him time to find answers. This is like the best one-card draw you could have here.
Definitely the best draw he could have had.
Yeah.
But with the True Nates in the main deck and like Storm and...
I don't think you keep True Nates against... he kept it. Yeah, we saw it. Yeah, at least one. He kept at least one. But still, he is now trying to assemble some machines again. And German DS took quite a lot of damage through this limiter interaction. And again, I have to give it up for Escarola. I wouldn't have set limiter there, and I would have lost at that point. He respected the Lily, he played it safe, and he got rewarded.
Definitely. And so we are just sitting behind the Swords and an unknown back row.
Maybe a Waboku, maybe it is Goats. It could be double protection. It definitely is not a Jar. He would have activated it already. Maybe it's just a bluff.
So
and we see a set monster.
Just a set monster.
Third spy, maybe?
Maybe it's a third spy. What else could we set there?
I mean, you could pretty much set anything. You could set the Devour. Just setting a monster to beef up your field, to not lose against the Vortex and Machine Push. So I think you could set a Gorilla here, and it would be fine. Just strengthen your position. You can flip it next turn to deal damage. So it could be...
set monsters are less likely to get lightning vortexed.
What do you call here? I think you have to call 6 here.
You have to call 6. Yeah. There is a Demok in hand.
Yeah, Fusilier doesn't hurt you that much.
Fusilier is fine, and you could also hit the Stein.
Stein and Cannon Soldier don't do anything here.
Yeah, Stein and Cannon Soldier both are no threats here. It could also be an enemy controller set there that wouldn't do anything.
He could also hit like a Cypher Soldier if he boarded more than one.
Yeah, definitely a Cypher Soldier. But Cypher Soldier is also not that good of a monster against Rocks and Spellcaster.
So he got 6. Yeah, he did the correct play. Again, both players really proving why they are sitting there. And he hit... What is it? I can't see it. Was it Stein? I think he... What is it? It is the Cannon Soldier. Yeah, this is not the card you wanted to hit there.
Yeah, Cannon Soldier at least is strong enough to get over the Kaiku.
It also can get over Gigantis. Gigantis has 1-3 defense.
Oh, 1-3.
But you would lose your back row.
I knew that Gigantis couldn't be overrun with Tsukuyomi, so...
Okay, so now both players would lose their back row. And we see a Royal Decree being activated. This is not correct, because if it would be a trap, Escarola could chain that right away. So you wait for your opponent to activate the trap and then chain Decree. So this was a sequencing mistake by German DLS. And let's see what it was. And Escarola is scooping! Okay, that's it. He may be recognizing a misplay, or it was all over anyway. So, German DLS.
I mean, he pointed at the Kaiku, so maybe he had...
He doesn't play Chaos Monsters. So.
Yeah, but he pointed at the Kaiku, so it must have done it. It must have done something.
Yeah, it definitely did something there. And we are going into game 3. What more can you ask for? This is a deciding game for the Gold World Championship invite. One game to take it all. Who do you think has the edge here?
I think with losing the second game, Escaroda should have the edge because he is the one that's going first. And we saw time and time again that the Earth aggro deck, even with board presence, struggles into the like stalling back row of the Machine Gate deck. So yeah, I myself think that the matchup should be favored for the Machine Gate deck if everything went right for both players.
Yeah, you can say that. I mean, German DLS probably has a deck which is more consistent than Escaroda, so he has the higher chance to open okay, but Escaroda can just open the game shot. Like we thought, like if he just has an OTK hand, German DLS has nothing really to deal with it. I think it's really interesting that German DLS both kept Trunade and Decrease, really respecting these Vabokus.
Yeah, definitely. We can't win through Vaboku.
Yeah.
Like if we saw it in game 1 where the Vaboku protected the scapegoat tokens, and stuff like that buys so much more time than just flipping Vaboku on an open board, and so we need to have all the advantages against these board wipes. Also, like Ring of Destruction still is a card that wins games.
Yeah,
and
obviously. Also, we know he's playing Jazz, so definitely Decree is solid there.
Yeah, opening Decree and sitting under Decree with your big monsters should be a decent position.
I would argue about Trunade, but Trunade is good to recycle your swords or to abuse it with Prem. And yeah, so you probably have some dead cards you can side out.
And if you activate Trunade under your Decree, you reset everything from the opponent, and yeah. So I think Trunade is a good card.
Okay, let's. We need to take a breather here because it's so exciting action. Shoutouts to all of you who are still watching, who are still grinding with you. Doesn't matter if you were with us from the start of the day or if you're just joining now. We're definitely at a high point in viewers, which is exciting to see. Like we are close to the finish line, and you are all coming up to watch it. Huge shoutouts to you guys. And who are you rooting for? Do you want to see Escaroda at the Gold World Championship? Do you want to see German DLS? Or do you want to see both?
Yeah, definitely the possibility for both of them to still go through to the World Championship, because there is the all-important game.
The third place playoff.
Yeah, the third place playoff that still holds that last invite spot. So losing here is not that bad. It just puts a lot of pressure on your shoulders.
Yes, and again, both players really do care a lot. They really want to represent Germany at the Gold Format World Championship, which we like to see. So let's see how Game 3 will go as soon as it starts. Do we have an update on the other top 4 match? Is it still going? It's over. Who won there?
Harald Rose.
So we will definitely have Harald Rose representing Germany at the Gold Format World Championship. He defeated his good friend and buddy Christian Böttcher, who will have that all-important third-place playoff match against the loser of this match. And we will see Harald Rose in the final. I believe Harald Rose played Chaos Turbo. Yes, I see nods here, so yes, Harald Rose did play Chaos Turbo in the final against...
I mean, it was to expected to have a Chaos Turbo in the final because it's arguably the best deck. So,
but I mean, in Top Cut, only 1/4 of the field was playing it, so the chances were pretty high that this will not make it.
But the chances of the players that are good with the deck are in top cut are also pretty high. So, yeah.
Gizmo in chat is voting for Escarauda, so we have our first answer here. So, who are the guys who are rooting for German DLS? I like both of these guys, so I really can't decide. I just hope we get a good game 3, which will see the better player win this one.
Yeah, so both of them shuffle up one last time, and then we will start with this game 3. And yeah, if you are Escarauda, you are very happy to go first here, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, arguably Machine Gate is the deck where you don't really mind to go second because you want to OTK anyway, but going first is such you see one card more. It's you can't deny that this is important. You have time to set up your goats to possibly and goats is so good in Escarauda's deck because of Cannon Soldier. There's a Pot of Greed. Just start with 2 cards more. Why not?
Yeah, Pot of Greed is always good to see. It's always nice to draw one card from your deck and it smiles at you. And
that beautiful smile.
Yeah, that smile.
But
that
Simon,
goddamn smile.
What does Pot of Greed actually do?
So, Pot of Greed is actually a very interesting card. It has a lot of text, so I'm not confused that you've never read it before. So, yeah. Actually,
I can't read all cards in preparation. There's some niche cards you don't just prepare for.
And a Pot of Greed definitely is one of the cards of all time. It lets you draw 2 cards.
2?
Yes.
But it's only 1 card.
It's only 1 card.
It's amazing. Why did I cut Pot of Greed? I never played it.
That is the reason why you've never topped one Goat Grand Prix.
I topped 1.
Yeah.
I topped 1, yeah.
Without Pot of Greed.
No, with Pot of Greed, obviously. Let's not spread rumors here. And Graceful Charity is gracing her presence for German DLS. And, like, it's always the left player who is graced, right?
Yeah.
It's always the left one.
I think the left player is the one that is graced. And
we don't have left shark, we have left grace.
We have left grace here in Halle, and we are graced to see that there are earth monsters being discarded, which could potentially lead to a Gigantus in hand. Also, the Goblin attack force is not that great into the scapegoats.
Yeah, and if I'm playing Earth Aggro, I love to discard my goblins because they're a good Gigantes fodder. And also, if you have Call or Prem, it's like 2 free damage. Free. You take. You definitely want to rebound that card. So very naturally to discard it first. And German DLS possibly has a lot more beta in his hands. And he discards Breaker. This is very surprising.
I mean, normal summoning Breaker in this point, just to pop the back row, that is a chainable card that you are not... Like, there's always a better card you could normal summon here.
I get it.
Like, normal summon Wang Hu here would be much better.
Also red is better, so we see 2 attacks connect. Escarauda drops down to almost half. Like, he has a bit more to spare. Excuse me.
Yeah, so we now have like a good push for the Earth Aggro deck. Like we saw before, every damage early is very good, and now we got the Trap Dust Shot that...
And we see the hand of Escarauda is completely dead.
Yeah, there's nothing there. The only play he has is normal summon Cannon Soldier to Monster Gate it away.
We take Cannon Soldier away.
When we take Cannon Soldier away, there's nothing he can do. And that must be devastating.
Escarauda with the brick here at the moment of moments. You take away Cannon Soldier and it's just over. And we see a dice on the table. We might be in timeout.
And that would be even worse for this... OTK deck to be in timeout with that huge of a life deficit.
Yes, definitely. And again, we see no play for Escarauda. We don't know what the face is. It's probably just a Waboku. Maybe it's a Jar. It could very well be a Jar, but there's no possible play. Like, all monsters in hand are dead. We see a Demok, a Jinzo, and a Blowback. And a Blowback, and there's Dead Call, Dead Prem, and Dead Monster Gate. This is horrible.
And the set card is most likely no Scapegoat.
It could be Waboku, but again, if you're I think they are really in timeout. So this is turn 2 of timeout.
Yeah, that's turn 2 of timeout. So Escaroda gets one more turn to get this all. And German DLS has all of his 2 turns left. And now, he just needs to control it down for his invite.
Escaroda, somehow has to deal so much damage with one battle phase and a completely dead hand. Like what do you need to draw here? Like card destruction. I don't even know if he plays card destruction. This would be a card which helps you here, but this is so rough. Like you need to draw Grace here. If you draw Grace, you're good because you just Demog and then you go party.
Yeah,
but
I mean there's a Trunade and
nothing.
There's nothing.
So this should be just game. German DLS is one normal summoning away from securing his invite to the God from the World Championship.
Yeah, there's a Cyberstein.
It is a Cyberstein.
It's just over.
It's the first time we see Cyberstein for German DLS, and we see the fist bump. Ladies and gentlemen, German DLS will represent Germany, fitting, at the God from the World Championship. And I'm really happy for him. He's grinding his ass off, really. He plays a lot of goals. He finally got there. He was down 1-0 against Escaroda, and he will now be in the finals.
And the finals are just around the corner. Like we said before, the other semi-final already has finished. So we have a short break, and then we will be right back with the final.
We won't have an interview because we have both players already. We want to continue. So thank you for watching. We will be right back. it all comes down to this. I always wanted to say this. Yes, here we are in the finals of Gold Grand Prix Halle. Andersade, how many players were we today?
We were 96 players today.
96 players.
Now there are only, I want to say there are only 2 players left, but actually there are 4 players
There
left.
are 2 players left to being able to win the tournament. We went through 7 rounds of Swiss, 2 additional top cut rounds. This is the 10th match these 2 are playing today. And we have on the right side from Berlin, Harald Rose, first time on the stream. On the left side, we see him the 3rd time today now. It's German DLS. And what I failed to mention, because I'm stupid, is that without German DLS, we all probably wouldn't be here, because he was a big ambassador to put this tournament here. Like he made a lot of effort to get this Gold Grand Prix going, and now he's about to win it. That's a fairy tale story, right?
Yeah, it would be a fairy tale story. But also, Harald is like the man that came in today
Yeah.
and was like, yeah, maybe I got the shot of winning this. And
No,
the game,
he wasn't. Jens told him.
Jens told him, maybe you got a chance of winning that. And the game already started, so we are jumping right into it. And the first action was the activation of a Thunder Dragon, and we've seen that one before today.
We've seen the one before, not at all in Top Cut.
Not at all in Top Cut, because there were other decks,
Yeah.
but I mean, Chaos Turbo is the deck of all time when it comes to Goat format, and seeing it in the final is just a given.
We talked about conversion rates and stuff, and that Chaos Turbo may be disappointed a bit, but if it wins the tournament, it again proves their rank as maybe the best deck in Goat format ever. But German DLS has something to say about that, and we can be sure the German DLS prepped a lot of Chaos Turbo, but I doubt that Harald prepped a lot against the deck German DLS is playing.
Yeah, definitely. And now we got the humble T set, and then German DLS starts with the Smiling Man. And with the Smiling Man, I mean Pot of Greed, that comes down and lets him draw 2 additional cards, so his possibilities are endless now. And there are the Goblin.
There are the goblins, and they are a force who wants to attack.
Yeah, and the goblins run into the Sangan that was there, sitting, and also Sangan is also a happy little critter.
It's a happy little critter. It was happy in 2005, not so happy like for a lot of years, because there was something with catching the wrong bus, and there was yeah, the Sangan storyline is kind of tragic.
Yeah, but this Sangan storyline starts in like 2009, I believe,
Yeah.
or 2010. So he has a few happy years in front of him in the Goat format cosmos.
Yeah.
And yeah, so the Goblin Tech Force now is in the defense position, and it's kind of vulnerable there. And now we.
Can we talk about how exciting it is to be here? These 2 guys are playing a format which was played 19 years ago.
Yeah,
19
it's
years
a long
ago.
time.
It's a long time, and now they're playing it. We are commentating it with the crazy professional setup here. We were on that scene the whole time, right?
Yes, we were definitely on that scene the whole time, and I did not just tell about everything that happened because we weren't.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, it happens. Like, we gave you a play-by-play, you saw what happened. Our faces are in your brains now, but now we see some card action being played. It's been a long day for every one of us. But, yeah, so, Goblin taking second, and I missed what Harald picked up there.
I also was always trying to think around it. I also did not.
Yeah, Harald.
I mean, it has to be a serpent, right?
I don't know. Completely depends on the situation. I mean, Harald is not in control, so Serpent's not that important in that spot. Spy is amazing in this matchup, and if you don't have one already, you definitely want to get one. And
is Spy good if you?
Okay, that's a great. So maybe it was Serpent. Also, maybe Night Assault if you have another flip. If you want to recycle, maybe you have 2 Night Assaults now. So
yeah, maybe
a lot of possibilities here.
I mean, he also discarded the Thunder Dragon, and there was the Serpent Thunder Dragon discard that you want if you activate Grace. And drawing into Pot of Greed is like the most Grace you can get out of your charity.
The pot is greedy indeed.
And now the only thing missing is
that duo,
but there is no duo here, and Tsukuyomi booking the already in defense position Goblin attack force and easily gets rid of them.
Yeah.
So now in the main phase 2 we have to think what do we want with our like 20 cards in hand before getting the Tsukuyomi back.
We just want to pass here, and we see the Royal Decree in end phase. But Raigeki Break, which was set there earlier, is in perfect out. This would have been a possible comeback incoming for German DLS, but Break is such a good answer here. At least for German DLS, at least there was no Serpent discarded. But
the Serpent was already engraved.
Yeah, right. This is what I meant. So at least it's like not the worst
I mean, it
case.
was the second Thunder Dragon. So
yeah, but it's at least a resource which it doesn't regenerate itself.
And Harald still has like 5 cards in hand.
Yeah, Harald definitely is in an amazing position
that's an amazing spot.
Yeah, definitely. You can't deny that. And we won't deny that, obviously. So, yeah, Harald definitely in the commanding spot here. But Earth Agro, again, is not winning by like gaining more resources or like out-resourcing your opponent. You're winning by pushing. And there's still an open board, and you can push into an open board. So I wouldn't count out German DLS at all. We've seen the aggressive cards he plays, the True Nates, the Brain Controls. All that stuff can wipe out a lot of Harald's life points.
But which monster do you commit into the Tsukuyomi?
The Kaiku, apparently. It can get rid of Thunder Dragon and Serpent, but yeah, you're right. Tsukuyomi definitely is scary in the spot.
Yeah, definitely. Like the Kaiku applies a lot of pressure against Chaos decks, but with the knowledge of the Tsukuyomi in hand, it's really difficult to like commit into just putting a monster on board.
Yeah, so Kaiku now hit the board, and we will see if Harald has a response to that. Maybe we even saw an attack already. And it's a Torrential Snow attack, getting rid of that Kaiku. So you at least got rid of a really, really good card against your deck if you're a German DLS. And there's Prem probably targeting that Kaiku.
Yeah, definitely. We just saw that the Torrential was worth putting into the single Kaiku, so investing 800 more life points to possibly get rid of the Sinister Serpent in grave. And I mean, he has a lot of light targets. I do not know if there are any dark targets in grave.
Sangan is there.
Sangan
so you remove Serpent and Sangan for sure.
Sangan and Serpent are the cards to remove there because this
is exactly what German DLS is doing, obviously. Yeah. He knows what he's doing, otherwise he wouldn't be sitting here.
Definitely. And now you got rid of the possible dark, and you also got your Floodgate effect on board that prevents Harald from using his big Chaos monsters, which he certainly has.
Yeah, and Harald again in a really, really good spot. And I think it was good awareness to activate Torrential there. Other players would have maybe waited, but he figured that Kaiku was really important for German DLS, and he got another resource out of him because, there's a Book of Moon. That's an answer for Tsukuyomi.
Yeah, but the Tsukuyomi did the job of booking the Kaiku.
But there's no dark in Harald's grave.
Yeah, but he got rid of the Floodgate effect, and he plays a lot of discard traps. So if there is another discard trap, like a Raigeki Break or something.
Or Nobleman. Nobleman is a good out against Kaiku.
Nobleman is also getting rid of the Kaiku now.
Yeah, and it's like Harald is basically plussing every turn.
Yeah.
He's gaining so much advantage here, and this shows you how a good Chaos Turbo player is using their resources. And it's the first time we see Harald stream today, but we definitely can see already that he deserved his spot in this final. He plays really, really well so far, and he shows that he is prolific with his deck. Trap Dust
There is the Trap Dust Shot, and we are seeing a gorilla, a spy, a duo, and an exiled force.
Yes, that's an Exiled Force. Germany plays a very shiny version of Exiled Force. We saw that before. So if you have another out for set monster, you take spy. You take Exiled Force. Otherwise, you take away spy here.
I mean, the exiled force is the pick, and the exiled force possibly gets rid of like the chaos monsters later on if you do not want to commit it now, and everything like the gorilla gets rid of the immediate threat of the Sokoyomi, and if you want to like play it a little bit more on the safer side, you could set your spy and then try to
I mean, I'm pretty sure Harald has an out against Spy here, otherwise he wouldn't have let this in hand.
I mean, he used one knock already on the Kaiku, so but yeah, I mean, it's not that bad for Harald to just sit behind spies for 1 or 2 turns. And I think the gorilla, the summon of gorilla now would be fine, because then he gets his grave, his Darken Grave, and then his chaos monsters are alive again. And in fact, the Berserk Gorilla is met with the Mirror Force, so I was totally wrong, and it's not fine to get the Tsukuyomi out of him. And now there is the duo, and the first damage of the game was dealt right now in form of 1,000 life points cost there by German DLS.
So no, let's see what he can get rid of here, and he hits a Magician of Faith, which is a good hit there. Yeah, which is a good hit there, and it's also not a dark, but there is Night Deciding also being discarded, which is now able to get Magician back, and now Harald has his much needed dark. To be fair, he could have just rebuilt Tsukuyomi to get the dark in there anyway, but now he doesn't need to waste also he has a potential Tsuku Mothlock at the Chaos. This is such a good spot for Harald. He's really capitalizing on every resource he can get here. This is such a good spot, setting Moth, attacking with Chaos Sorcerer. This might be too much to handle for German DLS in that game.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on the side of Harald, and there's not a lot going on the side of German DLS. Yeah. There are 2 set monsters. One of them is the Chaos Sorcerer, and there is still the threat of the Tsukuyomi in hand.
Yeah, it is for sure. I think Tsukuyomi is the only card in hand, so we definitely know. So let's make clear, did Harald still... He has still a Serpent in the grave. He didn't add Serpent back to hand. This is kind of interesting. So this was a mistake, maybe? I think it was a mistake, but again, they are playing for so much.
I'm not sure if it is a mistake, because if there's a jar back there, and he has Tsukuyomi in hand, if he takes a Serpent now, I'm wrong, but
I think he just forgot.
If he wants to draw more, then he would have played around a potential Trap Dust Shot.
And there is the Nobleman, so he had the access to Nobleman due to Magician. And now I think this match is as good. This game is as good as over, because you just summon Tsukuyomi, flip back at Magician, then deal a huge amount of damage with Tsukuyomi and Chaos Rock, and not much to do about that if you're German DLS. This game is slowly but surely slipping out of his hands.
He has 1 card in hand, so
he has 1 card in hand left. Yes.
So 1 card in hand is not enough to break free from this position. And yeah, so. What's the mindset now? Do you in this situation?
I would say you just scoop.
Yeah, no, I believe in this situation you are already in game 2 with your head.
Yeah, I also like that Germany is saving some time here, because although we are in the finals, we will have timeout, because we need to go home at some point. Players want to go home, we want to go home. Actually, I don't want to go home. Let's stay here overnight and commentate. Go the whole night.
Yeah,
I'm getting a head check from our operator here, so
that's a no.
that's a no. That's a no. That's a bummer. And now he's threatening to pull the plug. So I should be careful with my words.
Yeah. So Harald is up 1 game, and now we are going into game 2, and everyone should be prepared to face Chaos Turbos, so I believe German DLS has a concrete plan here, what he is going to do.
Also, if someone is able to come back from a 1-0 game loss, it's German DLS because he did it like minutes ago against Escaroda. He also had a really like unwinnable game 1, and he turned around and he did it in a magnificent fashion. So I still believe there's everything to win here for German DLS, but Harald Rose really put up a clinic. He put up a great Chaos Turbo performance. This is how you want to play if you play this deck and if you are in the spot. Also, Harald is very experienced, and I don't think he feels pressure at all. He was really cool coming in and like, yeah, it's alright. I've been here before. I'm going to win it.
Yeah, and he is in the prime position to win it all now. I think he plays Chaos Turbo like a surgeon. Every move he makes is like very clean, and he knows exactly what he's doing. And the whole game was he felt no pressure at all the whole game, and it was his whole performance was just a stellar performance.
Yeah, it was great, and also German DLS showed some really good plays, some really good awareness, but in the end it came down to Harald having these power cards you want to have very early with potting grades in the same turn, and it was just too much to overcome such a good start by such a solid player like Harald is.
Yeah, and if you give a good player a finger, he will take the whole hand and shake it, and then you just lost. So
he will definitely do it. And would he be, if he would be a zombie player, we could have added a great takes the whole hand joke here, but unfortunately all zombie players did not quite make it today.
Yeah, we see a Chaos Turbo player here, and would you be satisfied with Chaos Turbo taking the event?
I mean, both players representing Germany as a goat playing nation, really, really good. So I'm happy with either of them winning for sure. Okay, so but let me interrupt you because I have some big news for you. We know the third player who will represent Germany at the World Championships this year. It will be, drumroll please, Christian Böttcher from Berlin. He was able to beat Escaro's Machine Gate, getting to with a Chaos Control deck. We saw Christian on stream earlier. So we will have Christian Böttcher, German DLS, and Harald Rose representing us in November at the Goat Worlds. But let's focus on who is able to win this Goat Grand Prix Halle. Harald is in prime position, but German DLS says, no, I'm greedy for the win.
Yeah, he has the Pot of Greed in his opener, and that's always the best card to start with.
It obviously is if you are German DLS. As I was saying before, like both players represent Germany so well, so I'm happy with either of them winning. I personally love the Earth aggro deck. I think it's underrepresented, and I think a win for it would be good. But if Harald takes it, he earns it, and I will be just as happy as if German DLS wins it.
Yeah, definitely. I feel the performance Harald showed in game 1 was really good. So, and he still, it's like Chaos Turbo has a Thunder Dragon glued to their hands. Like every Chaos deck always starts with a Thunder Dragon.
And also only one. We never see double Thunder Dragon today at all.
We haven't seen double Thunder Dragon today. And Thunder Dragon, one would say, is almost like a Pot of Greed.
Sometimes it can even be better, because just having that light in the graveyard early is so important. This is like game 1, like deja vu. We saw it already. Tsukuyomi booking Goblin and attacking over it.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw Tsukuyomi put so much work in the game 1. It was like probably the best playmaker there.
Yeah.
Like the whole strategy of Earth aggro fell short against the Tsukuyomi.
Yes.
And Harald knew that and played around it perfect. He protected it at various points, and always like after the duo he kept it in hand, before the duo he kept it on field, and he played around all the possible methods to get rid of Tsukuyomi so well.
Okay, so I hate to interrupt you here, but we have some really exciting gameplay going on because Gigantus is being summoned, and there's the Didi Warrior Lady. We all know Didi Warrior Lady is
the out to everything.
The out to
Not
everything.
even Tsukuyomi is able to get rid of the Didi Warrior Lady.
She is that good.
She's just that good.
And this is exactly what German Dealers wants to do, apply really much pressure early. He kind of failed to do it in game 1 because he just couldn't get through. And now he dealt over 3,000 damage already. And Harald has a lot of resources. He knows how to use them well. We saw it before. But maybe he doesn't have the time to do that.
And this early push was missing for German DLF in game 1.
Yeah.
He had not, every game he won, he got that early push in. And without that early push, he most of the time faltered.
Yeah.
So that's a good sign. So if you are Team German DLS, this early attack here is the best indicator for you to get your hopes up again, despite the 0-1.
But if you're Team Harald, you have everything still to win because Harald has a lot of resources, so it's anybody's game right now. But both players are kind of in the position they want to be. Let's see who can execute it the best.
Yes, and we saw that clean execution from Harald earlier. And there is Tsukuyomi again, and
we see a Metamorphosis probably coming out of the side deck of Harald, maybe even main deck. I don't know his list by heart. Going into level 4, but you don't do this to get level 4 on board. You do this because you need the Dark Engrave because Tsukuyomi is that. And
he has a light. And the Dark Flame Dragon that we saw just now also has enough attack points.
Such a good play by Harald, attacking over Gigantus just to get rid of the back row before committing into a Chaos. This is why he's here at the finals. This is such phenomenal gameplay. Completely aware of the situation and the matchup he is in. Now being able to Didi Warrior who's no and out against nothing.
Yeah, the Didi Warrior Lady is very good for attacking into something and not that good into tanking the Chaos Sorcerer.
And it's like Christian Böttcher, we see Harald using this rarely used fusion targets. Like, you don't think that Darkfire Dragon is something you need to play, but so crucial here just to get the Tsukuyomi in graveyard. And now you have a 1/5 beatstick as well, which isn't half bad.
Yeah, and the beatstick of 1500 is strong enough to get over these defense Gigantus or stuff like that. And
but hold on, we have another Gigantus coming. Now you can get rid of either Darkfire Dragon or try to get rid of the back row. And he tries to do the first one, successfully attacks over the Darkfire Dragon. But now Harald again has a Dark Engrave and he has Thunder Dragons in hand, so Chaos is again available. Smashing Ground. Wow, this is really
Smashing Ground gets rid of the Chaos Sorcerer. Now we have 2 lights in hand and 2 darks engrave, and both of these lights are possibly if you need them to engrave, they are there.
Yeah, both players really fighting for this one. You think that one has the upper hand and the other is just fighting back. This is such an exciting game here. I can't even sit still right now.
Yeah, every card played now has such a significance in the outcome of this game. There's no wasted cardboard here.
This was very well put. You see both players maximizing every card they are playing, getting the most of it, and it's fascinating to see both players with that good handling of their own strategy.
Yeah, they both sit here because they deserve it. Yeah. That's a fact. Now we have to see who gets the upper hand in this game because it's dead even.
Germany is definitely in good hands at this year's World Championship. We have some really good representatives, so let's get the second German World Championship this year. But we are not quite there yet. We see a Thunder Dragon being discarded, and there is a BLS. Okay, German DLS still has a lot of life points left. So, do you push here or do you banish?
You definitely banish, because the back row might be important, and you have no pressure at all.
And also, I believe German DLS has no Earth Engrave now.
Yes. So other Gigantes are not live, and now you have to see. A good option against the BLS would have been the Didi Warrior Lady, which is already gone.
We see a Kaiku. Does Germany have something else? Just attack into the set monster first? It is a magician. What do we have engraved here? Meta. This is not a bad card to pick up here.
And yeah, so we are in a now it's an even. Oh, there is that's
It's a mind control which is able to banish that BLS there, and again German DLS proving there's a pot of greed being picked up by Harald Rose. This is such a good game. It's going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and both players are
every time. And there is the Metamorphosis.
It was a serpent, right?
So,
he did pick up a serpent.
There is the 1000 Ice Restrict, and now we got rid of that floodgate effect the Kaiku applied and have an 1800 beat stick. And 1800 is such a nice deadline in Gold format.
It is a really good deadline, and especially like 1800 is easy to get over with if you're offbeat, but not if you're not allowed to attack. Then you can't get over it. And there is a Grace Hail Mary for German DLS, and he slams on the table like, come on, give it to me. I need some good stuff here, and I saw some decent cards being picked up.
Yeah, I mean, at some point in the game, all the cards you draw are like good. And even like now you get your Earth monster back in the grave, so you have a possible third Gigantis. And yeah.
And HMVB in chat pointing out that Harald Rose already represented Germany in Worlds 2 2022. I didn't even know that myself. So he has some World Championship experience, but will he represent this year as a GGP winner or just, in quotation marks, as a finalist? Again, this match is so good. Both players really. I really can't tell who has the upper hand here.
This mystical space typhoon on the Ring of Destruction
that
takes another out away from German DLS, and now slowly but surely Harald is beginning to take apart the aggro strategy with his control strategy. He bought it into.
Yeah, pretty sure that he bought it into it. We see the attack into a Cyberjar!
Ooh, that's another good out.
Oh, I definitely didn't expect that. No, the whole game will be spun on its head again. Grace, Spy, Mirror Force, Break, and Kaiku are the decks being cards being picked up by Harald. What do we see for German dealers? We see Wanghu, Gigantis, Trunate, Book, and Royal Decree. Simon, what do you think about these 10 cards?
I think the trap cards on Harald's side are pretty exciting. Also, like, the Grace is pretty exciting. But the decree on German DLS's side does hinder these trap cards a little bit. And also, the Wanghu could possibly be a problem for all these lower power monsters, the Chaos monsters.
Wanghu won't be a problem at all, because we are still in battle phase and Harald can just attack over it. So the Wanghu is no issue at all here. But
so we are setting 2 monsters and hoping that...
He only had Wanghu.
Oh, Gigantis can't be special summoned, yeah. So now he has an Earth Engrave?
He has an Earth Engrave, but Kaiku is sitting there and saying, objection, I don't want you to summon an Earth. You have Trunate to clear the board, but you don't have any follow-up to clear Kaiku right now. At least we didn't see one. So, out of all these 10 cards, Kaiku definitely the most important one.
Yes, Kaiku is a game-winning good card. We saw it all day long. This floodgate effect he applies on the field is not only good against these Chaos decks, but also against the Earth deck.
This might be the biggest downgrade from Earth in comparison to Warrior, because Warrior doesn't care about Kaiku at all, but Earth has such a big problem with dealing with it, and we see the effect Kaiku has on the game now. Because what do you do if you're a German DLS? I mean, you have all the options to clear Harald's back row, like you have Trunate and then you set Decree and then you're good. You don't have to worry about traps, but you need to do something about that Kaiku.
Yeah, but Harald now obviously in possession of his Raigeki breaks, so you always have to
Raigeki break is not an issue. You just Trunate first, set Decree, and you're good.
Yeah, but then you have still the monster you can't get rid of.
Yeah, the main problem is Kaiku here. German DS drew into some perfect answers here for everything besides Kaiku, which is just sitting there and saying, yeah, I'm here now, deal with it. And if you can't, too bad for you.
Yeah, so he needs to have Trunate, which he has. Then he needs a bigger monster.
Yeah, so you can't banish now. I don't know why he took it. Okay, obviously he's aware of it, but I was like panicking a bit. There's a Rhoda! This is an answer. So you can get...
Exiled Force.
No, you can get Goblin here to just take over it.
Goblin is also a warrior, you're right. And
this is a big advantage in comparison to Warrior. You have like a 2-3 bit
we
difference.
are
we see
not...
level 2.
We are not... Maybe...
So he has another out for Kaiko for sure. Otherwise it wouldn't make sense.
So... we still might have like Smashing Grounds or
Smashing Grounds is a very possible card here. Again, you can't tell which player has the advantage. It's crazy how back and forth this game is.
Yeah, this
Book of Moon! This is the answer for Kaiko he needed. And now he can clear both monsters. There is an Earth Engraved, you can summon Gigantis, you can summon level 2. Level 2 clears this, the not Kaiko, and Gigantis clears the Kaiko. Easy.
The very unknown set is very...
it is a magician, right? I don't remember, but he knows what it is because he saw it with Cyber Jump.
Yeah.
And it was a spy, but we knew about it. Okay, last two cards going face down.
Did we knew about it?
Yeah, it was some by Cyber Jump.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so Harald Rose now
I
drawing.
thought he said it for turn last. He said it last turn.
I don't know. It doesn't really matter that much. Maybe you're correct. And Joe, this is why I love Goldman. This is why we all love Gold from it.
The Trap Dust Shot, and there are like 12 million cards in Harald's hand. It's amazing.
Wow, this is the hand. This is like it would make an audible noise to just drop your hand on the desk with like so many cards.
Yeah, I mean it must be heavy to carry this much potential in your hand.
This is like we see Grace, we see Upstart, we see Serpent, which is getting shuffled back here, but this is looking. This could be the hand which grants Harald this victory. This could be the hand he wants to frame and hang on his wall, because this is the one which takes for him. Upstart being activated first. Obviously you upstart first before you Grace, so you give yourself more discard fodder for Grace. What will we see now?
Yeah, it's he has like all the possibilities. Drawing into another Chaos Monster would be pretty good now.
Yeah, there is the Grace. Like, I believe a level 1 is mostly enough here. I don't know if we know about the face down card of German DLS. I don't know if it was revealed by Shu, to be honest.
I mean, a lot of cards were revealed there.
Yeah.
But we do not know if
we saw a Mirror Force
the
being
cards
discarded there.
like this could be the decree.
Yeah. Seeing the Mirror Force being discarded there, it is decree. It has to be decree. Right, this is the last card we saw.
Yeah, I mean it's a card we saw, but
German has nothing in hand.
He has nothing in hand. I just noticed. Yeah, it has to be decree.
So if Harald outs this board, it's just over for. And we saw Harald discarding. We see Sangan. Sangan can and snatch. Sangan plus snatch. This is so good. And now, German is pretty much left with nothing. Like you need to top like a breaker here now. But German still has so much life points left. So all hope is not gone.
Yeah, definitely.
He turned it around multiple times, so he can do it again.
So he needs to decree here in the end phase, right?
Yeah, obviously, and he knows that. He is aware. And now let's see. What can he pick up? He picks up 1,000 life points first of all because of that snatch. It buys him more time. What can he find here now? Storm also would be a nice card to have. It is a setback row. Maybe it's a Typhoon.
It could be a Typhoon. Typhoon would be good here.
But does Harald still have Thunder Dragons in hand?
He used his Thunder Dragons to go for his BLS.
Yes, you're correct. It is, in fact, the MST. This is a really good card. And we see Book! Harald really has the perfect answer here.
Book in battle phase is fine. It wasn't in battle phase. Okay.
I don't know.
Maybe it was a main phase 2 flip, but then I didn't see the Sangan attack.
It can't... it was in the main phase.
Yeah.
It was the main phase, and probably German DLS should have waited for battle phase, but I don't think it makes that much of a difference. German DLS, again, needs to top deck something. He needs to find it now. Harald has to feel really, really good.
Yeah,
in this
now
position.
Breaker is not the answer anymore. I mean, he wasn't in the first place because of the Book of Moon, but now it's not the imaginary answer.
We see a pass, and we see a Dekoichi. This is almost enough damage on board. There's like one more monster missing. We see a Breaker being...
And
this
Breaker is
board.
the answer for Harald, and that should be enough. And there we have the winner.
Harald Rose wins Gold Prix Halle an der Saale and is the first German Gold Prix winner will represent Germany as a Gold Grand Prix champion. Give it up for Harald Rose. This was such a great performance. Every play mattered, every play was, and it was not an easy task. Germany has put a hell of a fight.
He played good. He was always on the back foot in game 2 after like the Cyber Jar resolve was kind of the last way to come back into the game and get like on an even playing field, but the luck was not on his side, and then Harald just took over, and there was no coming back after that point.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, there we have it. We played, let me check my clock, 10 hours of GOAT today. 10 hours of GOAT, 10 rounds just to find Harald Rose as the well-deserving winner. Now, out of 4 German GOAT Grand Prix, Chaos Turbo came out victorious 3 times. So it's definitely still the best deck here in Germany. Although a lot of other decks tried their hardest. And with that, I would thank you all from the bottom of my heart for following us, for watching, for being with us the whole time. And want to thank Simon, who was an excellent, not co-pilot because we both were the main pilots here today. We did put up a clinic together. It was our first time casting together. And I just had a blast.
Yeah, it was very fun. I had a wonderful time. It was like an overall great experience. I saw a lot of people who were very happy with their plays today. Everyone seemed to have fun. It's just amazing what happened here, and it's just a huge congratulations to everyone
we see some important
involved.
persons coming in, trying to do the award ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, we will sign off for this weekend. We thank you all for watching. It was an amazing experience. We will support Harald and Christian and German DLS at the German Gold World Championship. Next German Gold Grand Prix, 7th of September in Munich. Mark your calendars, come down to Germany, wherever you live. We're having a great party here. And again, 96 players today. Biggest Gold Grand Prix besides the ones they have in Italy. Thank you again to Atzen Jens, who organized everything. Thank you again to Felix, our operator. Yeah, let's get.
Thank you for you both, guys.
So
it was an amazing day here.
Yeah. In the name of everyone, we sign off and keep playing Gold from keep this format alive, turning 20 next year. Thank you all for watching. Shout out to JDZ to letting us stream at his channel. And any last words, Jens?
It was a great day. Thanks for the staff team, for the players, for the good competition today. Yeah, and see you next time.
See you next time playing Gold from We are out. Bye.
Bye.